Hey, good morning, everyone. Officially welcome to day 2 of the Model Actor Challenge. Everyone, hi, act crazy. Come on now. What? Show me your energy. Come on. Oh, you two. Oh, there you go. I was waiting for you, Anna. You're like sitting. I am not a crazy person. So if you are watching us on Facebook, if you're watching us on YouTube, if you want to join us here in the Zoom, what you can do for a little while longer is text the word talent, TALENT, to 26786, and that'll bring you right here into Zoom with all these wild and crazy people. So everyone, once again, say hi to Facebook, hi YouTube. Oh my gosh, awesome. All right, guys. So I want to officially welcome everyone to day 2 of the Model and Actor Challenge. We are so excited to have each and every one of you. My name is Deneen White, and I'm going to be your host for the rest of the day. Let me tell you just a little bit about me, and then we're going to get started. So I am the publicist for VIP Ignite. I host our VIP Ignite Live podcast. We have over 300,000 downloads and probably close to 400 episodes, which blows my mind. So if you're watching this and you're not subscribed to our podcast, please go to the VIP Ignite Live podcast. You can find us on Stitcher, on iTunes, on pretty much everywhere you can find a podcast. We're on Spotify. We're everywhere. So just go tune into the podcast. I've had some amazing interviews that I've done. So, and don't judge me from the beginning ones. Start listening at the later ones and then go backwards. Then you can see. All right. So what else do? I host our live events. I host our virtual events. Hi, virtual. How are you guys? I also have the opportunity to work with talent. I work with Truth Management. I'm the vice president of talent services at Truth Management. So guys, I am so excited to do this call with you guys today. I'm so excited to be here with you. We have so much to go over today. If you were here yesterday and you thought yesterday was like a fire hose, buckle up, because today we have so much. We are going to have the man who voices Tony the Tiger on. We're going to have the pitchman of Hollywood. Mr. Michael Famkin is going to be back today. It's going to be absolutely awesome. He's going to be sharing some really cool things with you. We have one of the actors from The Sopranos who's going to be here sharing his story with you. He also has a little challenge for you guys, so be ready for that. We are going to have Terrence Howard's former manager come on today. She's going to be talking to you. She's going to talk to you a lot about your why. We didn't cover this a lot yesterday, but why are you doing this? Don't worry if you're like, Deneen, I have no idea. I got a link. I jumped on a Zoom. Here I am. Don't worry. We got you covered today. And we are going to go over a lot of opportunities. And then at the very end of the day, we're going to have the one, the only, Mr. Ryan Colby come back on. So you want to make sure you stay until the very end. All right, guys. So let's go over yesterday. How many of you were on yesterday and really had your whole world shook yesterday? Did any of you have your world shook yesterday? I know I did. What we learned yesterday was so awesome. We talked about why it's so important to share your story, to be able to share your story in a way that people can understand that's also memorable. What vegetable do you all associate with me now if you were on here? Yeah, you associate corn, right? Oh, no, Gregory, it was corn. It wasn't a carrot. A carrot would have been even a funnier story. We talked about the power of relationships and mentors. We talked about you can't do this alone. I want to be standing here right now in front of you if I didn't have amazing people like Michael in my life, like Alicia in my life, like a lot of the speakers that you heard from yesterday and today. Today is actually a heavy mentor day for me. Okay, I wouldn't be standing here if I didn't have people that challenged me to get out of my comfort zone. We talked about how to create a legacy in Hollywood. How many of you want to create a legacy? Raise your hands. How many of you want people, when they remember you, to say, wow, you know what? Kathleen really, she really impressed me. Like, she really made me feel good. There's something about her that whenever I talk to her, whenever I see her in a movie, like I know I'm going to be moved. How many of you want to leave a legacy? I know I want to leave a legacy. My goal is that I leave every person that I meet better than I found them. We also talked about self-tapes. How many of you learned so much about self-tapes yesterday? You need to be able to submit yourself out. The world changed in the last couple of years. What we did yesterday was we helped to walk you through some of those changes. How many of you may have done a little bit more research on financial planning after our call yesterday? I know I did. How many of you understand that you have to start planning now for tomorrow? If you haven't started, you can't go back and change the past. Jonathan talked about that. You can't go back and change the past. You can only change this moment, from this moment forward. So we talked about the importance of financial planning. We talked about the power of self-love. We talked about how if you don't love yourself, nobody else is going to love you. And if you're a Christian in the Bible, what it literally says is love others as you love yourself. Like literally, Jesus commands you to love others as you love yourself. All right. So we talked about that. We talked about being kind to ourselves. We talked about the fact that we can't change the past. So instead of like living in the land of regret, something we can't change, let's make changes from today forward. Let's love ourselves and others more. We talked about improv. We talked about why it's so important to be able to flip the script. If you're on stage and something crazy is going on, instead of being like, oh my God, Mr. Cell Phone, turn that off. You're like, hello, oh, hi, how you doing? Right? We talked about that. It's so important because how many of you have ever been in a situation where something unscripted happened and you're like, how do I react? We talked about that yesterday. We covered that for you. And then JJ at the end of the day, holy mackerel. I don't even know where to talk about that. I mean, his story, an immigrant who didn't speak the language. He went from being an immigrant. He was in gangs. He was addicted to drugs. He literally tried to kill himself after he had everything he wanted because he lost it. And now he's here inspiring millions of people throughout the world. How awesome is that? How many of you want that to be your story? The story of overcoming. How many of you want that to be your story? Like how many of you have walked through hell, but that you don't want that to be the end of your story? Winston Churchill said, if you're walking through hell, keep going because you're not meant to stay there. All right. But you have to have that overcoming story. So are you guys ready for day 2? That was a lot we went over yesterday. Like, I'm like, whoo, I need to take a sip of water after that. Kathleen's fanning herself. You're like right on my screen. So I say you're like fanning yourself. All right. So let's all take a sip of water and let's get ready to start day 2. Ready? Or an energy drink if you have that. This is mostly water and vitamins, so don't judge. All right. So let's get started. So today what I want to talk to you about is how to unleash the celebrity within you. So here's a question for you. When you think of celebrities, what do you think of? What characteristics do celebrities have? Type it in the comments. Type in the comments, like what confidence? Okay. When you think of a celebrity, what do you think of? Funny, interesting, fascinating, entertaining, rich, powerful, set house name, they're brave, sophistication, status, outgoing, fashion, outgoing, important, fashionable, determined, outgoing, good morals, high self-esteem, loving, smart, famous, influencers, accomplished, relatable. Now, what do you think that they're all great qualities? That's awesome. What do you think you need to be a celebrity? What do you think that you need to become a celebrity? What do you think you need to become a celebrity? Type it in the comments. To be known, help, personality, marketing, training, a mindset of growth, talent, skills, platform, commitment, definitely commitment, desire, backing, personality, you. Wait, you need me? Of course. Marketing or an agent, to be noticed, connections, unique, perseverance, knowledge. That's awesome. That's great. I love you. You guys have a very great idea of what you need to be a celebrity. I love that. So here's a question I have for you. Imagine this. Imagine that there are 2 people that are going to be entering into a room for a casting. And the first person is literally so gorgeous that, like, this is you. When you're so gorgeous that when you walk into someone's presence, they faint or they start swooning. Like, oh my gosh, hi, how are you? You're so dreamy. Okay, so that's person one that's going into a casting. And then person two, they're kind of average looking. They're just normal. So which person do you think is going to get the casting just based on looks? The absolutely gorgeous person or the average person? Number two, if it's just by looks, solely looks alone, if it's for a campaign, number one is going to get. Let's be honest. Number one's going to get the role, get the casting. But imagine this. How many of you have ever met the most gorgeous person in the whole entire world? And you talk to them and they're like, oh my God, I'm not pretty enough. Oh, I'm not good enough. Do I look fat in this? Oh, or they can't talk. You talk to them and they're like, hey, how are you doing? They're like, I'm good. How many of you have ever met someone who's absolutely gorgeous that like had the personality of a snail? And I don't mean to insult all of the snails in the world. Okay. So now you have person number one who's drop dead gorgeous, but couldn't hold a conversation in a brown paper bag. Then you have person number two. They're average looking, but when they walk in, they command the room. Hi, my name is Denise White, and let me tell you my story. And person number two commands the room. As soon as they walk in, they have confidence. They are able to speak. They engage everyone. They own the room. So now, given that set of parameters, who's going to get the role? Person number one or person number two? Person number two, right? So the first thing that you need in order to unleash the celebrity in you is you need to be able to walk into a room and command the room. And you need to be able to tell your story in a memorable way so that people want to work with you. Okay, so if you want to, that's why we gave you the challenge last night. And again, we went through and watched all of your stories. Some of you have some really powerful, deep stories. When you walk into a room, that's what you want. So the first way that you unleash the celebrity within you is you walk into a room and you command the room with confidence and you tell people who you are and you're able to share your story in a way that's memorable, in a good way. Not like, hey, yeah, so my name is Denise and my dog ran away yesterday and then I stubbed my toe and I fell down in a puddle and hey, I'm here to talk to you. You don't want to be memorable like that. You want to be memorable because when you share your story, you could tell them the things that maybe were not the best, but how did you overcome those stories? Every single person that we talked to yesterday, that we heard from yesterday, had a story of overcoming. I mean, let's look at JJ's story, for example. He moved to the United States. He didn't speak English. People made fun of him. He didn't fit in. He joined a gang to fit in with the world. He literally got he got arrested multiple times. He pulled himself out of that. Then he went on to work with some of the biggest names in the entertainment industry. And then he broke his back and he lost it all. And he got to the point where he was suicidal. And then he got a sign. He saw an advertisement for a Tony Robbins event. He went there and now literally he's changing millions of lives by telling that story. How many of you want to be able to walk into a room and command a room to such a point that you tell the worst day of your life and how you overcame it and you inspire people to keep going? How many of you want that? If you want that, type me in the comments. Type me in the comments. That's step one in unleashing the celebrity within you. Being able to go into a room, tell your most embarrassing moment, and then how you overcame it and why you are here and why you're going to keep moving forward and take people with you. That is step one in unleashing the celebrity within you. Now, first, how many of you know that you can get to the point where you can command a room? And I want you guys to understand too, that people that are able to do that, they get trained. Like celebrities literally have PR people that train them on how to tell their stories. The president of the United States has a team of people around him to tell him how to command a room. How do you tell your story? How do you own the stage? This is all stuff that you can be taught. So if you're listening to this right now, you're like, oh my God, Janine, that half an hour you talked about yesterday, that is not going to give me. Don't worry. Literally, people train you. You can get trained on this. You can get trained on how to command a room, how to share your story, how to do all of these things. All right. So that's step one. Step two is this. And I'm going to have Alicia unmute herself and help me with this part. Because Alicia has this secret that she does, which is absolutely amazing. Alicia, where are you?
I'm here. Hello.
Oh, there you are. Hi.
Hi.
I had my computer on mute. It's my first time on Zoom.
I know. Welcome. Welcome to Zoom.
Thank you. So Alicia, can you share your story? Like, what is it that you do? Because you guys may not believe this or not, but Alicia, public speaking is not her favorite thing to do.
No, it's not. It scares the crap out of me.
So can you tell us secret number two.
All right. My palms are even sweaty doing this. It's kind of like you hate heights. Let's jump out of airplanes. That's what we do. But, you know, I can tell you that I first started VIP. I'm going to be honest with you. Well, I'm going to tell them like my story very quickly so that it makes sense. So for those of you guys that don't know, I grew up in Boca Raton, which is a small suburb of Fort Lauderdale. At the age of 6, I knew I wanted to be a filmmaker. At 17, I started pricing out film schools, and I kind of mentioned this yesterday. My dad thought I was crazy, pretty much said, are you on drugs? Why would you do this to us? I thought you loved us. And so like, I was always taught to not really like go for it. You know what I mean? Like, hey, you can do anything you want to until you really want to do something like this and your family doesn't support you. So it really kind of weakened my nerves, as though like maybe I wasn't good enough to meet these types of people. And when I went to college, I went to school here in Orlando. I graduated with a double major. I busted my butt for 5 years, 18 credits a semester, graduated with a double major to pretty much wait on tables. And here's the reason why I tell you that story. I knew for a fact if somebody met me live that they would want to work with me, but my resume was shit. Like nobody, like my resume was so crappy, it would never get me the jobs or even opportunities that I felt I deserved. How many of you guys feel that way? Like, hey, don't judge me by my resume, judge me from me, but I got to meet you. So, you know, after a year of like just getting the crappiest opportunities ever with a college degree, because you graduate really arrogant thinking, oh, I'm going to be able to walk on water. I really started to go, oh my God, like, am I fooling myself? Am I that good of an actor that I was able to convince myself that I could do this? And so I started waiting on tables, and I realized even waiting on tables or bartending, I had to create an alter ego, right? So like me at home, I'm Netflix and chill. I'm lucky if I even wear a bra, even have makeup on, like I'm super like zen, right? But like when I'm on camera, kind of like on stage, even waiting on tables, you have to be able to turn it on and turn it off, right? Like you have to have that like amplified personality. So when Mike and I first started this company, we had zero connection, zero. And, you know, I didn't have anywhere to go where I could meet people live. I was doing a lot of hang up and dial. People were hanging up on me. I was like, oh my God, I swear to God, if you meet me, you'll want to work with us, right? And it was so hard to get in front of the right people. And when Michael and I went to, we got invited by Robert Galinsky, who you guys met yesterday. We got invited to the vice president of Viacom's home. He has this gorgeous four level place in like the Village. Literally, the guy started VH1, now worth $1 billion. And Mike and I spent a lot of money to go to this event, and I was freaking out because literally it was either pay for this charity event, which we didn't have, or be able to like survive and even eat ramen noodles. It was that like, so I realized that like, holy crap, when time is money, you're never going to get these opportunities again. Like you better turn it up and turn it up full blast, and you better do it quick, right? So one thing I started to do was when I knew I had to go meet somebody, I would excuse myself very quickly. And Michael's like, where are you going? And I'm like, I'll be right back. I'm just going to go freshen up. Freshen up was not makeup. It was freshen up my attitude. Not even kidding. It was like literally, okay, let's put ourselves together. You know, you are what you are, you know, makeup, hair, like you may look like a hot mess, but guess what? Personality is going to sell you first and foremost. So can I show them what I did?
Yes,
Okay,
please.
I'm gonna show. It sounds weird that I'm saying, let me show you what I did in the bathroom, but let me go over this very quickly. So what I would do is, and I want everybody to do this with me, and do not mock it. I swear to God, if you don't know, I mean, we do very well here. But if we get a chance to meet somebody of this type of magnitude, again, I've emceed the Israel Film Festival with, like, the Prime Minister of Israel right there, like, and that company is owned by, like, Spielberg. So, like, when I get a chance to do things that are, like, on a whole nother planet, my mind is seriously going to F me up. So therefore I have to get out of my mind. So the only way to do that is to fly over myself, to fly over my world. So this is what I do. And it's going to sound really cheesy. I'm glad I'm wearing a dress today, Deneen. One time I had people do this and somebody wasn't wearing pants, and that's all I'll say. Okay, good times. Okay, so what I do is I stand up and I put my arms behind me as though I'm like a superhero. I want to see everybody do this with me so I don't feel like crazy.
This is group participation. Everyone stand up.
Yeah, power pose. And what I do is I stand with my legs apart a little bit. I put my arms back and I put my head up, and I literally think, like, okay, you've got this. Like, who you are right now, I know you're in a really weird situation. This is so over the top, but think about it. Like, every minute, every second of your life had led to right this second. Get out of your mind space. You are bigger than this. And what I do is I look up and I focus on, like, flying. I focus on flying to my destination, because I'm not going to freak myself out. So what I do is I go into my superhero stance and I stand there and until I feel good. Maybe it's 5 seconds. And again, I'm doing this in a stall, like with walls. I'm not just doing it in a restroom. I don't care. I literally will go anywhere. Dark corners. You'll just see me and you're like, are you okay? Give me a minute, right? Because I will literally reset my entire mind. It's like resetting your cable, right? Or resetting your internet. I literally will, it doesn't matter what, you can have the worst breakups, be sick as a dog. Literally, this is going to change your life, because if you have one chance to make a first impression, don't F it up. You got it? So I want to see everybody do their superhero stance. We're going to time it 10 seconds and go. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then what I do is I then look and I look at myself and I go, you got this. It's the cheesiest thing. And I swear to God, it works. Literally. Like, they've let me do things like Mike and I got to hang out with NASA for the day. We got to hang out with Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin and John Glenn, even Charlie Bolden, the head of NASA appointed by Barack Obama. Are you kidding me? I know nothing about astronauts other than watching Space Camp in like 1985 and like watching a couple of, like, blockbuster films. Who would ever let me talk to astronauts? But I swear to God, with this little trick, you can go in and just be like, I don't need to be the best. I don't need to be a rocket scientist. I swear to God, you're going to love me. Let's talk. And that's it. So that's what I got.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. I love that. So
Thank
now,
you.
So that's part 2 of unleashing the celebrity within you.
You got this, guys. It's in you. It's like Dumbo. You had it the whole time.
The first thing you have to do is you have to be able to share your story. You have to walk in with confidence. And if maybe you kind of don't feel confident, go into a bathroom stall, strike your superhero pose, and go on. All right. So here's the third thing. Thank you, Delvin. Here's the third thing. Question for you. How many of you, when you walk into a room, you get that little voice in your head that says, you're not enough. You can't do this. No. Nope. I know Perla does. Perla, you shared this morning about how you were a little bit shy. So the third thing that you need to do to unleash the celebrity within you is get rid of the imposter syndrome. Because the one thing that I want you to leave with over the whole weekend is this. Your story is too big for you to play small. And you have a moral obligation to share your story. You have a moral obligation to share with the world the gift that you have in you. Whether that's acting, modeling, music, speaking, anything. You have a moral obligation to share that with the world. And you know what? when I see this, Ken, I get the feeling I hope they can handle me. Let me tell you something. That's you still having imposter syndrome because you don't feel good enough to go in there, because I trust me, that's you thinking that your personality is not enough for you to, whenever you feel that way, I hear that so much. I hope you can handle me. Trust me, my little friend, I can handle you. But I hear that all the time. I hope they can handle me. That's also imposter syndrome, because that's you rejecting them before they can reject you. So this is what I want you to understand. You have a moral obligation to share your story, to share your gift with the world. It was put inside of you, not for you to hold on to it like Gollum with the ring. Ooh, I got you. You're mine. You're mine. No, it's your moral obligation to share that gift with people. So to unleash a celebrity within you, the first thing you need to do is you need to be able to go in and command a room and share your story. You need to be able to go into a room, and before you go in there, get yourself into a peak emotional state. That's what the superhero pose does. It gets you into a peak emotional state so that you know you can command the room. And the third part of unleashing the celebrity within you is walking into a room and not allowing that little voice that I'm too much or I'm not enough. They're both the same voice. Quiet that voice. And this is what I do when I walk into a room, because again, Alicia can attest to this. When I walk into a room full of people, I'm like, I hide behind her and Mike. I'm like, hey guys, I'm back here. But you know what? Ever since I changed my mindset and I understand that it's my moral obligation to share my story with people, just take a deep breath before you walk in. You've already done your superhero pose. You already know your story. You're going to be able to share it in a way that commands the room. What you do is you close your eyes, take a deep breath, and you're like, you know what? It's my moral obligation to share my story. It's my moral obligation to bring all of me to the situation, because there is one person in this room that needs to hear my story in only the way that I can share it. And that's what celebrities do. They get training on this. They literally have PR people that train them on how to walk in, how to command a room, how to share their story, how to walk in with confidence, not arrogance. And that's how you unleash the celebrity within you. And what I want to do, our first special guest is here, but what I want to do with you guys before we bring him to the stage is I would love to go over the Fearless Rebels Manifesto with you guys again. And here's why. Because if you yesterday when we read the Fearless Rebels Manifesto, all of this was written in it the whole time. It was there the whole time. Can you guys see my screen? Give me a thumbs up, someone. Awesome. All right. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to read this Fearless Rebels Manifesto, and you can actually download this in the Facebook community. I'll share it in the Telegram group as well. But this is, if you do your superhero pose, you know your story, you read this, you take a deep breath and you walk into a room, you are going to unleash the celebrity within you. Okay, so ready? We're going to read the Fearless Rebels Manifesto. And at the end, I want you all to shout out, I am a fearless rebel. Got it? So what are you guys going to do at the end? You're going to shout out, I am a fearless rebel. Okay? So a fearless rebel is a fighter, a new type of talent, confident, professional, reliable, resourceful. A fearless rebel believes that their talent is their calling, that they have the ability to inspire others, that their talent is their message that allows them to bring joy, hope, and creativity to others. Didn't we talk about this first thing this morning? This is pretty crazy, right? A fearless rebel is in control of their destiny. They justify their failures. Rejection is a 4-letter word, and booked it is their middle name. Hashtag fearless rebels are those who don't limit themselves to their fear. They face it head on and do whatever it takes to make their dreams come true. This is where you guys join me. I am a fearless rebel. Now do your superhero pose in your chair. I am a fearless rebel. All right. How awesome does that feel? Right? Now, do you see where all the pieces are coming together? Awesome. All right, guys. So I'll drop that in all of the groups so you guys can have that. All right. Are you guys ready to get this party really started? All right. So I am so excited to introduce our first guest of the day. So our first guest of the day voiced many characters in X-Men and X-Men video games, including Gambit. He has been voicing Tony the Tiger since 2005. He's an actor, writer, producer, and director who recently starred in the new Thomas G. Waits film Target, coming soon. What? He also wrote the music with Tom and scored it. He has worked in radio doing morning shows, including The Howard Stern Show. He started as a musician at the age of 12. He has appeared in thousands of commercials and hundreds of animated series. He also played Elvis Presley in the TV series Erie, Indiana, The Other Dimension. Can all of you please give a warm, resounding round of applause for the one and only Mr. Tony Daniels?
Yay.
Hello.
I can't see me. Where'd I go?
Hold on, I'll make it so you can see you.
Oh, see, you know how to do this stuff.
I do. I'm the Zoom master, even though I joke about every time it's my first day on Zoom. There you go. Can you see yourself now?
Yeah, there I am. Okay, it's terrible. It's horrible.
It's beautiful. We love seeing your face, sir.
Thank you. Alicia's there too. I see her.
Hi.
Oh my.
How are you? It's so funny. I was just talking about you just yesterday.
Oh, you called the cops? Oh, there I am.
Boom.
We were out doing a reading last night with Thomas G. Waits on his new
I
film.
saw that at the Producers Guild.
Yeah, it was amazing. And
So fun.
Gee, what a stretch. I'm playing another mafia guy.
Right? That's how rumors start. That's cool.
Hey.
We got somebody from The Sopranos coming on today.
Who's that?
Bobby Finaro, he played Eugene.
I just saw Bobby on Wednesday at Tony's passing, his funeral.
Yeah.
I love Bobby. And it's funny because I'm in the Many Saints of Newark as well.
Oh, that's so fun.
Yeah, so and it was kind of a weird thing to go to Tony's funeral. I'd never met Tony in person. I talked to him on the phone like a few times. The first time was we were at Buddy Mantia's house, who's a old comedian you guys probably wouldn't know of unless you watch back on YouTube some of the old midnight specials. And anyway, so they Mantia and Alto were the comedians that warmed up the audience. And I'm at Buddy's house, and there was a phone call, and Buddy was in the other room. And this guy goes, "Hello, is Buddy there?" And I said, "He's in the Pescatorium." And he goes, "Tell him it's Sariks." So then I said, "Buddy, Sariks is on the phone." He goes, "I'll be right there. Tell him I'm, take care of business." He goes, "Hey, I heard him," right? And it was Tony Sirico, so it was kind of cool. And then a couple more times I talked to him because I've been working. Over the years, I played guitar with Dominic Chianese, Uncle Junior from The Sopranos.
Yes, we know him. Yeah, he was at our premiere for Dinner with the Boys with Dan Loria, the star of The Wonder Years, who also wrote the movie Bronx Tale. And Rhea Bruzio was also in that. He played Little Carmine. So we got Vincent Pastore, Big Pussy. We got them all part of VIP. So.
Yeah, Vinny's a good friend. And then also, it's funny you mentioned Bronx Tale. Dominic took me out one night to meet Chaz.
Yeah.
And his son Dante was there, and he goes, "Dad, you got to hear him do his Chaz Palminteri." And he goes, "My son told me you did it in the movie." We worked on a movie together, and Chaz wasn't available, so I ADR'd for him. And he goes, I said, "I hope you're not going to kill me." And he says, "Did you make money?" "Yeah, I made money. We're both good." So it was fun.
Well, you'll have to be on later on today when Bobby Finaro talks about how he pretty much, James Gandolfini went into Caroline's and pretty much recruited him for The Sopranos. So you'll have to stay on for that. If not, we'll send you a replay. But
thank you. Bobby's an amazing actor, by the way.
So good. And so I'm so excited for everybody who hasn't met him yet. So let's talk about you. And I mean, you play a wide variety of characters. Can you talk a little bit about like how you got your start?
Well, I started as a musician. As Danny said, I was playing in a nightclub. I was 12, and there was a famous radio guy came in, and I had a deep voice when I was a kid. Like I was the original Froggy. And he came in, he says, "I want you on my radio show." And I was a big fan of his. So he said, bring your guitar. So I brought a guitar and I played songs on the air with him. And then a couple of years later, well, not even about 6 months later, I started as an intern. And then about a year later, I went on the road with a rock band, and a teacher of mine at school said, if you want a higher voice, you should probably study opera. So I studied opera for, took about 3 years, but the first year I went from a single octave to about 4. And that's what gave me that edge over the other actors. And then I started doing, I loved Rich Little, who was one of the greatest impressionists of the time. I'll have a bad story about that, but we won't go there till later. So you never meet your heroes, trust me. And so I love doing impressions. So I'd get bored of the music because I'd listen to a song and I could play it instantly. So I'd start singing like as, Richard Nixon or, or Ronald Reagan, I was singing like Band on the Run, with Ronald Reagan's voice. And naturally, when I ended up on radio, I just started doing, I was working with this guy. He's like, hey, I need this voice. I need this voice. I need this voice for these commercials. And I just started learning more voices and more voices. And I think within a year, I was probably doing close to 100, which was pretty cool.
And one thing that I found very interesting, because we do a lot of castings in New York and LA, and I always get people, I have a New York accent. I'm like, okay, what part of New York? Well, I do New York. And I know you and Mike spoke about this when we were on the movie set. So can you go over a little bit about like the research you actually have to do? Because I think when people say your accent, they don't quite realize how many are there.
Well,
a lot.
Millions. It's funny. Years ago, I did an audition on camera for a movie thing, and it was a guy, and I did this thing, and the director goes, "That was amazing. Can you do an English accent?" I go, "Sure. Which one?" He goes, "Like from England. What are you, an idiot?" And I said, "No, I'm not an idiot. And if you want to make it out of here alive, you better watch your mouth." Never do that in an audition, but anyway. He goes, like from England. I said, "Listen, do you want him a little more rough? Do you want him high class?" And he goes, "There's a difference." And I go, "Yeah, I mean, if you're in London, it's proper London accent there. But if you go north, then you've got, a northy accent, and you like Manchester. And if you go with a quality thing like Brian Johnson of AC/DC, then you're in Newcastle, and if you go where my mother was born, then you've got Scotland right there, and if you go to Ireland, there's like, there's probably like 100 accents there, so it's just doing, like I said, doing the research if you need to. I was born with this gift. I don't know why, but I can extrapolate quickly what somebody's going to sound like. I did this 2 really powerful movies. One was about a gentleman named Friedrich Kellner, and it was I was working with Arnie Zapersky, who's directing it, and it was a story of, because recently there was a show we went to see. I'm an Emmy committee member, and we went to see this movie about Harry Haft, who was a Holocaust survivor who came to America and continued his boxing style to become, a well-known boxer out of Brooklyn. And this Friedrich Kellner gentleman was a Nazi doctor who helped Jews escape. And I did his, without ever hearing him or seeing him, I did his accent, just regionally understanding. And then I saw a picture of him and I honed it in. And before we even started the session, his great grandson got on the phone with me and he started crying. He says, "You sound like my great grandfather." I'm like, whoa. And so I actually did some stuff in German and stuff. So having a little bit of language skills helps too. I can't speak it fluently, but I can look it up and mimic it and make it work.
And I know there's a website. Can you give like where it goes over the dialects? What is that website again for?
There's a few. There's Howcast does a lot of them.
Howcast.
Yeah, okay. I find some of them are way off. You're better off. Here's what I used to do when we didn't have internet and I needed to do something for a film or whatever, was we'll say even for Gambit in New Orleans, that was an easy one because I have an uncle from there. And basically I was born in Canada, but I'm a dual citizen, so it's I've got the best of it. So when the stuff hits the fan here, I can go back to no, I'm just kidding. I just have this uncle who lives in New Orleans and was there for a long time. But the Cajun accent basically is the Acadian, which is French Canadian,
Yep.
mixed with the Southern. So then you put it, so you got the French Canadian like that, right? And then you got the Southern accent. You put the two together, and now you've got a Cajun accent like you don't believe. I was born on the bayou, and that's the way it works. It kind of takes extrapolations from different things. So no matter what the language is, there's very few originating languages. Like when I worked on the show Marco Polo, you've seen that, right? It was on HBO and stuff for a while. We actually worked on these Mongolians. And I worked with these Mongolian actors doing their accents. And I said to the young guys, I said, wow, that's not traditional Mongolian. They go, how'd you know? And I said, I did research. They go, the language is kind of lost. I said, it's sad because it was an originating language. It's not extrapolated from Chinese, Japanese, or anything of that nature. So I was like, wow, that would have been cool if they had kept their own language up, so, but you can find stuff online. And if I couldn't back in the day when there was no internet, I'd actually phone hotels in like London and talk to somebody for a couple of minutes. And
that's a good idea. That's a great idea. Annoying for them, but you're doing research.
Yeah.
Sure.
You ask questions about the hotel and stuff, they'll talk to you, but you got to make sure they're from the area first. Were you born in the area? No. Okay. I'll call back. I got to get the right person.
One. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, and sometimes you get people. It's hard in restaurants and bars because you get a lot of, people move around for work and stuff, and it's something weird. But if you phone like a doctor's office, you probably get somebody local because it's usually the thing, especially when it comes to reception or somebody handling phone calls. They're usually local, so you can figure it out. Even Italian, if you find like if I want to hone in my Italian accent, they sometimes, depending on the region, I can call it to this hotel and talk it to people. And now it's easy because you get the internet. You can basically phone for free anywhere in the world, so it's kind of cool.
That is kind of cool. So walk me through like your setup. So you do a lot of voiceover work, obviously. And you're also, are you doing everything primarily from a home studio, or are you going into the studios? Because you've also worked on big blockbusters. Are you just taping from home and sending it over, or what do they have you doing?
Yeah. It's funny. I haven't been in a studio since March. And it was only one day. It was for a video game. And the reason I had to go in the studio is because they were doing mocap as well. So I had a big helmet on and all this stuff on my face and dots so they could.
That is so cool. How many of you guys think that's like the coolest thing ever?
It is
for
cool.
Sure.
Yeah. And the reason they put the dots on the face and capture your face is because, again, when you're equating accents and stuff, it's not just about the sound. It's about how you shape your mouth. And that's the regional thing. So like certain people around the world will have different face shapes. So their eustachian tubes are different length. Their passages, are wider or deeper or shallower, and that'll give like there's parts of Mexico and places where people live in the mountains. And they have a really high accent because the nasal passages are smaller because they're trying to squeeze as much air in quickly into the lungs if they live up in the mountains. It's physical as well as, the obvious influences from around the world, like the Spanish coming and back in, the 1400s and imparting their language upon the people of, Central and South America.
So for somebody that wants to get started in doing any type of voiceover, what do you need to get started?
Well, don't give up on being a theater or on camera talent, because the thing is, I'm going to say about mid 90s, it was important, but it wasn't as important. As long as you had a cool voice, you could get work. It started moving over to more of being yourself as an actor, and then you get away from just putting on something to more of something called naturalism, which is part of you bringing it into the act. So one of the things you have to do is hone your skills on stage, camera. And also I say, I'm a Second City guy. So my improv
Great school.
Yeah, a great school. And, there's Uprights. Well, it's gone now. Upright Citizens Brigade was great. The Groundlings. I worked in.
That's all improv guys. Like Saturday Night Live recruits everybody from Second City.
Yeah. And like I said, over the years, I've become a writer now. I've got 5 comedies and 2 dramatics and a couple of animations that were, in fact, I got a big meeting tomorrow with, and you guys know my production partner, Steve.
Steve, we just spoke to him yesterday.
Yeah.
Or 2 days ago.
Yeah, Steve's
2 new projects. Yeah.
He's amazing, and we've got a bunch of stuff on the go, and we've got new attorneys that are handling it.
Yeah.
And that's the key is just trying to hone those extra skills you need, because for every one of the actors in the room with you, there's going to be somebody that has 5 times the number of skills that you have. So if you have 5 times the number of skills they have, you're probably going to have the edge. Now, I'm also lucky because I've been, this is 2 years in a row, I've had 2 nominations as a music producer for the Grammys. And so, it's pretty cool.
That's huge, guys. 2 nominations for Grammys. Come on.
Yeah, it's
what does it take? I know it's early, but come on.
But it's cool.
What can we do to impress you? Come on.
Cook, because I can't cook. There we go. That's my failure. But yeah, the music part of it was great. And if you don't play an instrument, don't worry about it. Just as long as one of the things is I'm working with another actor who's not a great singer, not a great guitarist, but boy, you wouldn't tell when they're on the stage. Why? Because they can act the part and they can put their soul into it. And I am definitely, I'm a rebel. I've got my own superhero because I go in with the same thoughts that you guys, exactly what Deneen had on that list. I go in with those thoughts. It's like, I own the room, but I don't want to be rude about it. And I don't want to be not humble because, you thank whomever your spirit is, where you get your energy and your talent from. But you also, you want to elevate yourself in front of whomever you're seeing. So if you go in with that, I'm not going to say attitude, it is an attitude, but it's more of a confidence, like Deneen was saying. If you go in with a confidence and you really believe in that confidence and you've got all those other skills to back you up, there's nothing you can't do. Like this face is definitely not meant for on camera, but it doesn't matter because the skill makes up for,
You've got a perfect look for radio.
Yeah, I do. but it makes up for that because, like, even last night, I can't tell you how many, as you know, at the Producers Club theaters, all these
it's the who's who that can even get in. It's literally like being in a cash machine. Like everybody is somebody, And
it was nice last night because after the reads, I had other actors that we know come up and say, "Oh my God, what a read!" And it's like, and again, it's mostly towards those other skills that I bring to the table that are able to back up, this rather than worrying about, oh, he's pretty. I had a teacher years ago. This is a horrible way to, he was this gentleman wanted me to join his acting school so I could teach, especially the voice part of it. And he said, but come and take my class. And he does this thing called your hit. And he'd sit there and he'd put a camera on you. And then he'd look at you and go, okay, see this person? They're very pretty. They're going to work for a long time. And then he put the camera on me. He says, this guy, not good looking at all, but he's got a ton of skill. And I'm like, oh man. And I felt bad for the students because they're like, oh my God, is that guy going to, tear me apart? And I go, probably, but you know what? It's just getting you ready for what it is to be an actor. You're out there getting torn apart every day. I think we hear the word no more than anybody on the planet.
That's why I always laugh when people are trying to get in this business. You're going to hear no all the time, the time. And I always joke around, if you can't handle me, there's no way in hell that you're ever going to be able to handle this business.
No matter how good you are.
Now you are really good. And I'm supposed to ask you about Gambit. So how the heck did you create the voice and how did you even get that opportunity? Well, did you need an agent? Like how did you do this?
There was a casting director named Karen Gura. And actually I didn't even play Gambit right away. What happened was they wanted me to play Gambit, but they took this actor named Chris Potter, who's amazing.
Yeah, Chris Potter. Yeah.
Yeah, and they took Chris because he had a bigger name than I did at the time. I was just like, you know, I was doing a bunch of little funny cartoons and Sailor Moon.
Tony the Tiger.
No, not yet. That wasn't.
Not yet. Okay, so this was pre-Tony. Okay.
Oh yeah, and Thurl Ravenscroft was
Sailor Moon. Yeah.
Sailor Moon, tons of that, and a whole bunch of other little Rosie with a Roseanne Barr. I worked with Roseanne Barr.
Aw, okay.
Yeah. Heather, I played Jedi in Sailor Moon and like 200 other characters. It was pretty cool. Yeah, it was fun. But so I was playing Gambit's brother, Bobby LeBeau, and then hundreds of other characters. And then Chris decided he didn't want to do the voice work anymore. He wanted to just move to LA and do full-time on camera. So they go, okay, you're Gambit now. I'm like, okay. So it was great. And then when the video games came around, I did everything. I was Gambit, Wolverine, Toad, like, you know, tons of characters. And that was cool. And I'd either do it in Toronto or I'd go to LA and we'd do it there. And then I worked with Activision, Capcom, DIC, all the biggies, Marvel, especially. I'm a Marvel guy, you know. And then I ended up 5 years working with Stan Lee.
I met Stan.
He's the greatest.
Nicest guy ever. Yeah. I literally, it's one of my favorite pictures, and I should probably put it up here. He was the nicest guy.
He was. You know, it's funny. My best friend was his right-hand man and director, Tony Pastor. And because Tony was Tony, and he'd known Stan for 100 years because they worked together. And before that, Tony was at Hanna-Barbera. So Stan would call me Krog. He goes, "Hey, Krog, come over here." Because Krog was a character that I created. That was even more difficult than a Gambit character, because Krog was this blue rock monster. There we go.
Look at that. Coolest thing ever. Michael was literally fangirling so hard because we were there with CBS, and we were there with like Eric Bana and Joe Wright and all these amazing stories were. And we literally, Neo was there. And when I met Stan, I was like sweating. I was sweating so hard. And, you know, I really want to stress this to you guys. I mean, saying, oh, I want to do voiceover work. That's awesome. But like, it's a skill. I mean, Tony, I really want you to break down, like, in order to work with like Marvel and Stan Lee, do you need an agent to do that? Like,
100%.
Are you getting breakdowns online? Are you getting submitted? Like, what type of press kit do you need? Do you need a reel? Like let's mathematically break this down for them.
Well, it's been changing over the years, but originally, we'll say back in the 90s, you needed a really good agent. You had to have the skill first, but you needed a really good agent to push you, because they'll fight for you. They'll get you places. You can't.
And when was the right time? Sorry to interrupt. To get an agent, because somebody, oh, I want to do voiceover. I need an agent. Okay, that's not how it works.
No, and it's funny because it's there's no real right time. It's when you have a really good demo.
And can you break down what a demo entails?
A demo entails having and I had, like, at the time too, I even had about 7 different demos, because I had narration, commercial, animation, characters, and a different set of characters, just because I have such a wide variety. So when I went up to an agent, I had to submit all these demos. The only way they'd know who I was. And I remember I was working morning radios, so this agent, who was my agent for almost 35 years till she just retired, she at first was like, "I don't need you," that type of thing. But I've heard you on the radio and I like what you do. Then there was so we approached this other agent, and she's like, "Oh, I already have a guy that could do as many voices as you." And I said, "No, you don't." And it's funny because I ran into her not that long ago. She goes, "That was one of my big regrets." I said, "I know," but the other woman, Sandy, and I stayed together for 35 years, and it was her that kind of pushed. And then she goes, "Oh, I'll send you out on." Okay, I like your demos. It was very important that she loved the commercial and she loved the characters, because like we said, having that many characters is amazing. And if you can't do characters, just be really good at a read. Like if you're a narrator, be really good at it. If you're a straight announcer, be really good at it. If you're a great on-camera actor and you have a certain look and a style, be really good at that before you start venturing out into, if you could do comedy, great. Most comedians can do really good dramatic stuff, because comedy is about hurting and drama is about hurt. And I think sometimes comedians, I think
they're the number one people
Yeah.
that suffer from depression in this
yeah,
business.
like I grew up with Jim Carrey, and Jim, he went through a lot of crap, just straight up.
His story is pretty remarkable.
Yeah, and I was there when he was up in Jackson's Point they were living in his father's station wagon. And I used to see him because a friend of ours had a little tiny boat, and I'd go up there with him. I'd be lucky enough, because we were up poor too. So I'd be lucky enough to go up with him to the boat and sit in the boat. And there was this kid, and he was playing around, and ended up being Jim Carrey. And then we met years later at a place called Yuck Yucks Comedy Club.
Yeah.
I was hosting the 104.5 Chum FM nights there with a comedy, and then I do a bit of stand up, and then bring on all these comedians. And I was just a kid myself, but it was fun, and those growth periods are amazing. So back to the demos. So you got to create demos. And if you already have an agent, great, you can work with your agent to really hone in on what you have to be. And that includes your reel for on camera or theater. You need a really good reel just to land a better agent. And the good agents will take that. And for years, I don't know if you've had this, Alicia, but for years, the demo recs, I was booking without auditioning. It was just they heard the demo. Yeah, that's the guy.
And how many hours do you work? I mean, are you working every day, like to play? Like, how are you working? Like just on? I mean, how does it work?
Well, now it's different. Back, I'm going to say mid 90s right through till about 2008 or 9. I was pretty well 7 to 9 to 12 hours a day working, because I also had West Coast agents. I was with William Morris for years, and it was really cool.
William Morris Endeavors. Yeah.
So Tim Curtis and Eric Seastrand were my agents, and it's really funny because Zach Anderson was Eric's assistant, and he married a woman that I used to audition for. She was a casting director and became a voiceover, and she probably made more money than all of us. She booked everything in sight. So it's a small world, but so once you have all that in place, I'd say if you don't have demos yet, get your improv and your acting skills down.
So they definitely want to see some type of training.
Yeah, training, especially
training. Let's all type in the word training, because that's so important.
Yeah, especially for voiceover, which you wouldn't expect would be the number one thing, but you want to get out there.
I think a lot of people think that they're just naturals and that they're just going to get in without the training, and that's, you can't. Like, you have to spend money on training.
Yeah,
you have to.
I hear guys come up to me and say, I have this really amazing voice. What do you think? And I go, it's nice, but can you act? What do you mean? Can I act? It's just voiceover. I go, no, it's not. And don't diminish my work. I mean, when I go in, especially on films, I really imparted a lot of that to you guys. I've done ADR for over 600 celebrities. So we're not talking caricatures. We're talking the real voice. I've done Al Pacino. I've done Sean Connery, where you go in and it's not a fake. It's got to sound real, right? And one of the biggest ones I did was Christoph Waltz. I did 37 lines for him with a German accent. So, that's why I said now it's not just doing a voice. You have to have the acting skills to back it up, because here's a Oscar-winning actor on the screen, and I've got to replace his voice. And if my acting skills aren't good, forget it. But you can sound just like him, and it's not going to translate onto the picture. Anybody here see The Secret Life of Walter Mitty? Okay, so you guys, the one with Ben Stiller. So you guys remember the scene where Sean Penn is reading his own letter, but Ben Stiller's holding it. That's not all Sean Penn's voice.
Ooh.
Yeah. So
the magic. I love it.
Yeah, and it was really good because I was actually when I went into the studio. And I had to do it remote because I flew to Toronto to do Tony the Tiger for them. And
I'm sorry, who can we hear a voice? Because name Tony the Tiger means nothing to me. How many of you guys want to hear some voices?
Well, I don't know about that, but it's great. So, yeah. And listen, that was that was just luck, right place, right time. It was 2004. I was working with Thor Ravenscroft, who did Tony the Tiger for 50 something years. And by the way, he wasn't the first. Did you know that? The first was a guy named Dallas McKinnon. He did it for 1 year. And then Leo Burnett agency, who had the deal, said, we don't like this guy. Let's get this other guy. And they hired Thor Ravenscroft, and he played Tony forever. And I got to work with him. I was doing the inside specially marked boxes. I was doing the taglines. And they only had him for 15 minutes at the time because he was on oxygen. Right. So he leaves the studio and they go, oh, man, we didn't get a clean Tony's turbos. And I go, you mean Tony's turbos? And they went, will you do it? And I go, hey, you're paying me for the tags. I don't care. I'll do it. So I did. And then a year later, when he passed, they hired me. Now we have two guys, me and Jim Cummings, who plays Winnie the Pooh, who's also a great actor and does a really good job. My Tony's a little better.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That's not going to go anywhere. But here, can you do me a favor? Can you do like a quick, 30-second montage of some of your best voices that you do?
Oh, that's a tough
Come on. We want to hear it.
Or you could do the tour of Europe like you did when we were on set. That was
cool.
We
could do that. Yeah.
So let's do the tour of Europe.
Everybody got your passport? Let's
go. I start in Scotland, right? Because my mum's from Glasgow, and then I go to Ireland, right? And this is Dublin. And then I go to Belfast because it's their Irish. That's totally different, right? And then we're back in Liverpool. I actually played John Lennon in a commercial. They flew me down to LA, and it was really funny because Yoko couldn't tell the difference. It was wonderful. And then we had to London, where it's lovely. If you got East London, it's like that, right? North East London's more like that. Right, and then we take the channel over to France, and it's wonderful. And they spend a day or so there at Paris, right? And I leave there and I go to Germany, because it's this is an Austrian accent, and then you have the Bavarian accent, which is a little more refined, right? And then you go to Spain, where you get the chance to see where Ricardo Montalban's people came from, right? And then we leave there and we go to Italy, because Italy is wonderful. There's so many places in between, but I forget them all. You know what I mean? Yeah. And then we go to India, because it is one of my favorite places to go. The people are wonderful. The food, amazing, right? And then we get...
I'm watching your mouth as you're doing this, and I'm like...
Yeah, it's crazy. And you have to, when you're doing, I'll tell you a funny story away from that. When I'm doing, I was on the street one day. This is a true story. I'm walking my dog, and my dog's a little Pomeranian. He's got red hair. And this big, tall guy goes, hey, can I pet your dog? And I go, sure. And the guy bends down. He's petting my dog. And I go, oh, my God. He goes, yeah, I know. Right. Conan O'Brien. I go, no, I'm just freaked out. You guys have the same hair color. And he starts laughing. Right. So he goes, what do you do? And I said, I'm an actor, but I'm known for my voice. I replace a lot of voices in film and TV. And he goes, like who? And I go, like Pacino, like Connery. He's like, oh, my God, who's the hardest? I go, De Niro. First of all, there ain't too many guys that can do a good De Niro. I said, and secondly, most of the sound houses, when they know they're going to work with De Niro, they don't need Schlepp Daniels. They're going to wait for De Niro, even if it takes a week. But if they need you right away, they're going to replace the voice, because a lot of times the actor, like for Pacino on this one film, he wasn't available. And I just happened to be in the same studio doing something else. And they go, hey, listen, we need Al Pacino replace him. Can you do it? I'm like, yeah, of course. It's great. You get a nice contract. Anyway, but I said, thanks, Conan. I'll see you tomorrow night. He goes, what? I go, see you tomorrow night at the Upfront. So I did. So I'm standing talking to Samantha Bee and Jason Jones, who I grew up with. And then I hear Tony, and they go, Conan O'Brien? I go, we go all the way back to last night. Right. So it's really cool. So he goes, come here. I go, what? He goes, now this gets a little dirty. So there's no children.
They can handle it. They're good.
Okay. There's no children. So he goes, I got to hear your De Niro. I was thinking about it all night. I go, you were thinking about it all night? He goes, yeah. So I go, I don't know if it's that good. I told you. He goes, I want to hear it. So I go, now with De Niro, you got to get the face. So I'm like, let me tell you something, Conan. I'm going to stick your head down these stairs. I'm going to step on it, and I'm break your red head. He couldn't stop laughing. And again, it's like, see the shape? You can't do De Niro without doing that. If you don't,
everybody, let's see your shape.
Yeah, come on, do it. That one girl hurt her face. It's sorrow. It's horrible. So but yeah, no. And again, shape was the key to De Niro's voice, because trying to do the old De Niro, you'd have to imagine before he did the drop mouth, he would still have that affect. Like, do you remember, like Al Pacino talks like this now, right? Oh yeah,
he does.
But remember The Godfather,
Al was much more up here, right? And he'd purse his lips a little tighter without pushing his lips out. So you had to have that sound, right? So it's not business, honey. It's not revenge. It's business, that sort of thing. And so it's shaping of the mouth. Those poses are what can give you whatever you need, right? And for all you out there, do your 23andMe, and it might freak you out because I found out I'm 12% Black, 10% Asian. It's weird. Sicilian, Israeli, Balkan, Spanish, Irish, and 2 other things in Neanderthal. What the hell?
That's crazy.
Yeah. But
that's so fun.
Most people will find out you've got African roots. I'm telling you. White people, get your shit together, man. So yeah. And it's true. And we're working on, anybody see the Get Down or the Deuce?
Yeah.
Okay. I worked with some amazing actors. Anyway, so one day, Dennis Carnegie, I love him. He's one of my favorite actors, African-American dude. And we're doing a scene. There's Dennis and a couple of young bloods, Jamal, Tim, and I forget the other kid's name. He's going to kill me. Anyway, they're all really good actors. But they're really young, and there was just 2 older Black men had to be arguing, a little drunk and arguing with each other in a joyful way, right? So they try all the guys, and they're like, "Damn, we got to get this scene done." And Dennis goes, "Why don't we just call my brother?" And he goes, "Yeah, we don't have time to wait for him to get to the studio." He goes, "No, my brother Tony." So they said, "Anybody got a problem with this?" So, because he knew when I spent my youth in Detroit, I grew up in a really tough neighborhood. So he's like, "Okay." So, so Dennis and we was arguing on camera. Well, fun of hell, these 2 older men. And he's like, "I can't believe you can do that." And I said, "Well, it's in the blood, right?" So it was really cool. We had a good
love
time.
this. How many of you guys could listen to this all day? Like all day,
I
just rapid fire, hold up, okay, go. And you just read off that would be the fun next drinking game.
Yeah. Every voice you guys have to slam one down.
Anybody want to be part of that? Come to a rap party with us.
Could you imagine that? Every time I do a different voice, you have to slam one down. You guys would be drunk in 7 minutes.
It's going to be, yeah.
We'll all need a lift.
I think so. But yeah. But remember, you guys, one of the most important things about this whole business for me is to have fun and to de-stress, because you don't want to bring stress into a room with you or on tape, because it will translate. It really will. I had a friend, he's manic. He's a great actor. He was on Boardwalk Empire and a bunch of stuff. And he says, and he's Irish, and he goes, "I've got this audition for Law and Order." He says, can you help me? I go, "I'm going to help you, but I'm going to direct you," because I've got a bit of a directing background. Because "What do you mean?" I go, "You don't watch the show." "No." I said, "Fine. So you don't know the beats of the show." And are you guys familiar with what beats are? So it's tempo, right, of the actual show. And I said, "Well, this is most shows. This is Law and Order. Super fast." So I put him on camera. I said, "Now give me your read." And he reads it. And I go, "You're not getting this gig." He goes, "What do you mean?" I go, "You just took like 5 minutes to do that read. That should have been done in 1. He goes, "What?" I go, "I'm telling you, that's how fast."
It's like Gilmore Girl fast. Yeah.
But you have to have the same emotions, and you need to carry those, whatever the scene asks for. You have to carry the writer's main emotion that they've written, but you also have to take what's in your soul, add it in, and then find something that's going to set it off a little bit, so you stand out in your audition. So for this particular one, I had him, he's going to be acting with Kelly Gittich, and I forget the other young actress's name. She's amazing. I said, "They're both very attractive, right?" "Yeah." "Okay, so now in your mind, you got to find those 2 women are very attractive, but you got to realize they're cops and you've been breaking the law, so they're going to kick your ass. But you also want to impress them. But you also got to be careful that you don't give away too much information, because he's a bar owner. He's been staying open later." So he goes, "Okay." So he processes it. We shoot it, and I go, "That's it. That's the take they're gonna go with." Now he said, "Give me this." So we have an opposite take. Then I did a third one for giggles, where I said, "Just act stupid, like crazy, like you don't even know what's going on and your business is failing." And when he got the booking, and when he got to the read, it was like, oh my, he was like, man, they went with that first read. You were right on. I said, again, analysis of whatever the script is, whether it's voice, whether it's on camera, is to take the script and find those little, what I call the casting line, or a lot of people call it that, but you find that line that's going to get you the gig. That's the key. And that comes with a lot of training. Trust me.
Guys, Tony, this was so beyond amazing. Guys, show some love. How many of you guys would love to potentially work with Tony? Type
Yes.
Tony.
I'll take you all.
Awesome.
We got it. Well, we love you and we hope to see you soon.
You will. And
Yes.
get out there, have fun. Thanks everybody. And Alicia and Deneen, thank you very much. You guys have the right guides to this world we call acting. And I know, I always get called voice actor. Well, I'm an actor first, who just happens to be gifted at voice, and that's what
Also Grammy nominated. I mean, how quickly you forget.
Awesome.
It's hard
another
being
day.
this
It's what we do. It's what we do. Well, we love you and thank you so much. And if you see Thomas Waits before we do, tell him we said we love him too.
Yes.
I will
And
probably
tell
call
Steve.
later.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll call Steve later. Bye, you guys.
Okay,
Bye,
perfect.
Tony.
Bye.
Thank you so much.
That was so fun, Deneen.
Oh my gosh. Oh, so much fun.
All right, I think Christina had posted, look at this dinner party conversation. This is how
I
you do
know.
it, kid. When we got a chance to, it was our last movie we worked on. We all got a chance to go on what they call the martini shot, which was the very last scene of the movie. It wasn't necessarily the last scene, but it was the last thing that they were recording. And then afterwards, I think we ordered Italian or Chinese and we had wine and we started
Definitely
watching
Italian.
and we had Thomas Waits from the movie The Warriors and just all these actors.
It was his birthday too. Remember, we celebrated Thomas's birthday.
And I remember Michael came and brought a whole thing of I think we got baklava or something, and the whole cast started eating. They were so appreciative. And when you go on set, sometimes you don't want to interrupt, especially when they're filming live, but in between we were able to talk and look at that. We have 2 new movies now that we just got offered, and one of which people from an AMC show that some of you guys may or may not know. So sometimes we get these amazing opportunities and sometimes it's just speaking in between. So that was amazing. I learned a lot. And watching his mouth, how many of you guys watched his mouth every single time now?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It's awesome.
Blondina, make us some homemade baklava. That's cool. Okay.
I'll send you an address. Awesome. Well, guys, on a scale of 1 to 10, how awesome was that? I know we have a lot of people that are interested in voiceover, and now you just literally heard from someone who's doing such amazing things in voiceover. And what we want to do is we wanted to make sure that throughout the whole weekend, we keep giving you the information that you've been asking for. So you literally just heard from the voice of Tony the Tiger. I'm not even going to pretend to try to do it.
Not to mention X-Men, Wolverine. He's worked with Marvel, worked with Stan freaking Lee. I mean, that is the top of the top of the top.
Yeah.
And you got it live.
Yeah.
Here.
No, it's absolutely awesome. But, we're not going to stop with Tony the Tiger. We have so much more for you. So are you guys ready for me to introduce you to our next guest? Hold on. When I ask you a question, I expect you to respond. I'll be like, are you guys ready for me to introduce you to our next guest? Yes. Awesome. Well, our next guest was a senior in high school in the Bronx when he turned his dream of working in the music business into a great big reality, landing his first gig as a staff songwriter to Irwin Levine Music Publishing. His career took off when he knocked on the door of the home of then president of Epic Records, Ron Alexenberg. Alexenberg soon became Schoenfeld's employer and later his manager, executive producer, investor, business partner, and friend.
I'm just going to interrupt really quickly. Ron Alexenberg signed Michael Jackson to Epic. Just so you guys know, I studied him in school.
Pretty big deal, would you not say? So Mark wrote music for movies while writing and producing songs for Polygram, EMI, Motown, and Capitol Records. He also wrote and sold movies to Orion Pictures, Disney, DreamWorks, and Warner Brothers, collaborating with Hugh Jackman and director Steve Herrick. Schoenfeld is the writer and composer of the legendary Broadway show Brooklyn the Musical. And today, Mark manages film producer Scott Preizand, who worked on Rock of Ages with Tom Cruise, co-producer with Russell Simmons and of the upcoming movie and theatrical musical The Scenario. Are you guys ready to hear from the pitchman of Hollywood himself, the one, the only, Mr. Mark Schoenfeld? Woo!
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Mr. Schoenfeld, thank you so much for being here today.
Hey girl, Allie.
D-Girl and Allie and Mike. Wonderful. Wonderful seeing you guys. And I recognize some faces, a lot of new faces here. So I'm going to do a hodgepodge of information today. I'm not going to stay on one particular subject. And if we can eventually, D-Girl, Allie, have a conversation, and how much time do I have, first of all, D-Girl?
About 45 minutes.
Okay, so let me get started. Let me just tell you something that recently happened. Do you want me to go through my whole life, D-Girl, Allie, or can I just go into something else?
No, I would definitely show them who you are, a little bit about your backstory and why you're here.
Okay.
I think it's helpful.
Okay. Well, why I'm here is obvious. I love to help people break into this industry. It's part of what I do all 24/7. So that's why I'm here. I love doing that. But I'll go over fast. So I was born and raised in the Bronx in an all-Black projects called the Eden World Projects in the Bronx. If anyone's here from the Bronx, you would know that projects. It's still around. It still exists. That influenced my life plenty. And as a kid in junior high school, and back then it was 7, 8, 9 in junior high school. Today they call it middle school. I was sort of an invisible kid. I was nerdy. I wasn't cool. And I'm going to a school where a lot of tough kids go, and they're cool, and they're athletes, and basketball, and gangs. And I don't fit into any of that crap. And not that that's crap, by the way, basketball or anything. It's far from crap. But a young girl comes new to the school, half Puerto Rican, half Black, and I infatuated with her. She doesn't see me. I'm invisible to her. And I keep thinking about her 24/7. Eventually, I write her a song. And then I go to school with my guitar and I tap her on the shoulder and I ask, can I sing you a song I wrote you? We sit on the stoop. I remember she said, I would love to hear it, which, you know, my heart was pounding. When I was finished with the song, which was called If I Were You, I Wouldn't Want to Know Me Too. And when I was finished with it, she took the guitar from me and gave me my first real kiss and said something like, whatever the OMG of that time was, she said something like that and said, you're going to be rich and famous. That girl became my girlfriend all the way through graduation of high school. And then her parents took her and brought her back to Puerto Rico because, believe it or not, they didn't want her with a white Jewish guy. So it happens in reverse too. It happens in reverse. And that was really heartbreak for me. And then from there, while she's my girlfriend, and that gave me so much confidence of what she did for me. We learned about life and love and jealousy and envy and all that stuff that goes with it. And when I was a senior, and I was 17 years old, my mother saw an ad in the New York Times, and some famous songwriter named Erwin Levine was looking, he wanted to hire a co-writer that wasn't already famous. And so my mother said, why don't you go down? I went down, and there was a line around the block at 1650 Broadway, which is giant show business music building. And as I stood on that line, I wanted to walk off that line, because as I got closer to going inside the building, I could hear the people that are being auditioned, and they could play way better than me. I only know 3 or 4 chords, and I only play one, believe it or not. And they can sing, and I really can't sing. And so I felt, and I see that they're in and out, 30 seconds in and out. They're not even completing a song. You had to have 2 original songs to be on this line. And then finally, I stay online because of 2 females. my girlfriend and my mother. That's what kept me on that line. So the power of the opposite sex, if you're heterosexual, is very, very powerful, you know? So it kept me on that line when I wanted to leave. And then I'm brought into this room, and there's this guy, Erwin Levine, about 10 years older than me. So he's 27, 28. And to me, he was old, of course, because I was only 17. And he says, okay, you have an original song? I said, yes. He said, what's the name of it? I said, Canada. He says, okay, let's hear it. I'm sure he was disappointed with the title. And I play this song called Canada with one chord, E minor, and I'm playing a very unusual guitar. I bang it with my fist. I slap the strings. I don't just strum a guitar. I'm just doing some other stuff that everyone in my neighborhood who used to make fun of me, don't forget I came from a black neighborhood and they used to call me Matzo Boy. Matzo Boy, you suck. Matzo Boy, the Matzo Boy. That's what they used to do to me. And so I play it for him. And when it's about going to Canada rather than going to war. And that I'm not going to go to the Vietnam War, and I'm not going to go to jail. And so I'm going to have to go to Canada. But when I'm done, he freaks out over it. He says, I love it. I absolutely love it. You have something else? I said, yeah, I have another one. He said, what's it called? I said, Canada. He said, what, the same song? I said, no, more information, but different 3 minutes, different melody. He said, do you only know how to play E minor? I said, no, I could play three more chords. He says, and don't forget, that's nothing. That's not, to play 4 chords, 3 chords is nothing. And he says, okay, let's hear it. He's disappointed that that's the song. I play it and he goes, I love it. Because now I'm saying, I'm not scared of killing. I'm not scared of going to war for kill, because if you're killing my mother and I have a gun or I have a knife, I'll kill you. If you're killing my girlfriend, I have a gun. So it's not saying I'm a pacifist. I'll kill, but I'm not killing, you know, I'm not going there because I'm chicken, because I don't want to die. And he's never heard anything like that before. And he goes, I love it. I love it. He puts on a song. It's a pop song of the time. And he tells me, I'll go into that room there and write this. Now, remember, everyone else is in and out in 30 seconds. So he makes me listen to this song. And it's a big hit on AM radio. And I go into that room and I try to figure out how to play that song. And then I just played the chords backwards, and then created a song called Summer Snow. And I stick my head out. I said, yeah, I'm done. He says, okay, let me stop everyone. He stops everyone. He has me come in. Now, this is a bit important point here. He says, okay, you got a new song? Yeah. Because he says, I can't make any money off of those songs you're writing. You know, the whole thing with is we got to make money. Because he had like 3 hit songs on the radio at the same time. By the way, he ended up writing every song for Tony Orlando and Dawn way back. You know, Knock 3 Times, Candida, Tie a Yellow Ribbon, you know, a big hit AM, you know, type of music, not the type of music I was liking. Anyway, so as I come in, he says, what's the name of the song? And I go, Canada, motherfucker. And here's the important part. He was shocked, and then he had a big guffaw. And because I took the tension out of the room and made a joke of it. Now, I could only do this because him and I were the same. We were 2 Jewish guys out of New York. He was out of Brooklyn. I'm out of the Bronx. And there was a bond without ever needing to create a bond. It's important. You speak a certain language, and you know that you with your own kind that you don't do with others. So if he was Italian, I would have not done that. If he was African American, I would have not done that. But I knew to do that. So you should know that when you are dealing with whoever you're dealing with to break into show business, that if you are African American and the person you're dealing, there's a bond, there's a language. People don't want to admit it, but there is. If you're Italian and you're hanging out with Italians, there is a bond. Don't try to pretend there isn't. There is. If you're Irish and there's a bond. If you're gay and the person's gay, there's a bond. So you have to work every angle. Now, the other thing I learned from all that with this particular guy, not at that moment, but in hindsight, is that I was very bold. I didn't think I was bold, but it was bold to go to junior high school and be this weakling, nerdy kid and go to the most beautiful girl in the school and think I had a chance with a nerdy guitar without a case and won her over. I was bold. So fortune favors the bold. When my mother said, why don't you go online here at Irwin Levine's at 1650 Broadway? And so I was bold. I was really bold. Most of the people on that line were older than me and stuff. I was bold to do that. And he hired me. And from there, it went crazy. I became the vice president of record labels, major record labels. The only one who beat me is Sean Combs, Puffy. He was younger than me when that happened. But till that time, I had the record of doing that. And then I ended up, with 5 different major record companies, producing, being an executive, writing, and was making excellent money for a kid of, at that time, 19 years old. And I moved out of the Bronx and moved into Manhattan. And believe me, my girlfriend that I loved, she didn't like when stuff was happening to me when we were in high school. She wanted it, but then, I'm working in Manhattan and the girls are different than the girls in the Bronx. They're dressed up, they're wearing makeup, they're wearing high heels. She didn't like it, but she had to go along with it. So all these things I had to learn at a young age. And so from there, I'm just going to go very fast. I ended up selling 5 movies to Hollywood, the major people in Hollywood. It's names you don't like Harvey Weinstein, but Jeffrey Katzenberg, Michael Eisner, Disney, Orion Pictures, 5 in 3 years. And I became known as the pitch man of Hollywood because I never wrote anything down. I just pitched the movie live, me in front of you. And a pitch is normally 5-10 minutes. My pitch is 45 minutes, but I didn't know that when I was asked to pitch. And so I decided never to write a script because I realized no one is reading a script. No one is taking 2 hours of their time, and that's if they're a fast reader, to read a script. Jeffrey Katzenberg has, $3 billion, $4 billion. He's not going to waste 2 hours of his time to read a script. He asks you to pitch it if you're lucky enough or figure out a way to get in front of him. And a pitch is 5-10 minutes. But I didn't know that when I was asked to pitch. And so I pitched for 45 minutes. And then I've done this 5 times in 3 years and sold 5 movies to the biggest people in Hollywood. Then I never saw a Broadway show in my life. If you're from the Bronx, you don't go to Broadway, at least at that time. And so, but I wrote one and it got on Broadway. So the first Broadway show I ever saw was my own, which was pretty amazing. And that show became gigantic. I don't own it anymore, but it's all over the world. It's all over the world. It's in almost every country. And but I never, even saw a Broadway show till I saw my own. So I wasn't following any rules. And then with some of the stuff that I did in Hollywood, Hugh Jackman becomes my partner. Jeffrey Katzenberg becomes my partner. Harvey Weinstein, hate to say the name, becomes my partner. I wrote for Meryl Streep and Diane Keaton. I ended up managing, I don't know if any of you know the rapper Joyner Lucas, but I ended up managing the team that creates his videos, which make him really popular, very popular rapper. I ended up with Kendall Jenner and getting a girl that I know is a fashion model, getting her to be the face and body of Guess jeans. My partner is Freddie DeMann. Freddie managed Madonna, Michael Jackson, Shakira, Earth, Wind and Fire, Lionel Richie's, the Commodores, Kenny Rogers. So he became my partner. So, it just keeps going. And during the pandemic, I created 7 reality shows and I sold 3. That's just never leaving my house and only dealing like this, like I'm dealing with you people. Now I'm in the star finding, star making business. That's what I do, except something I did years ago is now the hottest project in Hollywood. Literally the hottest project in Hollywood. I'm not joking. And so the star finding, star making business is now taking a back seat because what I'm doing now can, bring me like, I'm not joking, guys, 5, 10, 15, 20 million dollars. So it's 24/7. I was retired when I was doing the star making business. I moved back from Beverly Hills. That's where I was living, and I moved back east. And now I have to move back to Beverly Hills. So that's the fast take. Now I want to tell you something that recently happened. I know on here there are wonderful speakers and they're giving you wonderful advice. And you have to take all that advice, but some advice is not going to work for you, and it's not right for you, and it is, or whatever is going to happen. I come with you with a different attitude. I don't follow any rules. And my success is not following rules. Rules to me are for the sheep. And you don't want to be part of the herd. My thing is no rules, break the rules. Break the rules. When D-Girl spoke about it, I climbed over a gate to meet the president of Epic Records. That's breaking the rules, right? If I wrote him a letter, please see me, he's never going to see me. That's what was going to happen. So I just break the rules, whatever I do. And then I've learned to follow my own rules, which I'll tell you what they are. But I'm going to give you something that just happened. I have a client who, it's her son that's the client, but I don't deal with this 12-year-old kid. I deal with his mother. And she has the little boy, 12 years old, in an agency. I can't say the agency. It's not a gigantic agency like I was involved with William Morris Endeavor or CAA or ICM, but it's a good small agency. It's not, just local. It's well known. And he gets certain, local commercials, and he gets into indie films, this 12-year-old boy. So I meet the 12-year-old boy on this Zoom because the mother, becomes a client of mine. So I meet the 12-year-old boy. And as I'm talking to him, I realize something about him. And I'm not a psychiatrist or a psychologist, but I am very street smart and I am very savvy. I don't want to pat myself on the back, but that part is really true. Okay, so I'm looking at this boy and I'm interviewing him and I'm asking him to do monologues and different things. And I realize that he's what we call an indigo kid. I don't know if any of you know what an indigo kid is, but you can look it up. And it's a special kid. It's almost like they evolved faster. And the reason I got it is he's telling me a story that when he's 12 now, that when he was 3 or 4 years old or 2 years old, he's in his mother's car, strapped into a car seat. And he tells his mother that he was once here on this street. He was blind. He was a man and he got killed in a car accident. And then he had to choose coming back to Earth, and he had to choose who his mother's going to be. And this is fascinating because there are kids that are born be able to actually say things like this. And their imagination, I mean, they're not reading it. They're so young, how do they come up with this imagination, or is it true? So these kids are born a certain way. They're called indigo kids. So I now have to explain to the mother, your kid is an indigo kid. And she doesn't know what it is. So she's, on her computer looking it up and stuff like that. I said, what you got to do is on his resume, you tell the agency that the first line of the resume says his name. I don't want to say his name here. Says his name. And right underneath it says an indigo kid. And then do all the rest of the crap you got to do. She calls me back up and she says, the agency said, absolutely no way. We are not, that is ridiculous. We're never doing that. She's telling me stuff like that. And I said to her, you are on this Zoom because you want my advice. You take the advice of the agency, you could take mine. Are you taking their advice? That's fine. She says, well, what would you do? I said, I'll tell you what I do. I do exactly what I did. If the agency kicked me out, let them kick me out. That's what I would do. I know by putting indigo kid on that kid's resume, it's going to create interest that it's really hard to create on paper right now. And I said, I am telling you to do it. How are you going to fail? What's the worst that could happen? He doesn't get a job. He might have not got the job anyway. Might have not booked. What's the worst that can happen? The agency is going to hate you because you put indigo kid on there. Then that's the wrong agency to be with. So she does it. She calls me up all excited. Judd Apatow He's a famous, very well-known producer, director of comedy movies, these sort of bro movies, all about guys and sex and all that. 40-Year-Old Virgin, stuff like that. Judd Apatow has asked to meet the kid himself. Why? Indigo Kid. The kid has to go to North Carolina where he is making a movie. He goes and meets Judd Apatow. He is now the lead kid. He's the lead kid in the movie, the lead supporting role. He has to stay there. It's a 60-day shoot. The kid is there for 30 days in a Judd Apatow movie because she followed me rather than the agency in putting Indigo Kid on there. Now at the end, that kid had to perform. But he wasn't going to get to perform to the director producer without that word Indigo Kid on there. So now I'm going to tell you another story. I have another client. She has a daughter. The daughter is talented. She's also 12. And she's not an Indigo Kid, but she's really smart. And I tell the mother what just happened to this other kid. And the mother said, well, what are you suggesting? I suggest you put Indigo Kid on the resume. Well, she says, but she's not an Indigo Kid. I said, I don't care. I don't care. You know, if you dye your hair, if you're blonde and you're brunette and you dye your hair blonde, you say I'm really not a blonde, you know, come on, just put Indigo Kid on there. Guess what? Kid got a big job in a Hollywood movie. So what does this all say? Follow your own rules. I know no one on here is 12 years old, but it's the point of what I'm saying. First of all, fortune favors the bold is a rule that I live by. If you have to say to yourself, whatever you're doing, am I bold? Am I bold right now? You have to say that to yourself. The other thing is that uniqueness. Make yourself unique one way or another. Look unique, act unique, whatever you create, make sure it's unique. Make sure it's not cookie cutter. It might be just, you know, a vibe that you have that's unique. You know, so, but make sure you're unique. Spell unique, Y-O-U-N-I-Q-U-E. So you really focus in on the U. Make sure you're unique. Trust me, when I go to Hollywood, and now I'm back in Hollywood, as you know, I have to go back to Hollywood. When I go to Hollywood, anyone will tell you, and I'm very well known that Mark Schoenfeld is unique. They will all tell you that I'm bold. They might say talented, but you know, there's a lot of talent. There's so much talent. They all go to Hollywood. They all go to New York. How do you distinguish yourself from all that talent? You got to be unique. You're sort of catching that guy you like or catching that girl you like. You have to be attractive. And I don't mean physically attractive, but anyway attractive to someone to want to speak with you, talk with you, deal with you. So these are the rules I follow. I do this every single day because I am monomaniacal. Can any of you say that you're monomaniacal? I am telling you, it's not a good word because it has the word maniac in there, but I am monomaniacal. And if I had on here all my friends, they would tell you there's no balance in Mark's life. And I would say, thank God there's no balance in my life. And I raised 2 kids by myself and they both became hugely successful. My daughter was the youngest producer in the history of television, producing the Today Show at 20 years old. My son has a big computer business, yet I'm monomaniacal. They were latchkey kids because I was out doing what I had to do, but I trusted them and raised them without a woman in the house. Their mother was gone and left the nest, so to speak, when they were 4 years old. Today, my daughter's 50, my son is 46. So these are the rules that I go by. The other one is a problem is a solution in disguise. I say that every day when I'm creating something. I say, this is not working out. This song isn't working out. It's not right for the character, you know, and I say a problem is a solution in disguise. And it always, you say it to yourself. You don't just, it's not a poster you just put on the wall and you can't see it anymore. You literally, you say it to yourself. And I'm not saying it works for health issues. I'm not saying it works. I'm saying it works to break into the business or to create something or make yourself unique. A problem is a solution in disguise. I had a great problem in what I'm writing right now that I told you is the biggest project in Hollywood. Yeah, as I said, Hugh Jackman was my partner in this project and most probably will be my partner again, but I have meetings with Jim Carrey, Adam Sandler, and supposedly John Travolta, but that's not secure yet. So we're having real star power in this project. And I was creating something and I just couldn't fix it. And I said, a problem is a solution in disguise. I can't tell you what it is, but when I said it, the whole problem I had was fixed. Everything that I thought I was doing is thrown out. This new thing came in and Disney has already done a preempted bid for the project just because they saw that scene in that song. And that, so I promise you, I say it every day with everything I do. If I have to break into some, don't forget, I'm 73 years old. Trust me, people in the business that have the power now, that are 30 years old or 35, 40 years old, they don't want to see, no matter what my great past is, they don't want to see a 73-year-old guy walk into the office pitching a project. And I wouldn't either if I was 35 years old. I'm not picking on them. This is just the reality of how things are. But the fact is, when I walk into that office, they're going to see something they've never seen in their life because I made a problem. The fact that I'm 73 years old, I made it a solution because it was a solution. So this is how I did it. I had all this career in New York. I had all this career in Hollywood, but those people are all gone. Harvey Weinstein's in jail. Jeffrey Katzenberg's retired. Michael Eisner's retired. And young guys, mostly guys, unfortunately, but young guys, mostly white guys, unfortunately, are running this show. And I go in there, but I pre-sell it by saying he was in Hollywood. You can look him up. Here's his stuff. He was in music. Here's what he did. Here, he worked with this. He was the head of A&R for record companies. But he hates show business. He hates it. But he has this great thing. And he rather just keep it for himself and his grandchildren and their friends. But we begged him to come in here. So I'm begging you, head of Universal, see him, but be kind to him because he hates you because you represent Hollywood. You know what they think of me? Thinking I hate them? They love me for it. It's the opposite. They love me for it. So I've taken a problem and created, who is this guy that hates us so? That's this mad genius that has this project and we're going to offer him money and he's going to tell us to go F ourselves. I got to meet this guy. And that's how I'm meeting people who can write the check, not people gatekeepers, only people who can write the check. I'm not into this for what you're into it because I had that already. The popularity is great. You walk on air. It makes you feel great. It absolutely does. But, girls, coming at me, it's easy now because you're popular and all. I'm not into it at now. Testosterone is down. I'm just into it like, give me the money. Just give me the money so I can make people happy with it. And one other person I want to make happy with it is I was sick for many, many years, 8 years. Walked with a walker for 8 years. And a stranger named Carlos Martinez came into my life, an absolute stranger, wanted to meet me. And all my money was gone because 8 years, I'm living pretty great and I'm not working, nothing's coming in and I'm prepared to die. In fact, I asked my friend who's a hunter for a gun so I can kill myself because no one could figure it out. This guy, Carlos Martinez, a Christian, comes into my life and sees what I'm about and says, I can't let you do that, and changes my whole life. The only thing he's disappointed in is I'm still not a believer in God. I'm an atheist, but he says, it doesn't matter. As a Christian, he had to do this. I want to give him millions of dollars. So what I did when I got this whole deal to happen, I took him and I went and redid my will and put him in the will. I'm doing it for that. I'm not doing it for the things I did it before, girls and lifestyle and my great apartment in Beverly Hills or in the city. No, I don't want to be a homeowner, So remember what I said, fortune favors the bold. A problem is a solution in disguise. Now, in every adult, there is a poet that died young. We are all the same. When we are born, if we're healthy, we can breathe the same air. We breathe the same way. We have the same heart. No matter what our haircut is, no matter what our skin color is, no matter what, we all have those things that are same. And you know what? Every one of us is creative. Every single one of us. It's part of being a human being. So every adult, there's a poet that died young. And you know why that poet died? Not because it was rejected, because you murdered the poet in you, because you weren't willing to sacrifice. To become that poet, to make that money, to become successful as an actor or a model, which I know a lot of people on here want to be models, or, or a writer or a musician. I don't care what it is. The fact is you have to sacrifice. I'm often asked, what would you say made you happen as compared to so many other people happen at such a young age, all the way through an old age, except for 8 years of sickness? And I always say I worked harder than everyone else. I don't say I'm more talented than everyone else, because I actually don't believe I am. So I'm going to work harder than any one of you. Can you say that about yourselves? That's the answer. I'm willing to sacrifice. I'm willing to be monomaniacal. Let me tell you the sins of show business that no one really speaks of. The one thing is nepotism. You can't fight nepotism. You're a blood relative. You're going to get in. Whether you're Michael Douglas, your father's Kirk Douglas, Rob Reiner, your father's Carl Reiner, and the ones we don't know, they're not telling you. Then the other is pay to play. If you have money, if you come from a rich family, you could pay your way in. It's very easy. When I had my Broadway show, if someone came to me and said, Mark, if you put my daughter on that stage instead of the girl that's on that stage, I'll put $200,000 in your pocket, tax-free. No one knows you got it. I would take the girl out that's on that stage that's really talented and put his untalented daughter in to get that $200,000. So now think of all the movies and I'm a good guy, and I would do that because I know that my play can close in one day, and I would have done all this work and never made a cent. And now I can make $200,000 by putting his daughter on there. So this is Hollywood. This is what happens. Now you all know about the Me Too movement. Sex for a career. Okay, if your moral code allows you to do that, it's hard to compete against that. It's hard to compete when someone's going to give you money for something. It's hard to compete, if you desire that person. It's hard to compete against that power. So you have sex for career, you have nepotism, you have pay to play, and then you also have the mob. You have no idea how many people come in mob influenced, all different mobs. Jewish mob, Jewish mafia, Italian mafia, Russian mafia, gay mafia, black mafia in Hollywood right now. So, how you compete against that? There's threats of violence and you can't compete against that. So what you have to do is make yourself unique, create a great project that's unique. Become unique, become interesting, be bold. So now I'd like a conversation. D girl, Allie, if we have time, let me take any questions.
One thing I kind of want you to go over, because we do have a lot of people here. When, everybody's looking for an agent, everybody's looking for a handout. When do you know somebody is right for you, or what turns you off? Like you would never work with them because of this?
Well, if they offended me, but there's a thin line of being offensive and being like bold. So you have to sort of judge that line. As far as an agent goes, I never had an agent until I was already successful. I did everything you heard of, and I didn't have an agent at all. Now, can you all do what I did? Most of you would say no, but I would say yes, you can. You got to be bold, but you can. You hear about the mother, that kid is under a car and she could pick up the car to get the kid out. It's that adrenaline went up and she had super strength, Superman strength. So you can get that strength yourself, but most people don't think they can do it.
Do you know right off the bat? I mean, if you like somebody or not, like somebody walks into the room?
I absolutely do. And you know that personally because I made Jody Katz happen. I have this girl right now that's the star of my project, who's only 13-year-olds from India, never been to America. And I introduced her by Zoom to all the power people in Hollywood and music, and everyone wants her. So it's at some point in certain ages, you can tell, but I usually can tell pretty fast in person. Very, very hard to tell on a Zoom or that kind of stuff. But in person, you can sort of feel what it is. And you also know if the project that someone carries with them is worthy to be developed or already developed. So there's a kid in the town that I'm living in right now. By the way, guys, I'm not in New York. I'm in New Hampshire because I have grandchildren here, and I came back for the pandemic. I figured I'm going to die because I have all these health problems. If I get it, I'm dead. I figured I might as well die, with some people love me. Okay. So anyway, that's where I am. And I met this little girl dancer, and she's also 12 years old. And they invited me to go see her at a dance school and stuff, personally, just me to see her. And of course she dances. I don't know a good ballet dancer. And I don't know what a good ballet dancer is. I just know that she have a certain vibe. And she had a certain vibe. And then she made this independent movie that I just saw, and she steals the movie. So I just actually spoke to her mother this morning, and I said, get me that movie and I'll send it to, a bunch of top directors and producers in Hollywood. And I think that kid will get in. Now, the same thing could happen if you're 65 years old and you did an independent and you shown in that independent movie, or 45 years old or 55, the same thing. You got to shine. You got to shine. And so then none of age or race or any of that stuff matters. But let's keep going, Allie. Let me answer as much as I can.
Yeah, if you guys have any questions, go ahead and raise your Zoom hand real quick. Don't raise your physical hand, raise your Zoom hand. Let's see, I have one person raising their Zoom hand. Who's raising Zoom hands? All right, let's see here. Marja asked to unmute.
Hello, Mark. Hi.
Hi, hon.
Thank you so much for today. Such insight, and what a history. Oh my God, you are just, I love it.
Thank you.
I love it. And so you talked about the age range of people breaking into show business. And when you're in the older part of your life, and you're looking at making this transition, is there a difference from making it when you're young, and what is that? How do you deal with those differences? Like, what do you?
Well, they're used to, listen, you can't deny being young, you got years ahead of you, right? So is it better to be young? It's better to be young in every facet of life. It's better to be young. The future's in front of you. It's not in back of you,
Mm-hmm.
Believe me, I think about mortality every minute of the day. So it's a terrible question, but I'm going to answer it. Yes, it's better to be young because it's all in front of you. But how many movies or television shows are made with people that are not young that you've never even seen before? That's great possibility for anyone.
Right.
So it's, you're not watching the Disney Channel, are you? So,
No.
right. So when I meet these like young people, that's where I'm bringing them. I worked for Disney. Disney hired me. They bought one of my projects. They gave me an office. They gave me a secretary. And so my contacts at Disney are strong. And so when I meet these 12-year-olds that I'm just speaking about, that's who I'm sending them to. I'm sending them to Disney. I wouldn't send anybody over 18 to Disney,
Right.
So that means it's all open for everyone. It's all about the magic that you have, the boldness that you'll take, the sacrifice that you'll give to make something. Remember, you're in your own business.
Yes.
Right? And when you're in your own business, you're not 8 hours a day. You're morning to night and you're sleeping it, right? And that's what it is. When you're in show business and you're an actor, not you want to be an actor, you're an actor. You're a musician, not that you want to be. You're a writer, not that you're a model, not that you want to be, because that's the life. Then you have to live it every minute of the day because it's your own business. It's no different if you owned a convenience store. When you went home and you left it over to some kid that's running it, you're worried. Is that kid stealing from me? Is that, is the security on, right? Because it's your own business. When it's not your own business, in and out, you don't care that much. That's how much you have to care about what you're doing. And that's why I use the word, well, it was given to me, but it was given to me as a negative. It was given to me in a divorce proceeding by my ex-wife's lawyer. He's monomaniacal. It made me sound like he's monomaniacal. I thought, wow, what a great word. I'm monomaniacal. I use it as a positive.
Oh man, thanks. I love that you own it. You just like, yeah.
Yes.
Oh wow. So so for somebody who's on the older side of the spectrum, what advice do you give in of starting in the industry?
You have a lot of advice coming here, and you have to, and some of it will go mesh together and some of it won't mesh. Like I know I didn't watch everything before me, but I might not be meshing together with what someone said before me or yesterday. And then you have to decide yourself, just like in the world, you have to decide. So as far as I'm concerned, speaking to you, I would create monologues that knock the shit out of people if they see it. And I know when I write something, let's just say a song, let's just say music for now, my downline, my network of people that I'm interested in what they say is, it used to be 300 in my heyday. It's 50 now. I send it off to 50 people and I see what comes back. And if you do a great monologue, or you think it's great, whatever your downline is, before you're trying to meet me, whatever your downline is, send it out. And if they're saying, and you can read the room, if they love you so much, they don't want to tell you that they don't think it's that great. You can read the room. And if they're saying, I've never seen anything, blah, 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 you got to go for it now. You've been, you got that kick in the rear, and it's like, I don't want to have this genius just stay in my bedroom.
Yeah.
Stay in my house. So my thing is to any of you here is to create unique, fascinating monologues. And then you're armed with something, and not just armed with, I want to be in the acting business. That's not being armed with anything. I can't say, hey, you should make my thing a musical, and I have no music. You got to be armed with something. So if you're an actor, be armed with unique and fascinating monologues. Make them up. Make them up yourself. Make them out of truth. That there's an actress that I know in Hollywood who was at 17 years old, left to go to New York, and was kidnapped and raped. Kidnapped and raped, literally in daytime. In New York, on the street, on 8th Avenue, and no one stopped it. and she was kidnapped. And she saw an out for 24 hours. She saw an out and ran into a FedEx, open FedEx truck. And it was an Asian guy delivering the FedExes. And she jumps into the truck and she says, hell, I was raped, I'm kidnapped, I was being raped. And he's saying, get out of my truck, get out of my truck. Get out, I'm gonna get fired. Get out of my, please, I'm gonna get kidnapped. Yeah, get out of my truck, get out of my truck. Please, take me to the police. Please take me to the police. He finally agrees. He takes her to the police. She's in the back of his truck. The police don't believe her because she can't figure out. The guy took her into a bar after he raped her. She can't figure out where the bar is. She's not familiar with New York. She tells me this whole story. It gave me chills. It made me sad. I worried for my daughter. You know, it does everything bad for you. But then I said to her, make a monologue and act it out. Can you do that, or is it just going to kill you? And she said, I think I can do it. And she got 3 Lifetime movies because of it.
Wow.
Yep.
I like it. Well, that's definitely an advantage of being older. I got a few Lifetime movies in me.
There you go. There you go. But don't forget, don't make the monologues go on forever. You know,
Right.
make them short enough that people want to know more about you. Nothing's going to speak stronger about you than a great monologue. Paper can speak stronger about you. A guy can say, you're fantastic. Mark Schoenfeld says I'm fantastic. It's paper. Nothing's going to work better than a monologue. Nothing's going to work better than, music, where you have to listen to it and may change your body chemistry, may give you chills, may make you want to dance, right? Paper can't do that. Paper can't do that.
Okay.
Awesome.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it.
You're welcome, hon.
Marcia, thank you for the amazing question. And Mark Schoenfeld, this has been amazing. I know you want to answer everyone's questions, but there's only so many hours in one day. How?
Girl, one time, then what we'll have to do whenever you have me back is we'll just do a Q&A. Because if people know me, then they know me already,
I know. I have a plan for that, Mr. Schoenfeld. So you and I will talk offline. How many of you on this call right now would absolutely love the opportunity to rapid fire questions to Mr. Mark Schoenfeld? If that sounds amazing, type amazing in the comments. Mark,
I'm still waiting for my pitch fest. My bitch fest.
Yeah.
I'm so excited for that. You know that.
Yes.
Anybody
Awesome.
here want to pitch a good movie?
Hey, we did have a Mark Schoenfeld pitch weekend. That was pretty amazing. I remember a lot of really cool things came out of that.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome. Well, Mark, thank you so much. Your passion, every time I hear you speak, I want to get in my superhero pose and take on the world. So I just want to thank you so much for being here and just sharing your heart with us. And I wish we had 8 hours to listen to your stories and have you inspire people. But thank you so much for being here. And we love you, Mr. Schoenfeld.
I love you guys. And just remember this, when you're really doing it every day and go for it, it's medicinal. It's the opposite of what my ex-wife's lawyer tried to say. Why did I end up with the kids if I'm the bad guy, right? It's the opposite. When you are monomaniacal, it's medicinal. Anxiety will leave. Health problems can go away, and that's what I feel about it. And, if I die tomorrow doing it, I'm healthier for all that period of time doing it. I love you guys. I hope to see you next time. Allie, D-Girl.
Love you.
It's been a while, but,
I know.
we go on.
We'll hug it out soon, I promise.
Yes,
All
we
right.
will.
There's nothing to hug out.
Well, I like to see you personally. We used to have all these great times in New York. Back when I had an apartment in Times Square, remember we would just order Chinese food. We had a rooftop overlooking the city. And we just sit there and schmooze.
Yes.
And I kind of miss New York a little bit.
Yeah, I was living there at that time too, so it was easy.
Yeah, it was living in New York. It's like a party every night. Literally, I would say I'm going to go out for 1 hour. But Mark, I love you, and I hope to see you soon. And I don't even want to hear any of this disappear tomorrow. No, my friend, you got too much work to do. We got too many people that need you and love you.
All right, guys.
All
Bye-bye.
right. Love you.
Bye, Mr. Schoenfeld.
you,
Thank
guys.
you so much.
Bye-bye, guys.
Awesome. All right,
So many new
guys.
stories today, Denise.
Oh my gosh, so many stories. It was absolutely amazing. Well, guys, I know we've covered so much. We heard amazing stories about voiceover, Mark Schoenfeld, like break all the rules. There are some rules you have to follow, but I love that Mark loves to break the rules. Awesome. All right, guys. So is it okay if I introduce our next speaker to you? Is that okay? Hold on.
I think they need to get up really fast and just shake it out, because you guys ready? Shake it out. Like 10
Okay.
seconds, shake it out real quick.
Get up and move around. Masharat, I'm looking at you, sir. I see you just sitting there. Uh-huh.
You know, Harding,
Yep.
shaking it out.
Yeah,
This next part's going to
get
be
your
so
blood
good, guys.
moving. Awesome. All right. Okay. Very good. Everyone take a sip of water. Get yourselves hydrated. Yes, you have to put pants on. Sorry, Marja. This is not a pants-free party. I thought I went over the rules with you. Awesome. All right, guys. So I hope you got your blood moving. Make sure you take some water, take a sip of some kind of liquid. I'm going to introduce our next guest, and we are going to keep this party moving. So, and for some of you, maybe you heard this yesterday, but what I want you to understand is we're going to give each and every one of our guests the honor that is due them. Good or good? Give me a thumbs up. Awesome. All right. So our next guest is the co-founder of VIP Ignite. For almost 2 decades, he has dedicated his life to making models, actors, and musicians connect with the most powerful people in the entertainment industry. He is the author of the new book releasing next year, Elevate Your Message, the Hollywood Framework to Creating Your Vision and Your Brand. He has spoken from the same stages as such notables as Russell Brunson, Greg Reed, Tony Robbins, Bill Walsh, and has done over $50 million speaking for both live and virtual stages. He has won multiple 2 Comma Club awards and is part of Russell Brunson's Inner Circle, a Tony Robbins Platinum Partner, and a founding member of Bill Walsh's 9-figure mastermind. Having invested over $1 million in education and leadership, he will be continuing his education next year, getting a degree in system dynamics at MIT. As a Broadway investor, he has won over 38 awards, including 6 Tonys, and in 2013 won the Tony for Best Play. He is the founder of Truth Management, the fastest growing talent management firm in the USA, with placement of talent on a range of TV, film, and fashion shows around the world and in the US, and has recently launched a training program and agency representing individuals with a message who want to speak from stages and learn how to have 6- and 7-figure days. He is considered one of the top experts in helping talent, CEOs, and entrepreneurs in creating powerful brands and launching the celebrity inside of themselves. His company has been featured on dozens of magazines, including Forbes, Entrepreneur, Huffington Post, and also MSNBC and CBS Digital in New York City. His company has donated and helped over 3,500 kids from sex trafficking worldwide in partnership with Operation Underground Railroad. Would all of you please join me in giving a resounding, thunderous round of applause for the one and only Mr. Michael Falcon. Woo!
Hey guys, how's everybody doing? All right, what a great day so far. So we got a lot of exciting things coming up. So I appreciate everyone being here. Thank you, Ms. Deneen, for that really awesome opening. So, but let's continue so we can stay on track because we got a lot of excitement coming up. So let me just share my screen. Okay. All right, everybody can see my screen? Yes.
Yes.
And everybody can hear me well? Okay, good. All right, so what I'm just going to go over some information with you guys about how to prepare to have the right photos and headshots and so forth, because I know a lot of people that are brand new, first time on this call, that always kind of confuses people and how to kind of do that the right way. So obviously later on today, we're going to learn a little bit about finding your why and you'll find your way. I'm going to be absolutely honest with you. You know, I've been doing this now for close to 2 decades with Alicia and Deneen and our whole team, and had some really great adventures. And, seeing the success of the talent, like literally Deneen, we have a whole bunch of success stories actually from today that you guys will see posted throughout the week. But at the end of the day, it's like you have to have a purpose. You have to have a reason why you're doing things. And it's kind of like a building process. Like nobody starts on the top. Everyone has to be given a chance to start somewhere. And when you kind of know which direction you want to head in, it really helps having a reason why you want to do the things that you want to do. Maybe it's for your family, maybe it's for your friends, maybe it's to prove a point, whatever it may be. And your why can change over the course of your life. But later on today, you guys will really get to hear Antoinette Stratton will be on today, really going in depth with that. So for a lot of you guys who don't quite know what direction you really want to go, where your legacy is going to be, definitely stay tuned for that. And at the end of the day, it's all about having momentum. What I found is success is all based upon previous success, and you're trying to build upon that. Okay. So obviously, the only thing that's keeping you from getting what you want is a story you keep telling yourself. I've interviewed probably tens of thousands of people and interacted with so many people from around the country, especially in the modeling, acting, and music industry. And I'd say 99.9% of the people that don't make it, it's not because they don't have talent or the ability. It's just a story they tell themselves. It's just the excuses they come up. I'm too old. I live in the wrong location. I'm not ready to do this. Okay. If you're looking for perfection is actually the lowest standard that you can shoot for, because it doesn't exist. There's no such thing as perfection. It just doesn't exist. You can always find an excuse why something's not perfect. So it's really, you have to shift your story, that you can do this, that you want to do this, that you will try, right? It's all about try and get you there. If you're going to fail forward fast, right? Just go out there and make it happen. You fail, that's great. You get up, you look at what you could do better the next time, right? People who succeed at the highest level are not lucky. They're doing something differently than everyone else. There's no such thing as luck. Okay. It does not exist. You create your own luck. You create your own destiny. You go out there, you make it happen. And the path to success is to take massive determined action. Yesterday we talked about the concept that when you're here, this was a dream of yours, but then you took action. And now all of a sudden, when you took action, it became a possibility, right? But in order for you to take it from a possibility to actually making this actually a reality, is you have to put it in your schedule. You have to say, hey, what is my next step? You guys that have been here since yesterday and today, at the end of these 2 days, we're going to make you an opportunity to be able to join us in Hollywood, to be able to join us in Las Vegas, to be able to sit down and work with people like Mark, work with like Robert. You have to put that in your calendar. You have to say, this is my next step. This is what I'm doing next. Okay. You find your tribe, love them hard. You guys are all part of Fearless Rebels now. Deneen went over that yesterday and today. For a lot of people who say, well, I don't have the right people in my life. Well, look around you. You have all these wonderful people that are waiting to help you. Okay. Obviously, for us, we've been doing this for close to 2 decades. These are some of our photos. We have what's called our inner circle. That's like our highest level of talent that we work with. We have some exciting news that we're going to be releasing about Inner Circle in Atlanta in the next 2 weeks. So for those of you who are part of Inner Circle, you guys' lives are going to change in ways you can't even possibly imagine. But when we host our events and we do our experiences, it's not only about getting people placed on set, but it's about giving them an education in the industry to give them that experience to do what others only wish they could do. The people who don't take action, where it's going racing boats in Miami, going on private tour of Warner Brothers Studio, going to see the Phantom of Opera in New York City, and then going behind the scenes on stage and hanging out with the cast in their dressing room. There's Mark and some of our talent and Allie in Times Square. It's about 80% work, but having that 20% fun, right? That's what life's about. It's not just about the work. Yes, it's the hard work, the dedication, the professionalism will get you from where you want to be to where you want to go, but you also want to be able to have fun. You want to be able to surround yourselves with the right people. And the reason why we do these boot camps for 2 days is I want to push away the people who can't make it. Okay? I want the people like, oh my God, I can't be on a call for 6 hours. You can't be on a call for 6 hours. You're not going to be able to be on set for 18 hours. So it just kind of makes it a fun way to have some of our speakers be able to talk from stage, to be able to share their experience, their knowledge, to have a feeling of giving back, of helping others, and it's able to educate people. But at the same time, the cream rises to the top. The people that'll be here by the end of the day, those are the people I'm interested in working with. The people who drop off, the people who aren't able that come up with those excuses, right? They didn't change their story, right? They don't have a why. Their why is not strong enough for them to be able to make it through the 2 days. So having the right photos is really important. Whether you want to do acting, modeling, you want to be a speaker, you want to be an author, right? Those are the images that change the world. That's going to be what your first impression is, okay? The photos that you have, what you're submitting out, the way people will interpret who you are is the first impression. When an agency is submitting out photos, that's your first impression. Those photos have to speak who you are and become the start of the story that you will tell about yourself, okay? A great little thing I learned from Bill Loss. He's one of our partners now from iPower Team. You actually got to hear from Michael Silvers yesterday. He works for Bill Walsh. He's vice president of iPower Team. But a great thing to do is to have a book, right? A book is such a great thing. Whether you're a model, you're an actor, you're a speaker, a writer, is having a book. And for a lot of you guys, this whole weekend we've been talking about creating your story of who you are. And at some point, you're gonna have a book. So the best thing in the world to do is to decide to have that book today, to take that action. So there's a great site online. It's called Canva. It's absolutely free. I give everyone the challenge right now here, drop the gauntlet for you guys. At the end of the day today or tomorrow, log on to Canva. It's free. You can pull up book cover designs and create a book cover. Literally just create a book cover, right? Even if you're like, oh my God, Mike, I don't know what to write yet and all that. I know there's a story inside of you. Come up with the title, right? Come up with the concept of it, create a book cover and drop it on your Facebook, drop it on your Instagram, and just tell the world, hey, I'm working on my new book. You don't have to start the book today. You can put that the book is coming out in 2 years. That's fine, okay? But all of a sudden, when you drop that cover into the world, it becomes reality. Now, all of a sudden, you have something set in your schedule, something set in your calendar that 2 years from now, this book is going to come to life, okay? And I don't care where you are in your life, you have a story to tell, and it's your moral obligation to share that story with the world. So that's my challenge to you guys right here. Go on Canva, it's free, create a book cover, drop it in the next 24 hours on your Facebook, on your Instagram, and just let the world know that you have a story to tell, and this is the beginning of your journey, okay? And that title may change, this concept may change, but you know what? It gives you something to shoot for. And let me tell you something, when you put that out there, just watch how differently people will treat you when they know that you have a book coming out. And especially if you're interested in modeling or acting, it just will instantaneously elevate your brand, okay? Obviously for Truth Management, not only do we represent lifestyle, fashion, commercial plus, kids, actors, music, we also now have a speakers bureau where we represent some amazing speakers. Mark Schoenfeld's actually one of the people that we represent on there. Marja is actually a great person. I know she just asked a question to Mark. So we have some amazing people on there. I just kind of took a screenshot. That's going to be something that's really important to us because this really allows us to expand our brand. It allows us to grow. It allows us to not only represent people in the entertainment industry, but also in finance and crypto and science, and just really be able to give back in levels that we never even were ever possibly could have imagined 20 years ago when we started the company, some of the people that we surround ourselves with. So, and it all begins, right? It all had to start someplace. This was a building process over 2 decades. People always say all the time, I want to do all these things. Great. When's the best time to start? Right now. Okay. Obviously for photos, when we do our photos are done at a level that no one else could ever compete with. We bring in the top photographers, the top celebrities. We make it really fun. You have the opportunity to work with people like Ryan Colby, who does styling and so forth. For most people, getting the right photos, whether you're a model, actor, speaker, is really having high quality photos that are done right. So many times people go out and spend so much money on photos. They just don't know what they're doing. So they go to Google. Researching photographers on Google is probably not the best way, because if you're not familiar with how Google works, if you can manipulate your keywords and so forth, you can come on the first page. Being on the first page as a photographer doesn't mean they're the best photographer. Most of the best photographers in the world have agents. You probably would have never even heard of them. One of our photographers, Juan, who was just in Miami, shot over 20 covers of Vogue. The only way you would have known who he was is to be working on the inside of the industry. So having the right photographer really makes a huge difference. Having the right makeup artist, because that stuff's actually building your brand. When you're able to shoot with somebody, Ryan works with a lot of photographers with new models. When a certain photographer will shoot a model, that becomes a part of their resume, where clients all of a sudden now want to work with that model because they shot with a certain photographer. So who you work with at the beginning of your career can make a huge impact. Having the right people the right team, getting this done the right way is super important. This is like one of those like make or break things in your career that can really put you behind 3, 4, 5, 6 months or even years when not done the correct way. Okay. And obviously for, age doesn't matter, having the right photography, there's so much opportunities, doesn't matter how old you are. Actually, sometimes when you're a little bit older, there's actually a lot more opportunity than somebody who's young. But again, it's all about having the right photos and showing versatility. Okay, so here's some of our talent. Obviously, you can see there a wide range of possibilities there and versatility, from fitness to finance, to health, to playing the older mom, playing the grandmother, playing the doctor, having that little bit of a comedy role. Getting the right photos done takes a lot of time, effort, and preparation. It's not something we should just show up to a shoot. But when we do our photos and when we work with talent, there's a whole preparation. They do multiple calls. They're working with Ryan. They're working with myself. They're working with Deneen. There's a lot of preparation that goes into these. Again, here are some different aspects you can see, right? These are real great photos. Versatility shows a wide range of looks and styles. This is the first impression. If you look at the photos, you can see you're drawn to the image. You're drawn to the person. It starts triggering off your imagination. This is just not done random. This is a framework, okay? This is a very high level framework that goes into preparing our talent for our shoots. Whenever we do our shoots, we always go out, we get the best studios. We always make it an experience that's unforgettable. We will rent, different locations depending upon where we are. We're going to be in Atlanta a couple of weeks. We have like a 6,000-foot sound stage there. It's going to be absolutely amazing. When we're in New York, we'll get $1 million penthouses and so forth. We really do a lot of research and finding not only the best studios, but the art that goes into it, the locations, being able to shoot indoors and outdoors, being able to have like a really great level of versatility in the photos that we're doing. Same thing for our makeup artists. Ryan will go out and he'll always make sure we get celebrity makeup artists, people who've shot in celebrities, people of importance. And here's the reason why. One, they know what they're doing. Two, it also adds to your resume, because now those people, for our photographers and makeup artists, when you're tagging them and they're sharing it on their social media, you're getting exposed to their entire audience. Okay, think about this, and I'll just give you a really simple example. Right? Imagine you're an upcoming musician and Lady Gaga tweeted out your song. Literally, your whole life would change, right? Frankie talked about that yesterday, right? Janet Jackson posting his entire video. All of a sudden, he went from a few thousand followers to over 400,000, just like that. So it's the same thing here. It's about working with people who are already established in the industry, that are licensed, that know what they're doing, because not only are you going to get the best experience, the best hair, makeup, styling done, but you're also going to have the exposure to their clientele. I can't tell you how many times our models, where their images are shared by a makeup artist or a photographer, and then all of a sudden Ryan's getting a call, we're getting a call. Oh, I saw this person's image on this person's social media. I'd like to book them for a job. Okay. It's about doing it the right way at the best possible level is the fastest way to success, right? Because a picture's worth 1,000 words, right? Think about that. Casting directors see thousands of photos every day. They have the ability to know who can book a job, not just by looking at their portfolio. So if you want to stand out from the thousands of freelance models that are discarded every day, you must make sure your photos are of excellent quality and that they grab the attention of the casting director or client. Okay, it takes literally less than a second for a casting director to look at an image to know whether or not they're going to look at it for 2 seconds or 3 seconds or 5 seconds. But that first less than a second is what makes all the difference in the world. Again, having the right photos done, professional photographers, having the credibility, having the right lighting, the right location, the preparation, the time that goes into that. Again, here's some examples, great headshots. These are great headshots, whether you're a speaker, an author, model, actor, shows real versatility. You're drawn to the image, right? You're going to remember these images. You're going to remember these faces, okay? Because the whole point of this is to grab the casting director's attention. Having the right photos is designed for one thing and one thing only, to grab that person's attention. It's not designed to look cute. It's not designed for your family, your friends to approve of. Okay, it's designed for a very specific reason. and it needs to be done the right way. And people like Ryan and so forth, they have multiple decades in this industry. So again, depending upon the person's style, there's time and effort to go in deciding what type of character you are, what is your versatility, what types of roles you can play, what type of products can you endorse, and so forth. Okay, so again, here's some great examples, some great shots of some different talent. Okay, again, here are some great headshots. These can be used for corporate. These can be used for book cover authors, for speakers, for submitting out, for TV, for film, for modeling. These really give you a great example of just what you should be looking for. So if you're trying to do this on your own, this is the quality that you want. This is the quality that we do. Okay, here's some examples of people who paid a lot of money for photos. Okay. So you can see right away, these were done wrong. This girl, she's got a good look. She has possibility, but you're not being drawn to her. Look at the difference between here, right? You see the faces. Here, you're kind of drawn to the yellow. You probably were drawn to the red, right? I don't know who did her hair here, but she's like, it looks like nobody did her hair here. She just went shot. Here, she looks like Popeye, okay? And she's an attractive girl. She has potential, but she spent money on photos that are not going to help her. They're done wrong, okay? Here's again, right? Great person, spent a lot of money on photos. Hair wasn't done properly. Your eyes are drawn to the pearls, to the necklace. Your eyes are drawn to the colors. It's not drawn to the person. It's keeping her very, very locked in. Like maybe she could play, maybe it was only for a real estate company or something. These look like something that would be done for like the back of like a cheap real estate card, right? You notice the pearl earrings. You're not noticing her. You're not being able to see past the colors and what she's wearing. It has to be like this, where you're concentrating, your eyes are brought to the person, okay? Here, great kid, right? But again, your eyes are being drawn to her glasses, to the stripes. It's not concentrating on her. She has a lot of potential, but these photos, when competing against people who are getting the photos done right, she's gonna lose out 9 times out of 10, right? Literally, cast director is gonna move on next. Okay, here, another bad example. Somebody spent a lot of money on photos, and again, done right. Hair not done correctly, makeup done not correctly. She's wearing a lumberjack shirt, wrong colors, wrong lighting. They're using way too much blur in the background. Again, show you an example. These are great, okay? You can see the difference, okay? And a lot of people, when you just don't know, you just don't know, okay? So it's important for you to get the right photos done. That's something that we do. We make sure when like I said, there's a lot of time, effort, and preparation. I know a lot of people have already been reaching out to Deneen and Debbie. I got a few text messages, you know, because obviously we were talking about Atlanta. Atlanta's closed out. That's been done months in advance. Atlanta is not a possibility, not in a long shot. But what we do have, and I'll go over this just so you guys can kind of take note of this. We're going to do something later on today to give you guys something really special. This is the first challenge we've ever done like this. We used to do boot camps. Our last boot camp was last month. This is our very first challenge. So we're doing something really special. We're going to be doing a live event in Hollywood, October 21st to the 23rd, where you'll have the opportunity to actually come out and meet with 35 of the most influential people in the entertainment industry. So sitting down with casting directors, producers, agents, celebrities. Okay, you'll have the opportunity to get professional headshots when you're out there done. And we're also going to be doing a bonus event in Las Vegas, where you'll actually have the opportunity to be trained for speaking from stage and actually being able to have that book that we spoke about done within 30 days. Okay, and that's called Icon. That event's actually going to be done, hosted by Bill Walsh himself. He's one of the top global business coaches in the world. So I spoke with him and I said, hey, is there any way, I have all these people coming from all over the world, is there anything I could do special for them to invite them to come out and be able to work with you? So he was kind enough to offer this opportunity. So we're really excited about that. Okay. So who's excited? Okay. So I will go over the opportunity with you guys later to be able to talk to myself. We'll be able to do some Q&A. I will go through everything, but you guys will have the opportunity to not only come out to California, but to also be able to come out to Las Vegas. All right. This is going to be extremely limited. So please, whatever you do, when you get the opportunity to schedule, this is by interview only. So this is not like, oh my God, you know, take my credit card, I want to go. Absolutely not. It doesn't work that way. This is something you have to be interviewed. But I just wanted to let you guys know I do have opportunities for you guys to be able to work with us, not only to be able to work with us, to meet with high-level people, but to be able to work with Mark Schoenfeld, Robert Galinsky, Antoinette Stratton, Bobby, and dozens of other people. So make sure you stay on till the end. because I have something that I put together for you guys that will literally change your life. So let me turn this back over to Ms. Deneen, so that way we can continue this, but I just wanted to jump on here and share that with you guys. So I will talk to you guys in a little bit. Who's excited? All right, cool.
Vegas. Yeah.
Oh my God. How amazing is that? Who wants to go to Hollywood with us? First of all, raise your hands. Yes or yes. Who wants to go to Hollywood? Who wants to go to Las Vegas in December? I don't know about you guys, but normally I live in the Northeast. It is cold as heck in the Northeast. I'm like, hold on, you mean I can wear short sleeves? Let's do this. Awesome. Now, how excited are you guys? Like, seriously, like, do you understand the tremendous opportunity, like, to come out to Hollywood and meet with 35 of the most influential people in the entertainment industry? To have your photos on, like, how many of you, before you saw that presentation, were like, oh, you know what? That's a good photo. Holy crap, I never thought about it like that. How many of you are ready to get those photos done that you need done the right way? I know. Let me tell you something. Having the opportunity to work with amazing people like that is awesome. And let's also talk about, this morning we talked about when you walk into the casting room, what sets you apart. Okay. We talked about having your superhero pose. And when you walk in, commanding the room, being confident, not arrogant, being able to share your story. How much do you think it would help you to be able to tell someone, oh, you know what else? I have a book coming out next year. Do you think that's going to set you apart from everyone else? Absolutely, it's going to. What we're literally doing is we're literally setting you guys up for so much success. Not only that, I don't know, I'm sure that Mike talked about this, but I'm going to go a little more into detail about it. How many of you know that speaking from stage could actually fund your modeling and acting career? What? Hold on, let me say that again. How many of you know that speaking from stage, Raquel's like, I do, Janine, that happens to be my area of expertise. But if you are able to speak from stage, you are able to fund so much more. Like, instead of being a barista at Starbucks, why not learn how to speak from stage? And from one of the best people. Alicia, Michael, and I went through the icon training, and let me tell you something. It blew my mind, because I love talking, I love interacting with people, but when I learned how to actually explain to people what I do, I was like, holy crap, who's that rock star? Oh, that's me. That's what Icon is going to give you. So we're really excited about having the opportunity for you guys to do that, and having the opportunity just to, like, be a part of everything in Hollywood, getting those photos, all of those things. And now you're also a part of a community. We talked about that too. Like, having that mentality that you're a part of this community, it's all such a tremendous opportunity for you. So I know Mike asked this, but I'm going to ask this again. On a scale of one to infinity, how excited are you guys for the opportunity to come out and be a part of all of this? Right? I know, right? Thank you. Thank you, a couple of you, for showing your excitement. I appreciate that. Thank you very much for showing up for yourselves. Because what you're going to do, the scale is not big enough. I like that answer. Who said that? Gregory, I like that answer. The scale isn't big enough, because what we're doing is we're literally giving you everything that you need to be successful and to, like, kick butt in this industry. Awesome. All right. Oh my gosh, so many amazing things to go over. But now I have a question for you. So now you know how to set yourself up. We're going to give you all the tools, and you guys are going to stay on because we have so much more for you. But how many of you here have ever, I have conversations with a lot of talent, and they're like, oh, I only want to be in TV. I only want to be in film. Oh, I don't know about theater. How many of you guys would love to hear from one of the best actors that we know all about acting? Let me introduce our next guest to you. Okay. So our next guest was born in Brooklyn, New York, to Anna, a deaconess, and Vincent, an interior decorator. His parents are both second-generation Italians. He began acting professionally in a New York theater with a European tour of A Streetcar Named Desire as Stanley with the late James Gandolfini, where they became friends. His breakthrough role was Eugene in David Chase's The Sopranos. From then on, he has been known for multiple film and TV roles, such as The Sinner with Jessica Biel and Ray Donovan as Lieutenant Bricker, and Quincy Tyler Bernstein, HBO's Vinyl, as Tony Del Greco, directed by, you may know his name, Martin Scorsese. The Irishman, he was also in The Irishman as Johnny with Robert De Niro. Remember, we just heard about Robert De Niro. And American Gangster as McCann opposite Josh Brolin. And he is forever thankful to his friend, James Gandolfini, for, as they say in show business, sending the elevator down. Everyone, what I want you to do right now is give a thunderous round of applause and the most excited welcome that you can to the one, the only, Mr. Bobby Bernardo!
Thank you so much. Some people, Christine, sit down, please. You're embarrassing me. I love you.
Hold on, he's like, no, sit down. Really?
Sit down.
Stop
sit down.
cheering for me,
With that
please.
intro, you don't need anything. First of all,
Forget
I want
about
to
it.
thank Alicia, and Deneen, and also Mike and VIP Talent especially for giving me the opportunity to speak about theater and film today. It's always a blessing to do this and to work with you guys, to work in the workshop that we do also, because I really see the progression of your work. I've seen the progression in Mike Trash. I've seen it in Sid. I've seen it in Christine. And the truth is in the results and the honesty of what we bring to what we do and why we do it and how we do it. So thank you so much, Alicia and Deneen.
Thank you. And Tony Daniels was on earlier today and he wanted to say hello.
Was he
We
on
need to
earlier?
get a dinner together, like recreate The Sopranos. He was just at the funeral over the weekend. But
Yeah.
we need to get like Big Pussy. I hate saying that name. You know that. It makes me like,
Yes. Well,
Let's
yeah,
get
you get
Vinny-
in trouble for that.
yeah. Ray Abruzio. I mean, let's just pull the cast together. So we'll work on that.
Yes.
Let's have the mafia rumors flying.
Let's try to do it.
Let's try it. Let's do it. We got
We can
this.
do it. I got some people that, yes, for sure.
You got some people? Yeah. All right.
We all
Love
got
you.
some people. Go ahead.
So go ahead and get started about how you got
Yeah.
into this industry and
Okay, so,
transitioning to your film, TV.
All right, so I'm going to begin, and of course, Alicia and Deneen would ask me to talk a little bit about theater and the transition from theater to film. So we don't have much time. I was thinking maybe we can break up this session. I'll call it a session, a positive session, into maybe 4 parts, and maybe the last part. People could ask me some questions about being on set, being with other actors, behavior on set, because there is a certain behavior when you are on set. But let me first talk about, Deneen explained that was from my IMDb page, that biography. And it's true. I'm a 3rd-generation Italian, and it's challenging because in the industry, sometimes you get pigeonholed into doing things. In the theater, it's a little bit more broad, and you can perhaps play a variety of roles and even produce roles that you'd like to do. But in film and TV, you don't really have a choice at times, especially with certain producers, HBO or Paramount or whomever, Apple TV, who you're working with. There's a part and you go for it. And in television and film, they want to see the person. A lot of directors just look at you and they say, well, there's a possibility just by looks, because so much of television and film is a visual medium. So there's a difference between theater, which is a medium of language. Oh, what a rogue and peasant slave am I, Shakespeare, the whole thing, to be or not to be. Hamlet has a problem, and his stepfather, killed his father, married to his mother, and he wants to solve it and prove it, and he has 5 acts to do it. Well, in television and film, you're not going to have 5 acts to do it. They're going to put it together in the end, perhaps into 5 acts, but you're going to have a day's work, and you maybe have 1 or 2 scenes. They're going to have time for 1 or 2 scenes. So let's first talk about my own experience, because if I can transcend my own experience to you, it's true that I did a play with James Gandolfini, and it's called Streetcar Named Desire. And later on in my life, he found out from a friend of mine where I was working at Caroline's, came down, asked me to audition for the part on the show. And he didn't say, and he said, there are no promises, but I want you to try. He asked me if I'd been acting. And I said, of course, I lied. And lying is very important in this business at times, if you're going to get a job. Lie, cheat, steal to get up there. So I did. I told him I was. But it was true. I was in and out of doing it, but more theater than film. So this should encourage you in the sense of making the transition from theater to film. I really didn't have much film experience. As a matter of fact, very little film experience, as much as to say, I didn't even know what a mark was. How many people, I'm going to go to gallery now. I'm going to gallery. How come you raise your hand if you know what a mark is? Okay, I see a variety of people who know what a mark is. You knew more than me. And I got on The Sopranos not even knowing that. And they had the first AD looking at the mark and looking at me, looking at the mark and looking at me like, do you know where that is? Because you got to hit that because the camera's right there. And, so these are things that you learn by doing. So I had to take a really crash course in film acting when I first got onto The Sopranos, because as I said, theater is about language. And also theater, you have 4 weeks to rehearse. And, I think the reason why they have the 4 weeks is because they want to be relaxed and feel comfortable with the language and the part itself. And being comfortable and relaxed, it's really what it's about. And it's been proven through time, 4 weeks is what you need to do probably a 3-act play. But we all want to feel comfortable. But get used to being not comfortable, because in film and TV, it's more like you got to do it and you're not going to have that preparation, that 4 weeks, and then you go into previews for a week and a half, like Hamilton, 2 weeks of previews. You're outside of New York City, and then they'll bring it in time. The director is honing, he's sharpening, and he's cutting scenes. You don't have that privilege to do that in film and TV. Well, you're going to improvise on set, as I did with The Irishman with Robert De Niro. You're going to be able to improvise, but not in TV and film. You're going to have to bring it there. So you got to do a little bit more homework and more preparation, because it's not the theater. And theater is wonderful, but if you're going to make money, VIP talent is going to give you the tools to make money, then listen up. So that's the difference between theater and film. Now, as I said, I didn't know a lot. I had to take a crash course. So what did I do? Well, I went to a place called the Drama Bookstore, and I spoke to some of my friends on the show, Steve Sharippa, Bobby Bacala, and just curious. You network with people, you're on the show, you're a company, you talk about film acting, it's a little bit different. And James, he suggested a book for me called The Film Acting by Michael Caine. It's called, the exact book, I lost it in Hurricane Sandy. I have to get another issue, but you can also see Acting in Film by Michael Caine on YouTube. It's a video also, Acting in Film by Michael Caine. It's a wonderful British actor. And he talks about the difference between being big and being in film and TV. You have to try to be a lot smaller. It's not so broad like the theater. The camera is your best friend for your whole entire life, but you're not going to acknowledge the camera unless you're told to speak into the camera because you're doing something like What's It All About Alfie. But if you're speaking into the camera, you might want to speak into the camera like the camera is your friend. I think she's really beautiful, Joe. Yeah. But, I don't know if she likes me, but I'm going to try. So, it's small. It's small, and you have to try to learn about the wide shots and close-ups, what to do in a close-up. And Michael is going to explain that to you. For instance, if the camera, which is is right here, and I'm in close up, and then let's say outside of the camera is the actor, I'm going to look at the actor where the camera is placed with my left eye and focus on his right eye. And I'm going to try to not wave it back with my eyes, like shifting my eyes. It happens a lot. We do that in life, but not when we're working in front of the camera. So these are little things you learn. I'm looking at this eye, and then my face. Now, if I look with this eye, in a way, my face turns slightly to the right, where inside it's much better. These are small little tools that you'll learn. Also, the tools in learning that when you're on camera, if you're going to be any good and if you're going to be effective, you have to talk and especially listen. It's subtle. It's the subtlety of you're listening to someone. It's a lot, camera work is very, it's like in life. There's always intention of what you want, because that's in anything you do with acting. You have an intention when you get up on set, and you have an intention when you're in the theater too. In a play, there's always an intention. You can't live without that as an actor, because when you don't get what you want, then you behave in a different way, correct? That's what we do. Baby cries to get his bottle. He cries and cries and cries until he gets his bottle because he's hungry. Same thing for us. It's what we do and how we do it that defines us. So when the camera is on you, there's a subtlety, and should I say, you have to reach a point of neutrality, of listening. So if you're listening to someone, as you do in life, you might be listening to them, but you're not like reacting, like making faces like, You'd be surprised that everyone thinks they have to do something on camera, like, I don't know. Yeah. No, it's small. It's small. I'll get up to the camera like a little bit, and you're telling me something like, your brother got COVID. And you say, and I say, well, were you around him? And you say, well, yeah, I drove him home from the airport yesterday. You see how small it is? And then you go back to that person. So, you want to define that neutral place. And the neutral place is just really, truly listening, observing and listening. It's not like the theater. The theater is, you're listening, but it's different. It's finding now with all these little techniques that we have, you'll learn these techniques until they're second nature. So then you're not saying to myself, am I looking at Bobby? Am I looking at Jessica Biel with my right eye now because I'm in close up? You're just going to do it as it's second nature. You're not going to think twice. You're going to hit your mark. The same thing. You're going to take 3 steps back, and you're going to look at the mark, and then you're going to take 3 steps in and practice it. Practice it before you go, before the director in rehearsal. You're going to practice it in rehearsal. So you're taking 3 steps. So if you're going to say a line in those 3 steps, you're going to hit the mark perfectly, and you're going to connect with the person. So these are the challenges of film, and especially TV. Now, it can be done. And it's been proven that people with very little experience can be pretty effective. An example of this is Catherine Narducci. She brought her son from The Bronx Tale. She played Bobby De Niro's wife in Bronx Tale. She brought her son to an audition. Marty liked her so much that he said, you know what? I want you to work on this role. And she landed the role. Why did she land the role? Because Marty was able to give her confidence to make her relax, to build her up in terms of, so there wasn't any fear when he said action. And also Bobby De Niro, they formed a network, a tight network. They weaved the web. Do you know what I'm saying? And she was able to do this from there. She went to Sopranos. She played Artie Bucco's wife in Sopranos. So, and then she built up experience, because in film and TV, you can build up experience. It always pays to go to VIP talent or acting workshop, because then you're ahead of the game. You always want to see around the curve. You know what I mean? If only I knew how to do that, you always say that to yourself, then perhaps, you know, I might have been a little bit more effective. Well, if you don't have these little tools, it's always better to have the tools. But sometimes it's almost like the less you know, in Catherine's case, the less you know, sometimes is better. And then I'm sure as she progressed in her career, there were roles that she auditioned for and she never landed. She did land that wonderful role with Joe Pesci in Irishman, because Marty likes to keep things in the family. Prior to Irishman, my work in Irishman, I worked on vinyl as Tony Del Greco in the Rock and Roller film about Morris Levy and the corruption. And I was part of that corruption in the music business during Tommy James, if you know him, in the 60s. So, you know, it's challenging, but it can be done, and you can do it. And this is the place to learn where to do it. I think that I'm looking at my notes because, you know, in Sopranos, I learned as I went along, and I used Michael Caine's book, and you know, I asked Terry Winter, the writer of the big show that I was on, Members Only, episode 1 of season 6, where I had a lot to do. You know, who is my character, Terry? I mean, who is he? And Terry said, well, we'll get one of the guys, and we're going to figure that out. And in television, they kind of figure it out by what your personality is. Not that I want to kill myself. Sometimes I do when I don't get an audition. You know, I say it's not worth it. There'll be another audition. You know, so I mean, Terry said, and he did. You know, a lot of stuff, our antics outside of playing basketball, that got on the show. Joe Ganascoli, if I can name his name, he played gay wise guy. He asked for that, by the way. He read about that in Murder Incorporated. So the writers are open to your personality, and they found out mine. And I think in a way they found that I was a sensitive man who really would really care for his family, and would want to sacrifice his life in order to liberate them so they can go to Fort Myers, because Tony wasn't going to let me out. So, you know, in television, it's like that. I mean, in film, you know, it's also like that also, but usually great films are written and also improvised too. So, you know, on Sopranos, I want to give you an example of using yourself. My big episode, I mean, basically when you're one of the leads in an episode, you carry the episode on your back a little bit. You have more to do. You have a wife, you have kids, you're doing more. It's kind of, I'm not afraid to tell you, terrifying. So how do you turn that around? How do you flip that inside out? So, you know, I said to a good friend of mine, Richard Bright, who played Al Neary, he was my mentor. And he said, well, then you use it. You can use that being terrified, because in a way, you're going to get to a point where you're going to commit suicide. That fear and the terror and the horror of not getting what you want, not being able to leave and doing everything that you can, killing Teddy, for Michael Imperioli, for Christopher, being told that you're not going to, and they're not going to be able to, we're not going to have a happily ever after. I used it and it worked. And if you watch the show, you'll see me. And I say this because, you're going to have a scene with, Tony Soprano. It might feel, for me, it's not intimidating because I know Tony. I mean, I know James, but I'm working with Michael and there might be a little bit of fear, but it's okay because you can turn that fear around in what you're doing. On the flip side of that, I'll say that no matter who you work with, I don't care if it's Meryl Streep or whomever you're working with, you're never to be intimidated. You were hired by the casting director to do a job because you're that good. And she wants you to be great. And so does the sound designer. He wants to hear you. And so does the cinematographer and the director and hair and makeup. Everybody's doing all this stuff to make you look great. And it can be somewhat distracting, but you got to keep focused. Keep your focus on, you got to stay within yourself when you're on set. Even though you're getting all this criticism or whatever, people coming up to you doing, you got to stay within yourself. And then you'll ask the other actor, hey, you want to just read the lines? You want to read them over? And you do a speed through perhaps with the other actor. You just speed through the lines because you want to get the lines to be second nature. Now, talking about lines, let's move over to you want to learn them till you're sick of them. Because lights, camera, action, and then you might get to the humming, what the hell am I here for? Because there are some nerves involved here. And if you're with a good director, he's going to relax you. But so you really got to make them learn them. Now, of course, when you do them, there has to be an intention behind what you're doing, because you have to know what you want. Am I getting it? Am I not getting it? Once they're second nature, you can basically, listening to the other actor, you can make the lines your own. For instance of that is when I was working on Irishman with Robert De Niro, in the big scene where I introduced him to Bobby Cannavale, Skinny Razor. We did multiple takes, and then Marty, and he never really did this on vinyl. Well, actually, he might have, but I don't know. I don't recall him doing it to a certain degree. Comes up to us and says, "Okay, I want you to do it this last take. Just throw it away." What do you mean? Throw it away? Just whatever. Just do it. Throw it away. It's just whatever you come up with. Just let it happen. And I did that last take, and I added some dialogue. I say, you see him over there? He's got the receding hairline. That was me, not Steve Zalian, the great writer from Gladiator, who wrote The Irishman, who wrote Gladiator with Russell Crowe. I wrote that dialogue. I didn't get paid for it, but I still did it. So Marty gave me that freedom, and he gives all the actors the freedom. And I was very surprised at the end of the day that was the take that he chose, because it was really loose, and he provided this matrix. And I got to tell you, if you're going to be any good, you got to leave yourself alone and just relax. You're there you've been hired to do it. And now you get a chance. It's so much fun when you get the hang of it. It's a lot of fun. Now, you don't get the immediate gratification that you do with theater, because that's why I love theater too, because you could feel the audience. They're with you. They're crying with you. They're laughing with you, and they feed you. But here on set, You're going to get the cinematographer. You're going to get the other actors to say, man, that was fucking solid, man. You really, you killed that. You burned that scene. You know what I'm saying? And then you get that now when you watch yourself, it's even more different there because it's not the same thing. Say, why I don't feel that same feeling that I felt? Because you were doing it. You were acting it. You had intention. You're acting. Acting is to act. You're acting like I'm doing now. What am I doing? I'm imparting my knowledge to you as best I can between theater and film to try to give you pointers to bridge the theaters on this side and film and TV is here to tell you that, okay, you got to walk across the bridge and know your marks and relax and be calm and know your lines very well. And then let it happen. Just do it. Just do it. And talk and listen, because that's what TV and film is. It's just talking. There's no projection there. There's no projection. You're just talking. I'm going to the store to get some groceries and I'll be back. What's the problem with that? Look, I can't take him now. I need to get my medicine. So, you know, it's just like that. Now, what else can I impart to you? I like to think that, especially working with certain people, if I'm going to be their friend, that I have the humility to go up to them on the set. Let's say I'm Robert De Niro's friend. We probably kicked back a million drinks together, but we didn't kick it back in life. So what do I have to do as the actor? I have to humble myself and go up to Bobby and say, hey, I'm Bobby Finau. It's really a pleasure to meet you. And you know, I know a few friends of yours, Richard Bright, and you worked with him and Once Upon a Time. And I'm, oh, Richard, yeah, it's a shame how he passed away. Yeah. I break the ice. I talk about Ratunya Alda, another friend of mine who did The Deer Hunter with Robert De Niro. Now, why do I do that? Because I have a connection with the actor and the character. So I'm going to be the one to try to connect with him. And I connected with Bobby in that way for that small moment of time. He had so much on his plate. But in that small moment, he embraced it. He embraced me. We talked, we chatted, and I felt at ease with him. So I got a way you can earn. I got a way you can earn with those hindquarters of yours. Hindquarters, big beefs. A friend of mine, Skinny Razor, you know, he likes to sell them. You know, I'll give you a good price. And he wanted, back then it was about survival. And for us, it's survival too. And these are survival things that you'll learn. On the other hand, you don't want to be so forward to disrupt another actor. But if you're working with them, it's okay. Wait for them to, you know, if you want to, but just have humility when you're on set. One of the things I'll tell you on set that you can, once you start getting comfortable, you start laughing and having fun and stuff like that. There was a part in American Gangster that I was playing Josh Brolin's partner. After one of the takes, I was chatting with one of the actors. We were laughing it up, stuff like that. And I wasn't hanging around the set. And Ridley Scott wasn't finished filming. And I walked off the set as opposed to hanging around. And it's always good to hang around until they tell you, okay, you're done. Ridley doesn't want to. And he didn't really dismiss me, Ridley. So another one of the actors who was playing one of the detectives, he landed another scene that I could have been in. I was his partner because he was there at the time. And the first AD said, well, to Ridley, shouldn't it be Bobby in there? Because it's, you know, he's Josh. And Ridley said, no, it doesn't have to be that way. Because Chris, actually, my friend Chris, he got that little bit. And I did of course, I worked on the film for like 5 weeks, but he got that bit because he wasn't fooling around, laughing around and stuff. He hung on the set. He was around. A lot of times directors, they say, oh, get Bobby over here, get him with Josh. They start creating things in their head. How can I make the scene better? And that's what happened. Because I was fooling around, having a good time, laughing, I lost another scene. And of course, screen time is very important. in the sense that if you're playing a satellite role in some way, you want to get as much screen time as you can, because the more you're seen, the more work you might get in the future, especially with the director. So these are things that that come up when you're on set, and you need to have humility. I mean, you don't want to go up to the star and say, "Hey, man, how you doing, man? I'm Bobby. We're working today, man." Or you don't want to tell Ridley Scott. And this is what the first thing when I was on set, I said to Ridley, I said, you know, Ridley, and I didn't know him too well, but I did introduce myself. I think that I would be with Josh Brolin, with Russell Crowe, in that particular office scene, because we go to visit him with crooked cops. We go to visit Russell Crowe. He's a DA or a cop special, but he's honest. And we go to visit. We go to shake him down, basically. And I said to Ridley, and he looked at me and he said, with his glasses, "I don't think so." Now, I could have pushed it. I said, "Are you crazy? I'm from New York. You're from Britain, man. Partners always go in with their partners. You know what I mean? They always go in." I said, "You know what?" And now this was my first day on set. He called me up. They called me up, said, "Can Bobby come down? Even though he's on schedule, can he come down to?" And I said, "Of course, yes." I made it my way down there and everything, Upper Harlem. And I said, "You know, you're right." Now, I felt I was right. But I told him, he was at my first day, I'm not going to question Ridley Scott. You know what Ridley Scott might do? He said, "You know, this actor is difficult. I don't think I want to work with him." You don't want to be difficult on set. You want to be honest. And if you feel something's not right, you have the right to tell the director. But if you have any respect for what he says, you're going to listen to what he has to say. He's the director. You know what I mean? And, you know, of course, you might have a difference of opinion if you're playing the lead in a film. As you get more power, as you get more, I wouldn't say power, as you get more fulcrum leverage in the business, you might be able to question something. But don't forget, it's a collaborative thing that we do. We all collaborate with each other. So you don't want to start trouble. I mean, another example is working with Ridley Scott. He liked to wet everything down. He wet the hallway down. We had to pick up some drugs from one of the places we were going to sell them. We were crooked cops, and we did the scene. And Ricky said, "Cut, mop the floors." Now he wet the streets. He would wet everything. He liked that wet look. I don't know. Maybe that's the way it was back then. I don't know, in the 70s. Anyway, we go to do the take, and me and Josh Brolin, we can hardly walk. We're slipping all over the place. And I'm saying, "Look at this. This is my second day on set." And this guy is like, Jesus, he's like wants me to walk on water, this guy, you know? So we just shut up and we did the best we can to balance ourselves, and we got through it, you know? So, I mean, other actors might say, "I can't do this. I'm going to break my neck." We're working for Ridley Scott. Also, if you have that kind of humility and you're not really braggadocio and so you're not arrogant, because some people get stupid. There's a certain behavior on set. So the first day I get a tap on the shoulder and it's Russell Crowe. And I say, "Hi." He said, "I'm Russell Crowe." I said, "Hi, I'm Bobby Fanaro. It's nice to meet you." Now, there's a man who has humility. He comes up to me and says, "Hi." He knows he's going to be working with me, you know? And so learn this. So if you get up to that point that you stay in that certain realm, that you have humility, you might become very successful. But when you lose that, you lose a sense of who you are. James Gandolfini created this comfortability on Sopranos. So everyone really did well because he was able to make people feel at home, and it was like a family situation. So these are a few of the things that I wanted to impart to you, how to behave. Everyone is
And
there.
Bobby, that even goes for extras, right? Not necessarily the cast, because I've heard some horror stories of extras stopping and trying to take a picture, and especially when you're in character as an actor. Have you ever had a situation like that before, where maybe an extra who was just starting got very gregarious
I've seen people that were difficult,
or super
you know,
excited?
extras that were difficult in terms of their meal breaks, and that they didn't want to, they got their meal breaks, not somebody who really gave trouble on set, Alicia, you know what I mean? But I do see them, and I can guarantee you, because I know they usually work all the time. The extras, it's what they do for a living. Some of them don't never graduate from doing that. They're not,
Professional extras.
yeah, they're not even
They get
asked.
out of it.
They're not asked back, you know. And you know what, you know, is it good to be an extra? Look, I was an extra a couple of times, and then 1 second, let me just shut this off.
Are you guys loving this? Anyway, like when he's talking about Russell Crowe or anybody else going, right?
I mean, I was an extra. I didn't really like doing it, so I said, well, I really don't like doing it, so I'm gonna move on and go to acting workshop and do what's best that I can do, which was theater, and then eventually, you know, transition. I mean, it doesn't matter who you're working with, whether it be Russell Crowe, you know, Jimmy Gandolfini told me, you know, never be intimidated. I mean, you're there for a reason. I mean, if you're going to be intimidated, you're going to get nervous because you're working with, oh, Russell Crowe, oh, Meryl Streep, then you might as well get out of the business, because you're a human being and you have something to say, whether it's just one line, it's important. It all comes together in the end. And everyone is so vital to making a good film. I mean, all the good films, there are great big performances, and there are great small performances. I mean, I've seen small performances tell so much. When my mentor, Richard Bright, if you might know the movie called The Godfather, closes the door on Kay. When he becomes the Godfather, she comes to visit him, and she's at the edge of the office, and they ended the movie, the film that way. He closes the door and he looks at her and closes the door. I mean, so small, yet coming across so big. He's going to protect Michael. You know, these little moments are so important. And the great films have great small performances. How do they have great small performances? Because the director is going to make you comfortable. Now, speaking of that, let's talk about close-up, 2 shots, wide shots. In the wide shot, let's say a wide shot, you're speaking on the street, the camera's away from you. There's a lot more liberty you can do with what you can do as opposed to, but you don't want to kind of forget if you're smoking or if you're doing something while you're saying your lines, you know, like, you take off your glasses at some point and you start making, you start twirling them, I twirl them in the wide shot. You want to try to replicate that in the 2 shot. And then, of course, you might want to try to replicate it in the close-up too. So you want to be careful how much you do in the wide shot. These are things and techniques you learn. And then you go to a 2, and then you're going to go 1-on-1, which is right here and here. So you want to try to keep the performance consistent, but you do have a lot more freedom in the wide shot as opposed to when they come in on you in the 2. Now, a lot of directors, the directors that I like, and if I'm directing, and when I'm directing, I like to let the action play, which means I'll have the camera follow the actors, the 2 actors, and if they're side to side, I might not go 1-on-1 because why am I doing that? Because I know the performance is right there. The feeling and the content of what the essence of what I want to express when he tells his partner that he has AIDS. I mean, if I go into a close-up, I might not get that feeling and that intensity. Do you know what I'm saying? I might try to go in, but at least I have it in the 2, the intensity in the 2 shot, the visual intensity in the 2 shot, as opposed to the 1. So I like to let the action play. a lot of directors are like that, like Marty. You'll see a scene, the camera follows the actor and it comes in on the two people and then they act. They're not going, well, why aren't they going that one on one? Because the director's thinking about the acting. The acting is the most important, the essence of what the person is saying. So these are little things to know also. Now in TV, you're usually going to have, you get the other actor and you're going to stay near the camera. Okay, now we got to go on Bobby. So then you're going to have a break of time. They got to turn all the camera stuff and put it on the other side of the room. So what are you going to do in between that time? You're going to go back to your trailer, or you may tell the actor that you're working with, hey man, can we just go over the lines just a few times? And then, you want to keep working. You want to stay in. You don't want to go back to the trailer, and you don't want to eat. Oh, it's lunchtime. And then lunchtime, it's mealtime. And then after mealtime, we're gonna do your side. Now, are you gonna go have your macaronis and your manigotti and your meatballs and your rice balls?
Did they have that
No.
kind of food at The Sopranos? I need to
Yes,
know.
they did. And you don't
I
want
knew
to eat
it.
that food.
I
You don't want
knew
to eat
it.
that food. You don't want to eat that food before you're doing your big scene. So you want to have, I'll have a little salad, a little coffee. You want to stay within yourself, and then you make a plate for yourself that you can take home, Alicia. Hello.
Man, I wish we were friends back when you were filming. I would have been there every day. Like, you go, I'll stay here
Yes.
and watch your cannolis.
So yeah, that's another thing. You don't want to really act on a full stomach. Yeah, because then the stomach is processing the food. It's your energy is in processing the food. Your energy has to be out here. You're focused out here, not on yourself. I'm focused on you. I'm watching you, how you behave. Create something inside me on film. And then we're cooking. We're back and forth. We're cooking. We're having a tennis match. Because your attention, your awareness is on the other person. Once you're inside yourself, that's a death sentence. Basically, nothing's going to happen because you're not focused on the other person. So, wide shot, two shot, close up. In the close up, in the wide shot, you want to keep it together. You can be free. You don't have to really worry about matching unless you're doing this thing with your glasses at a certain point. Then you say, okay, I took off my glasses when I said, holy cow, we made it. I said, holy cow, we made it. I'll do that on the close-up. Okay, I'll do that on the two shot too. All right. So now if they're doing it in the one shot, then you don't have to worry about that because they're not going in on close-ups and they're not going in on close-up, or they're not going in on a two to do the shot. So these are techniques that you learn. And, all in all, it's always about intention and how you're going to get what you want. But in theater, in film, it's small. And this is why the Zoom thing, when the actors do their parts, for me in the workshop, I try to bring them down to a sense of talking, conversational. You want to be conversational with others. It's a conversation. It's not loud. It's a conversation. Yeah. Do you have sweet potato fries? No? Oh, okay. I'll have regular fries. That's what it is. It's just like that, So you'll learn it as you go along. Now we're winding down. And we're at 2:18. So
Bobby, let me ask you a question.
Yeah,
You've done so much
let's
in your
go.
career.
Let's get to the question part.
Let's get to questions. Okay, so you've done so much in your career between directing and TV and film and theater. What is your favorite? What gives you butterflies? What really challenges you and why?
I love both. I love all the mediums. I do love theater. I don't know what it is. Maybe I come from that. I had that genetic. My uncle was a director. I do like to direct also. And I do get a lot of, it's just different when you're film acting. When you're there, you get that rush of energy. Wow, that was great. But when then you watch yourself on TV, to me, it's not as exciting as when I'm doing it.
I get so excited. I call you on FaceTime and I'm like freaking out. I'm like, I do that. Like when you were on the Sinner, freaked.
Yeah.
You know that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of fun, you know, and of course you might be on the show, and this is a good thing to know too, is that, you know, sometimes they cut scenes, and so you want to make sure you're on the scene before you tell your friends. You know, it's happened to me. Oh, I got a big scene on Sinner, and they cut it out, you know, and so, and it's not your acting, just like auditions are not. Auditions, I just had a very big audition. I was going to talk tomorrow about to the workshop, and I'll just talk very briefly about it. I had an audition that I was terrific, but they just went with an older person. I was told by the writer, one of the writers of a major TV show, Bobby, you were the best one, but they wanted to skewed older for the part. So it's not, a lot of times it's not your fault. It's not your acting. It's just what the director is looking for. So what do you say? You say, I got to find another boat to row. I got to get on another boat. I got to get to the dock.
Or maybe they'll remember you for the next thing.
Yes, exactly.
Yes. Yeah.
So let's more questions. Anybody have questions?
Let me ask you, are you doing a lot of self-tapes now? Can you talk at all about self-tapes?
Yeah, the self-tapes. Well, it's all about the self-tapes. One thing about the self-tapes is you get to do 25 takes, Alicia. And then you got to choose.
I know, because now you're like your own camera guy, you're your own makeup artist. If you're doing any like stage makeup, you got your own lighting and your own audio. What are you using?
I'll say something, you know, but I use a Snowball for the speaker system, Snowball.
Look at that guy, Snowball. That's what he uses.
Snowball. It's an older device, but it's and you want to get your background. You know, I always use this. I put this up during the beginning of COVID, and it's still there. People come over the house and say, "What the hell is that? You got a sheet on the wall." So yeah, it's too much. I don't really want to explain it to you. Right? It's a sheet on the wall. Yeah, I always sheet on the wall. Anyway, you want to get great lighting. The lighting could be a little bit better, but you know, I get the window, and you know, want to get as much. You want to be seen. You want to be heard. And then, of course, I have to say, in the self tapes, usually it's the end takes that are the best, as opposed to the early takes. That's the way it is. The last 3 or 4 takes is probably going to be your best takes. But you know, and of course you can edit it a little bit with iMovie. You can clip it a little bit, and it's good in that way. And of course it does show you on camera being natural, which is a good thing. I do like to have a callback in person, but it's not usually maybe there'll be more of those, because sometimes a casting director will give you a direction to take a scene in a whole nother direction. If I said, this guy doesn't, when he talks, he lectures. I mean, okay, then when I get a great note and I'm going to do it, and it becomes more effective than what I chose to do. That's the thing I miss, Alicia, about going in to see Ellen Lewis, you know, Marty's casting director, or Meredith Tucker from Sopranos, who's doing Tulsa King and who's doing Godfather of Harlem, getting in to see them, and they're giving you a note, and that note, you know that note is going to go to the director because it's going to be on the tape, and the casting director knows what the director is looking for.
Because it's stressful now just to do self tapes. I mean, back in the day, you can go to Georgina Walken, you know what I mean, and sit there and you guys know she's Christopher Walken's wife, huge casting director. I mean, now you don't know, you don't even know if they're watching your self tapes because they could get so many. Yeah,
I mean, usually that's why they have the casting director kind of sift through them. But the thing is, as I'm saying to you, is that, you know, with the casting director, they can give you one note when you're in the self-tape initially is okay, but to bring you in again in person and to tweak you a little bit, he's a little less, how should I say, you know, he doesn't have such an attitude. And that particular take will go to the director, and the casting director, believe me, the casting director and the director, they're simpatico. That's why the director uses that particular casting director. Marty uses the same casting director most of the time. And HBO uses the same casting director because they know who they're looking for. Casting director will go through a list of actors, say, okay, I got such and such and such and such I'm bringing in for these roles. They have them in their head. So you want to be in front of them as much as you can be. You know,
at the Hollywood event, guys, we have a woman by the name of Ronnie Yeskel, who's the head of Quentin Tarantino's casting. So like that, you know, when you're getting those types of, you know, it's just who you know, and I think that it's so important, like you said, to impart the wisdom, because man, there's so much that you've learned from trials and tribulations and booking work and hearing other stories that you bring to the table now why would anybody try to reinvent the wheel? Learn from the best. And that's why we exist, because we want to help you network also. You know, it's such a big thing because you've also, you know, even though you love stage and screen and TV, you've also done voiceover work, Grand Theft Auto. You don't even
Yes.
mention that. That's huge.
Yeah, well, I've done voiceover. I don't have the greatest of voices, but when it comes to the
Still
wise
has
guy
range.
voice, I'm an expert at the wise guy voice. So, I mean, it must be where I'm from
Do
Brooklyn,
you
right?
ever feel like the cast, because Vinny Pastori said that sometimes he felt a little typecast. Like, you know, do you feel as though The Sopranos was ever a blessing and a curse? Because a lot of the cast left and then it was hard for them to get other opportunities.
Well,
Do you
for
feel
myself,
like that ever?
well, for myself, I always
You've
think
been able
that-
to cross over, yeah.
Yeah, I've been able to cross over because of my training and my knowledge and intellect, and of course working on my diction also. So I mean, you can do these things. I've taken workshops in diction to sound less Brooklyn and stuff, but it is very challenging, especially as you said in voiceovers. I never seem to land the Clorox commercial voiceover. I
There's
never
always
could figure
tomorrow.
that,
Yeah.
or the Tide commercial, or you know, it's the wise guy one that I get. So you know, you have to know your strengths, Alicia, and your friends are going to tell you your strengths. If I heard you speak, I have a friend. His name is Bill Demerit. I said, Bill, you have such a great voice, and he's working in voiceovers. Wow, crazy! Like getting a lot of work. You're gifted with certain talents. To try to find that through VIP talent. I tell you, your friends tell you, oh, that was a good scene. You really were that. You're going to find what your strengths are and what your weaknesses are, and you want to exploit your strengths because that's where you're going to get paid. That's where you're going to make your money. You're going to get your living from doing that. There's nothing wrong with it. And then you can, once you're making that living, you get a comfortability to learn and to branch out and do other things. One of my wishes is to direct. Everyone here, it could be a potential actor that I can use in something that I do. So this is so important. You know, sharing this is so important. Any other questions?
When
On
you do
set?
a self-tape, are you doing a slate at the beginning?
Yeah, I do.
Can you
I
do
don't
a
use-
slate for
I don't
us?
use it. I try to dress up in the character, Alicia, as the character, and I'll do the slate, you know, in the dress or the wardrobe that I've chosen. It's very big with me. I try to get a feel what the person wears, because I might be able to use that, you know, if he has lapels or something like that, you know. If he, like the last audition, I used a handkerchief, you know. I took a cup of coffee and I drank the coffee. And I use this, you know, as as a prop, kind of, you know. Very funny, very funny. Yeah. So I mean, you want to, but the slate itself, yeah, I use different slates with the different wardrobe, you know. And I try to be I don't try to have fun on them. Robert Finaro, 6'3". I live in Staten Island, New York. I'm fully vaccinated, you know.
And in order to book TV and film, that's one thing I wanted you to cover. You have to be fully vaccinated and boosted. Are they still doing COVID tests every day for you when you're on set?
Yeah, you do. You do have to go through the barrage of COVID. You know, they'll send somebody to your house, or they'll tell you to go someplace. They'll pay for it. They're still doing that. Of course, COVID's still going around. So it's something we deal with. If one person gets it, the whole set gets it. It's still something that we have to deal with. So for the time being, yes, there's a protocol. There's a SAG protocol, union protocol for that. Yes.
Unbelievable. Hi, Deneen. Well, Bobby, next time I'm in New York, let's get together. Let's recreate The Last Supper. Let's get our friends together. Who wants to come for Italian dinner with us? Type, yeah. Let's see.
Me.
If that's not the coolest picture ever. Bobby and I one time, Bob, remember we went to Little Italy? During an event one time, Bobby and I, Michael rented a limo. He and I went off to Vincent's. We got some Chianti, some baked clams. We just sat there and with a camera crew, and it was so fun.
Yes, it was it was brilliant. We had a great time. Eating is really a big thing in our Italian lives. And
Yeah, you're like dip the bread, and like, Deneen,
Yeah.
you would have loved it. We had like baked clams, and Bobby's like dipping the bread, and people kept coming over and like, oh my God, you're Bobby.
If you go to Vincent's, you need the extra bread for the clams. It's
Yeah,
like
you
a
do.
law. It's one of the irrefutable laws of the universe.
Yes,
Yeah.
Il Cortil too. That's another good one. Il Cortil down there.
All right, well, we're gonna plan it.
All right, well, I
Okay.
say
Yeah, and
I say
you
we
do have to
plan-
get tested every day, even if you're fully vaccinated and boosted every day. Because I don't know if you saw, but Hugh Jackman, I mean, man, fully vaccinated, and two times he got COVID on Broadway. So it happens, but
It's
that's
gonna
why there's
happen,
backups and backups. Yeah.
Yeah, it could, you have to be aware
All
of
right.
that.
Well, we love you.
I love you
Yeah.
too.
Bobby,
And
thank
I hope,
you.
I hope it was helpful, Deneen.
Are you
Oh my
kidding?
God,
This
it
was
was
so
amazing.
good. I loved it. I loved when you were talking about the cameras. So good.
All right.
It's awesome.
Really good.
I'll see
And I
everybody
can't,
tomorrow.
you're one of our coaches. So how many
Yes,
of you
I'll
guys
see
would
everyone
love to be
tomorrow in the
coached by
workshop.
Bobby? Type Bobby, coach me. Because I don't know about you, but if you're looking to get into acting, imagine having his name on your resume. Would it help you a little bit or a lot?
Awesome.
lot.
Hope it would.
A
Hope
whole
it
lot.
would.
All right. Well, we love you.
Love you
Bobby,
too.
thank you so
everybody.
much
Thank
for-
you.
Thank you for spending your Sunday afternoon with us. We appreciate it.
Thank
Everyone
you,
give
Denise.
Bobby a round of applause.
Thank you, guys.
And Bobby's also a phenomenal cook, guys. So
I got
I
my
love
chicken
when
in
you're
the
making
oven
like
now. I gotta
gravy.
get it.
I know. So good. Every single time you
Thank
make
you.
like pasta or something, I'm like, there we go. We got a
Thank
cooking
you,
show
Alicia.
right there. All right. Love you.
Yep. Love you guys. You have a good day and keep going. VIP Talent's going to get you there. I'm going to try my best too. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Hoorah. I'll see you later. Bye.
Awesome.
And that's our
Thank
soundbite. Good.
There we go.
The event is over. Goodbye. I'm just kidding.
The event is not over. We have so much more to go on. So
I know
guys,
the best is yet to come.
I know the best is yet to come. So on a scale of 1 to 10, how awesome has today been? You have been hearing from legends in the entertainment industry. I mean, I don't know about you, but I've been taking notes in the background. It has been absolutely I'm reading the comments and I'm like, it's been awesome. It's been absolutely amazing.
That's a new word. I'm awesome.
It's been
I love
awesome
it.
today,
Let's
has
coin
it not?
Tina, let's get a shirt done. I'm awesome.
I'm awesome. But no, today's been an absolutely tremendous day. We still have so much more to go. How many of you guys would love the opportunity to work with Bobby and have him coach you on how to act, how to break down a script, how to break down the voices and the beats that you use? And I know a lot of our talent that are on here have already worked with him, and I've seen such tremendous growth in each and every one of them. And I could tell you, Bobby and I had a conversation yesterday, and that's what his value is. He just wants to help people and he wants to see you guys grow. So how many of you would love that? And also, how many of you are looking forward to the end cap of our show today, which is where we get to put Ryan Colby on the hot seat? How many of you guys are excited? I know Alicia's excited about that. She loves
The grill
putting-
is hot. I am ready. Let's do it.
We're gonna
Yeah.
sizzle Ryan Colby today. It's gonna be
This is great.
awesome, guys. And just so you know, too, we've been following along with all of your challenges. How many of you would love the opportunity to do a one-on-one with Ryan Colby? How many of you think that would be exhilarating, to say the least? Amazing. It would help. If you would love that, type me in the comments. That would be an amazing opportunity, right? So what we've been doing is we've been following along with the challenges. We're going to give you another challenge at the end of the day. And for those of you that have completed the challenges, we're going to choose one of you to have an opportunity to actually have a one-on-one with Ryan Colby. Here's the catch. Your camera has to be on. If you are, I want to hang out with Ryan Colby, but I can't see you, then I'm not choosing you. Okay. So keep your cameras on. We have Ryan coming up later, we're going to have him on the hot seat. Alicia has something she's going to go over with you guys in a little while that'll really clear a lot up for you. We have one of our dear friends and mentors, Antoinette, coming on shortly. She's going to talk to you about your why, because you know what? If you're doing this, you have to know why you want to do it. because there are amazing days and there are days that are not quite as amazing. So you have to know your why. So you have Antoinette coming up. So guys, we have so much more coming up. But before we get to Ryan Colby and all of these other amazing speakers, I'm going to bring back to the stage probably the most amazing speaker that I know. And he is going to share with you information that you need to sit down, take notes, and be ready to grasp. So, okay, are you guys ready for our next speaker? Hold on. I see some heads nodding. I'm not convinced. Are you guys ready for our next speaker? Yes. Let me bring to the stage, and all of you, a resounding round of applause, the one, the only, Mr. Michael Falcon.
All right, guys, how's everybody doing? All right, good. Bobby's amazing. I've known Bobby for a long time, and he's one of the coolest dudes to work with. And he's such a great coach and mentor. So if you guys are, those of you who haven't had the chance to work with him, if given the opportunity, definitely do not say no to that, because he definitely can change your life. So, but let me keep this show on the road. Let me share my screen. Okay, let's do this one. Okay, all right. Everybody can hear me? Everybody can see my screen? Yes. Okay, good. All right, so this is the Millionaire Mindset 2022, the Actor and Model Cookbook, the ultimate guide to creating a legacy as a professional actor and model by creating the secret recipe to long-lasting success, and plus bonus, creating a memorable personality. All right, so obviously we've been doing this for a long time. For everyone that should be on this call, you guys should have gotten like a whole bunch of gifts from us, including templates for comp cards, an actor's resume, copy of Finding Fame, posing guides, tons and tons of stuff. If for some reason you didn't receive the email or the text message, it's definitely posted in the group. So make sure that you get that. It's like there's literally not a single item on there that could not help your career as an individual, but combined creates definitely a powerful thing. Obviously, we've been doing this for almost 2 decades. And as you know, you guys, we've been featured on Forbes, CBS Radio, Entrepreneur, Fox News, Washington Post, Fortune. And we love doing this. It's fun, right? Obviously, just today's weekend. Obviously, Alicia Kabak is my partner and co-founder of the company. She's a really awesome person. She's going to be speaking up in a little while, so definitely have some fun with her. She's going to really go in depth on some aspects of the industry to really bring you guys up to a level, because for a lot of people, I think most people, the reason they don't get started is they just don't really understand how the industry works. It's like anything else. It seems scary, but once you know, you understand the frameworks, it makes it a lot easier. And again, we work with a lot of amazing people. You know, for those for the talent that are part of our coaching program, you know, 2 years ago, we switched over everything to Zoom. So not only do we now do Zoom trainings, we do live trainings. And honestly, the Zoom trainings have, I think, have given us more success stories of people working in the industry than some of the live trainings did in the past, because I think the live trainings were always, there was such a time in between them. But the Zoom trainings are consistently going on every single other day, 2 or 3 times a week. So for those of you who set in a couple of hours a week on the side, you get to work with some incredible people. And these are not like hacks. These are like some of the top people. Right there's Michael Urie. You know, he's the host of the Drama Desk Awards. He's been on Modern Family, Ugly Betty, stars in so many different shows on Broadway. He's absolutely amazing. So you get to work with people like that on an ongoing basis, literally twice a week. Okay, so again, we have tons of success stories. Been doing this for a long time. So, you know, you guys can kind of see, I'll probably have Deneen, maybe we'll have some of our talent that are on the call, since I know it's a few of our people. Anybody who wants to volunteer and jump on the call and get your chance to speak from stage. So you can say, I spoke from the same stage as Bobby Finaro and all that. Add that to your resume. I'll let some of our talent volunteer to come up, and they can share their experiences with you guys. There's nothing better than hearing it from people just like yourself who are actually living their dreams and following the process. So obviously, in order to become a great actor, there's a lot of moving parts in becoming a great actor. Talent only gets you in the door, right? So you can see all the little mechanical pieces there, okay? So you can think of like your acting career like baking an apple pie, right? You know, so you can have a recipe, you can have, you know, write it down, right? Have a cup of unsalted butter, 3 tablespoons of flour, half a cup of water, white sugar, brown sugar, and so forth. Preheat your oven and so forth. And you can have a great recipe for an apple pie. But the problem is even though you have the recipe, all pies are not going to come out the same, right? So even though you have a recipe and you may think you know what you're doing, doesn't mean you're going to have the same process will work everywhere, right? So as an example for apple pies, You need to know the exact type of flour. You need to know the exact type of oven. You need to know your altitude. I used to work in the restaurant industry for a long time. For those of you that read Finding Fame, I worked in the restaurant industry. We had owned a pizzeria, Italian restaurant, was really successful with it for a very long time. So I understood, I learned how to cook in Brooklyn. Then my restaurant was in Jersey. And even though they were so close, the water and things like that made a huge difference. So you had to take into effect, even though I was following a recipe for making pizza that was 50 plus years old, I had to make slight changes and adjustments to it. So just because you have a recipe you think you know you're doing doesn't mean it's going to be guaranteed to work. But let's just say you just want to ignore that. You're like, Mike, I know what I'm doing. I got the perfect recipe. I got my grandmother's apple pie recipe, and I'm going to go ahead with it. I'm going to become an apple pie millionaire. Awesome. Good for you. 2 thumbs up. Let's make this happen. Well, again, you really have to understand, right? What type of apples are you using? Red Delicious, Granny Smith, Honey Crisp, Golden Delicious, Pink Lady. There's a lot that goes into something. So something as simple as an apple pie, I want you to understand the complexities of it, okay? But you're like, great, success, here I come. I'm going to be an apple pie millionaire. I'm going to get myself a big mansion. I'm going to get a yacht, Mike. I'm going to crush it. I'm going to work with Bill Walsh. Me and Bill Walsh are going to partner up, and we're going to become apple pie millionaires, okay? Well, you can start off from home, right? Be a small entrepreneur, just like starting off as acting and modeling. You preheat your oven. You got to do your, place the bottom crust in your pan, fill it with apples, bake it for 15 minutes. So I just want you to understand the math of here, right? A lot of people want to get started in something and they just kind of have this concept. People overestimate what they can do in a year, and they underestimate what they can do in a decade, right? But let's just say you're able to start this business, right? You can put 4 pies in the oven, right? So if you have a nice size oven, you can bake 4 pies in the oven. So at 8 hours, you can make 32 pies. So if you were doing this from home, you started this apple pie business from home, you can make 32 pies, 8 hours per day. 30-minute prep time per 4 pies equals 8 hours of labor. You then have to take into effect your ingredients, right? 20%. And into inflation, maybe now we'll be at 29.1%, but we'll keep it at 20 for the math. So I'd say you're selling your pies at $7.50 per pie. You brought in $240 minus your 20% is $192 divided by 12 is equal to about $16 per hour less overhead. Okay. So if you were to try to do this become an apple pie millionaire at home, this is what you're looking at, right? So that dream of being a millionaire, right? Well, let's see how long it would take you. 62,500 hours to become a millionaire, or 30 years at that rate. That's you're making $16 per hour and putting in the labor, putting in the time, laying out all your expenses, all of that. That's how long it would take. So it's not a terrible life, right? You're still making money, but you're probably not going to live the life that you wanted. That big yacht probably is going to look a little bit more like that. That big mansion, maybe you could go with one of those little smaller homes, right? And you, your wife, 4 kids can all fit in there comfortably, possibly, right? Obviously, you can have a life, but not what you would dream for, not what you were meant for, right? Everyone here has a story. They're meant for a lot more. And, and I don't want to kind of, sometimes when I do this presentation, I get messages, Mike, I was so motivated, and all of a sudden you crushed my dream. No. Hold on. We're going to solve your problems. Don't worry about it. And these are some old stats. Obviously, the stats change a little bit, but they're definitely within range of today's industry. So this is actually from the United States Bureau of Labor Statistics, okay? At this time, currently, there were 47,000 people employed within the entertainment industry, okay? Their hourly wage ranged anywhere from $9 to $61, depending upon what they were doing. Okay, so a lot of times people think they're going to become an actor or a model and that somehow millions are going to flow into their bank account instantaneously. That's not the reality. What I want you guys to understand is it can be the reality, definitely, but you have to understand where you fit in. You have to understand the roadmap to get there. You just can't say, well, I'm going to go out, I need an agent, and all of a sudden I'm going to be successful. You have to understand that, agencies make 20% of what a talent earns, right? So I want you to think about this, really important for most people. If an agency is making 20% and you're earning 80%, that means you have to do 80% of the work, okay? It's not about finding an agent, it's about becoming the person an agency actually wants to work with. And that's where most people will fail. And that's where people fall into a lot of traps online because they're so desperate just to go out and just anybody who's interested in them, they're ready to run off with them. And Alicia will talk about that later, but I just wanted to kind of put that out there for you guys to start kind of thinking about that. And, you know, when I was doing this study and doing this research, I went even a little bit deeper, right? Because I was kind of curious, and I love math and I love numbers. I love breaking things down. And I said, okay, well, great. Let me go deeper into this. How is this broken down, right? So you can see, you know, the percentage of what people can make, motion pictures, video industry. So the average, so this is taking Tom Cruise's 20 million and the caterers, you know, $20 an hour and averaging it all out. And the hourly wage is about $31. That's the average. So it's a big spread where you fit into the industry, but that's the average. You can see performing art companies around 2440, independent artists and so forth. You can kind of see there that where those expectations lie. And you can even see here, and again, these numbers are a little bit older, but you can see here in New York, what percentage of people applied in New York. New York's was kind of a huge hub still for TV, film, fashion. Atlanta's a huge hub, LA. Honestly, it doesn't matter where you live anymore for auditions and so forth, but there's opportunities all over the country. But I just wanted to kind of narrow it down to kind of see, because at the time when I did this, I was in New York. So I said, hey, out of curiosity, let me see how New York kind of pans out. So you can see here, this is employment by actors. It's a couple of years old also, but the numbers are not going to be too far apart. But you can see here, if you broke down even for California, the hourly mean wage is $34.74, $34.74. Again, these are not my numbers. These are coming from the United States Bureau of Labor Statistics. So my point is where you fit into this and how you put together your career is whether you're going to have a great apple pie, a great career, or you're going to have an apple pie that's just not that great and it's just not doing that well. And what the great part is, if you're brand new and you've never done this before, that's great, because you'll be the best person to work with. If you're somebody who's been doing this a long time, 20, 30, 40 plus years, that's great. There's opportunity there for you, but it's going to take a lot of unlearning to kind of figure out what you've been doing wrong, right? Which again is time and effort to do something like that. So again, I don't want to disappoint anybody, but I just want to show you guys the reality of how this industry actually works. So how do we fix this? Well, great. Well, let's stick with the apple pie story here. And there's a company called GoBelly. Some of you guys might be familiar with it. And what they do is they are a company who handles the baking process, making sure that every single item is correct and done to perfection consistently over and over again. So you can see here, right? You can see a little pie company, right? To stick with the pie theme here. And you can see this was a Broadway actor who decided he made some really great pies, and he had GoBelly work with him. And you can see there from everybody from Oprah to Rachel Ray, all of them love his pies. And it's not the story about the pie, and I'm not trying to make anybody hungry because I know it's probably lunchtime for some of you guys. But my point is that when you have a team, it makes things a lot easier. If you're trying to do this all on your own and you're struggling, I can tell you, you may think you're going fast, but if you want to go far, get yourself a team. If you want to continue doing this on your own, you may think that you're moving faster, but with a team, you're going to go a lot further. And that's what I really want to stress the point to you guys. By having the right people in your life, it opens up unimaginable doors. Like when the partnerships and the people we work with, when you hear about all the awards we've won, the 36 awards and 6 Tonys and the book, that we're working on and all these different things, this is a team. Those are all people. There's some people on this call right now today that are part of our team, okay, that are helping us with our book, that are part of our speakers bureau, that are going to be coaches for our speakers bureau, that are doing all these things, business partners that open up new doors. So when you have a team and you surround yourself with the right people, your life will change in so many ways that's unbelievable. And what we do is our whole business model is built around sharing our team with you. Like literally, right? If you took out all the glitz, all the glamour of what we do, it's literally sharing our team, sharing our success, and giving you access to all the people we built these relationships up with. That's how we do these weekends. That's how we make this all possible. Okay, so let's talk about the casting process, right? Let's talk about the machine of the casting process. So you can apply this whether you're an actor, a model, and so forth. Same idea. So here's how the casting process works. One, a client. So let's say we're going to pick a client, Coca-Cola, McDonald's, Gucci, whatever client. Just choose the word client means a product or a brand. So a client, Coca-Cola, chooses an ad agency to design a commercial for their new product, right? What is Coca-Cola's business model? It's selling soft drinks, right? It's selling sugar water, right? That's their product. That's what they're good at. They're not an advertising agency. Coca-Cola is not an advertising agency. They make soda. McDonald's is a burger joint. They're fast franchise. They're actually their main business model is actually real estate, but I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole with you guys today. But Coca-Cola says, hey, we want a new commercial. We're coming out with a new soft drink. It's going to be grape flavored, grape and orange flavored soda, right? Something, whatever idea they have, they go to the ad agency to design the ad. So the ad agency's paid, and they could be paid hundreds of thousands of dollars for them to come up with this, right? You guys ever watch Mad Men, right? On the show Mad Men, they have to come up with these different ideas. They come up with an idea. Coca-Cola says, awesome. We love it. Well, the ad agency, they're the idea guys. They're our idea ladies. They come up with the idea. Coca-Cola approves it. The ad agency then will go to a production company to bring the ad to life. So a production company will have the people who have the cameras. They have the photographers, all the equipment, the set design, the carpenters, all these people, right? So Coca-Cola now is paid $100,000 for the idea. Now the production company says, great, we can build out this set for you. We're going to shoot it, on a big boat, and fireworks are going to go off, and we're going to launch this new soda, and it's going to be really cool, and all that. We can do all that for this set amount of money. It's going to cost you $1 million to do this commercial. Great. So now the production company, that's what they do. They're in charge of the production. They now go to a casting agency to source the actors, right? So they'll go to an agency that handles casting. This is the production we're working on. It's for Coca-Cola. We need, 5 men, 5 women between the ages of 35 and 55. We want one person who's Asian. We want one person who's multi-ethnic. We want one person who's Caucasian. We want 2 kids, whatever it may be. They go to the casting company. The casting agency will then have character briefs that are sent out to talent agencies. Now, do you think they send it out to one talent agency, or they send it out to more than one? They're going to send it out to more than one, because the more people that are looking to fill these particular roles, the faster they'll be able to get back. The talent agency sends the audition briefs to their actors, and then the actors audition. They wait for the casting agency and the production company, then the ad agency, and then the client to think them suitable over the 200 other lookalike actors who also audition. In other words, audition, let it go. You'll be better off. I don't believe in that. I always believe if you didn't get the part, you should always find out why. And that's one of the things I instill in the talent I work with, because you can always improve upon yourself. But my point being is look at this process. So for those of you who see castings online, they're not real. Okay. There's an entire process to this. Okay. There's a lot of money involved. They're not just going to hire somebody because they raise their hand and they say, I want to be an actor. Okay. They're not going to pick somebody because your mom says, oh my God, my child is so funny. She's such a great actress. Okay. It doesn't work that way. It's called the entertainment business for a reason. It's a business. It's a business that involves hundreds and trillions of dollars worldwide, that employs tens of thousands of people. Okay. At the end of the day, you are part of the final product. That's the choice of the part of the industry you're choosing to get in here. How do I know that? Because you're on the VIP Model and Actor Challenge. Okay. You're not on the VIP casting director and cinematographer challenge. Okay. So I want you to understand where you fit into this. Okay. It's just like that machine. There's many parts to it. And I'm trying to make this as simple as possible, but you can really get into the complexities of this. The right headshots, the right reels, the right demos, understanding the business. I think Bobby did a phenomenal job of really giving you guys a real foundation, and really went really in depth with kind of having you understand a little bit of that. Okay. So at the end of the day, you just need to break down the process into smallest components that you can manage and you can direct. Okay. It's understanding what to wear on an audition, what to say, the etiquette of it, what time to show up, how to do a Zoom call the right way. I see a lot of people on here. Some people have great backgrounds. Some people have nice blur. Some people have strong lighting. Other people haven't even turned their cameras on, right? So as a casting director, it makes my job a lot easier to know who I can get rid of. Sophie's decided she's going to have some water right now. There she goes. See, right? Sophie's smiling, right? See, casting directors are watching everything. That's my job. Christina, she's like right on point, right? Kathleen Gay, she's ready to go, right? Big smile, always smiling on camera. So these things that Ryan notices, these are the things that the people that are speaking here, like for a lot of you guys, when you hear about these success stories of people who just somebody snapped their fingers and changed their life, it's because when they come to these calls, they're ready. They're coming to these trainings. You never know, right? When you have an opportunity to work with Ryan consistently, and you're following along the process, when a role comes along, you already have a relationship with him. That's what this is all about, building these relationships. And obviously, when you have the right ingredients, the final product for an actor is going to be in SAG-AFTRA, right? To be in the Screen Actors Guild, American Federation of Radio and Television Advertising. Okay, that's the union. That's how you do speaking roles. Okay, right. So let's break it down. Right, here's the recipes to become a SAG actor. Read and study. Right, just like anything else in life. Familiarize yourself with the industry. Understand how the industry works. There's so many things you can do. You know, go on Amazon, find books of biographies of some of your favorite actors. There are so many great actors, so many people in the industry who wrote some really great books. They break it down. I love going on Wikipedia. I go on Wikipedia all the time. I'll say, okay, great. Let me think about somebody I saw on TV. I'll go to their IMDb page. I'll see who represents them, who's their agent. Then I'll read about them on Wikipedia, and I'll learn how did they get started. Like, I'm not interested in what they're doing now. That's great. I want to know how they got started. Where did they start? Where did they live? What did they study in school? Who was their first agent? Who was the one who discovered them? How did they transition from not knowing what they're doing to knowing what they're doing? That's what I study. I familiarize myself with every aspect of the industry. The reason why we won a Tony in 2013, because we said one day we want to learn everything there is to know about Broadway. Okay. And we went out and we became producers on Broadway. Like, there's no stopping you, right? I used to wash dishes, but yet I've won 6 Tonys because I familiarize myself with what I'm doing. The same level I treated the restaurant is the same level I treat our talent, is the same level I will be treating our speakers bureau. I'm going to understand the industry every single way. You guys have been following me. See, I've been speaking all over the country. Why? Because I'm going to get myself out there at the level to understand every aspect, not just speaking from stage, but understanding how the whole process works. Okay. Don't move right away. A lot of times people think they have to move. They have to move to LA or New York. Absolutely not. Right now, location doesn't matter. You could be anywhere. Yes, when opportunities come and you're picked for a role and you need it in Atlanta for 2 weeks, great. You'll be in Atlanta for 2 weeks. You'll figure it out. You'll make it happen. Don't worry about things that aren't here yet. The only thing you need to worry about is what's next. What's the next step? What's the next thing you can do to get yourself one step closer? Audition and train locally online. There's so much opportunities for community theater, for working with local photographers, for models. You can find like the top college in your area for photography. They're always going to need models. Like they're going to want to work with models to practice their photography while they're in school. They're students. You can volunteer your time, right? That way you're in a safe environment, trying to figure it out. Like, there's things you can do. There's so many things that I go over. We're actually going to be doing a really special weekend. I'll go over with you guys. While I really can spend a lot more time, because I'm unfortunately really limited here on time today, because we can only squeeze so much into 16 hours, right? Start working on your marketing, right? I gave you guys the template for the actor's resume. I gave you guys the template for comp cards. You have all that. Start working on that. Start looking at that. Get used to rejection, right? Every no just brings you one step closer to a yes. You're always going to be constantly improving yourself. Even the day you win that first Academy Award, the very next day you're going to be constantly improving yourself. It's the same thing. Tiger Woods, one of the greatest golfers in the world. Every day he wakes up, he hits 5,000 golf balls. He became the greatest golfer in the world, won the PGA Tour. Guess what he did the next day? He woke up and hit 5,000 golf balls. People who do great things, this is what they do. This is everyone from every major baseball player, every major football, every actor. They're always consistently improving their craft. They're always consistently working on it. They become obsessed with it. That's what makes people go from being great to being extraordinary to becoming phenomenal. Okay. Be patient, right? In this industry, it's all about patience. Be consistent, right? Be patient, be consistent. When you later on today, you'll get to hear from some of our talent. Some of them doing phenomenal. Some of them just started, but it's always going to be about patient and being consistent, because it's following a process that works. Again, become the person an agent wants to sign. Do extra background work, right? When you first start off, you need to get waivers to be in the union. The union is how you do speaking roles. If you're not in the union and you're not going to do a speaking role, right? So many times people say, I just auditioned for a role on Disney. Really? When did you get your SAG card? Well, I don't have one. Well, you're not going to be doing a speaking role. And plus, Disney doesn't advertise online. So you just sent your pictures and personal information into something that was fake. Oh my God, I sent them my social security number too. I didn't realize. Okay, well, good luck with that, right? understand, again, familiarize yourself with the industry. To me, it's so simple. I've been doing it for so long, so I understand what you guys are doing. But you have to do background work at the beginning. Think of like Spider-Man swinging over the crowd, everybody's running and screaming. You're one of the people running and screaming. Okay. The average unsigned actor will take them 5 years. You have to get 3 to 5 waivers to be in the union. We can get our people into the union in less than 90 days because we work with the casting directors. Like when you're on set and there's 500 background extras there, then maybe only 1 or 2 waivers they give away. Just because you're a background work doesn't mean you're going to get a waiver at all. Once you get your 3 to 5 waivers, depending upon where you are, you get to join your union. You have to cover your own expenses to be in the union. The union runs, I think it's $3,600 to join the union. Your agent's not going to pay for that. That comes out of your pocket. Okay. You want to be in the union? Go on SAG-AFTRA. I always get when people are shocked to hear this. Like, how is it that you want to be an actor, an actress, and you've never been to the SAG-AFTRA website? Like, it just blows my mind. And from a casting standpoint, when you start asking these types of questions, like when you're at the camp, I don't know what SAG-AFTRA is, like they've already checked you off, like you're already done, right? Understand, like they want to hire a model, they want to hire an actor, an actress, they want somebody who understands the industry. Everyone has to be given a chance to start somewhere. But if you're just consistently waiting for somebody else to show you these things, it's going to take you a long time to climb to the top of that mountain. Once you're in the union, that's when you start getting speaking roles. Now, this is when the whole tables turn. Now, oh my goodness. Now, people like Tanya Kleckner and all these people are going to get so excited to work with you because now they can submit you out for speaking roles. Now you got strong headshots. Now you got some community theater under your belt. Now you got some master classes. Now you're certified in stunt work. Now you've done all these things. Now you start becoming that person that an agent wants to work with. Okay. You get speaking roles. First roles you're probably going to get are going to be commercials. Geico ads and McDonald's and Sprite and consumer products and e-commerce. Once you've done some commercials, then you'll start getting smaller speaking parts. Maybe you'll get like a co-starring role or, you know, that alternate character in a movie, right? The bartender who has 3 lines and things like that. As you start building up some speaking roles, you've done some stuff for Netflix and NBC. Then eventually you're going to have with pilot season. Pilot season is all year round. Somebody tells you pilot season's not, they don't know what they're talking about. They're probably over 50 and trying to sell you like some outdated acting class. Pilot seasons now shoot all year because pilots are like shows they shoot a couple of episodes or 1 episode to see if the show can take. So sometimes they have, like, you ever watch like some seasons on Netflix, they shot 1 season, didn't do well, and then they cancel it right in the middle. Well, that's part of like a pilot season. Once you get a pilot, that can now turn into a major role. Okay. And then look, rinse and repeat. You go right back to so now you got a major role. You're co-starring in a movie with Tom Cruise. Well, guess what you do? You read and you study, familiarize yourself with the industry, right? Don't move right away just because, you know, maybe now you can consider moving, but now listen, you want to be represented in New York and LA. You want to have representation in Europe, right? But the point is you follow the foundations. It's that simple. Okay. Yeah, so there's some things in here that you need to know and understand and work with somebody. Yeah, but why not work with Robert Galinsky? Why not work with Bobby? Why not work with me or Allie? We know what we're doing. We've been doing it for 2 decades. I dare you to find somebody who knows more about the industry than we do. Okay. So things you can do. Here's some little simple things. You should have a Gmail account set up, right? Gmail gives you a little free resource, Google Drive. Set up a drive on Google. A lot of times I talk to talent all the time and I'm like, send me this, send me that, send me this. And they're always like, give me 20 minutes, give me an hour. Ryan Colby, when he asks for photos or something, he needs them immediately. Immediately, okay? You guys can ask him to do some Q&A with them. Ask him how fast he needs something immediately. Tanya Kleckner, all of them, this is how it works because they get a call, they need to get you out. So create a folder on Google Drive, put your headshots in one folder, put some of the scripts you're working on. Go and Google some monologues. Have like a little place where you keep all your monologues. Keep yourself so organized that wherever you are, you can just literally jump and get to the information instantaneously. The more organized and the foundation you set up being organized now, trust me, when your life starts getting busy and you're working and you're on different sets, you're going to appreciate doing this now versus trying to do it in the future. Build a team, concentrate on what moves you forward. A lot of times, you know, I go through people's social media. It's like a train wreck. Okay, they have no idea what they're doing. Social media is designed for one thing. It's designed to give a branding approach to who you are in the industry. And you say, well, Mike, I've just started. I don't have a lot of experience. Great. You should be talking about this weekend. You should have been talking about what you learned from Bobby. You should be posting the cover of your book. You should be doing all these things. But you should really understand how social media works. You're like, but Mike, I don't have time. Great. Here's a company called Fiverr. Okay. You can literally go on Fiverr for $40. Okay. You can hire somebody, and even cheaper. Fiverr, because most of the people on there are $5. She literally will create. So this is one I just pulled. I'm not recommending any particular person, but you can go on Fiverr. You can see she's got 5 stars. Over 1,000 people have used this girl. She'll do content creation, platform management, top hashtags and captions, organic traffic, post scheduling, right? So here's the thing. You can pay her $40 and spend the 3 days with her showing you what she's doing. So now all of a sudden you become an expert in social media, like for $40. Like there's no excuse. Okay, we live in a world instantaneous. You need to do a reel. You don't understand video editing. Here's somebody, $20. They'll do video editing for you. Professional video editing, $20. Again, on Fiverr. And it's just not just one person, it's like 1,000. My trick is always look for the 5 stars, read the reviews, see what kind of work they've done. Okay, but you can go out and shoot a self-tape today and have it edited with little pops and little things to make it look cool. That becomes now a part of your reel, part of your resume. Like even you just starting out, that little bit of things to make your image look professional goes such a long way with casting directors. Trust me on this, because they know if you care, you're going to show up. They know you're going to put your best foot forward. If you want somebody to give you a chance, put your best foot forward. Don't be standing on the side of the road shaking your tin cup, waiting for somebody to come rescue you, because it's not going to happen. Great system here. Look at this. $25. You can hire somebody who will literally create a system, have somebody reach out. They'll reach out to casting directors, ad agencies, magazines, promotional companies, right? I will do lead generation by using LinkedIn Sales Navigator. LinkedIn Sales Navigator, you pay for that. Businesses have that. But somebody can have literally somebody go, for $25, we'll go and pull 100 casting directors, ad agencies, magazine editors, and in any zip code. So don't tell me that you live someplace where you couldn't go and find magazines in your local market, advertising agencies in your local market. I don't care where you live in the country, because I do this myself all day long. What do you think an agency does? They go and they pull lists like this all day long. They have people in their office who are paid to do this, but you don't have an agency. You may not have an agent. So guess what? Act as your own agent, right? You can pull these lists and then send out an email. Hey, I'm an upcoming talent. I've been certified in acting. I'm working with VIP. I just did this masterclass with Bobby Fanaro from The Sopranos. I created my own comp cards and headshots. Here's my resume. I may not have a lot of experience, but I have this, right? Plan your time wisely. Having a system, a recipe allows you to grow, do more in less time, and to get to your destination faster, right? There's all things you could be doing and working on every day, okay? And again, there's so much, right? There's film acting, screen, TV, theater acting, voiceover acting, right? You got to hear from Tony the Tiger today. Commercial acting, extra, background. There's all kinds of training, classical acting, modern acting, method acting, right? Lee Strasberg, Stella Adler. Stella Adler, actually the head of Stella Adler is one of our coaches, Patrick Quagliano. The Meisner technique, the Chekhov technique, our show that won the Tonys based upon the writings of Chekhov. Practical aesthetics acting technique. These are all things you should be learning and doing, right? Learn time management. Hold on, guys. I'm like choking here. I'm talking so fast. Time management is a process of organizing and planning how to divide your time between specific activities. Good time management enables you to work smarter, not harder, so that you get more done in less time, even when time is tight and pressure is high, right? Be memorable, right? We talked about this, being able to command a room. How do you present yourself? What's the story that you're telling, right? Don't come in being the clown. Don't be that type of memorable. Introduce yourself to others, no matter where you are. Act like you're the host. Be the first to say hello. Bobby talked about this, right? Russell Crowe came over to him to introduce himself to himself, right? Look at Russell Crowe. He's following these rules here, okay? Make an extra effort to remember people's names. Sweetest sound to a person is their name. When talking to somebody for the first time, hey, Johnny, hey, Michael, hey, Denise, hey, Alicia, it's great conversation when you use somebody's name, right? How are you holding? What's your body language, right? I can kind of scroll through here and there'll be people that their body language is just giving off negative energy. Doesn't mean they're negative, but people will read into that as being negative. They're going to judge you by how you're holding yourself. Okay, really important that you're up, shoulders back, making eye contact with the camera and so forth, smiling, right? Being aware of yourself, especially when you're walking into castings, and even all the more on Zoom now, because now people are able to really focus on you, and especially when you're doing these auditions. Okay, use eye contact. Smile upon meeting somebody. The best way to build rapport is through eye contact. Make everyone feel important by paying full attention to him or her. When you talk to a person, make them feel like they're the only person in the room. So important. When I'm speaking with somebody, I'm at an event, my phone is off. It is on silent. I will not pull my phone out. Okay. When I'm talking with somebody, the only thing that matters is the person I'm having the conversation with, nobody else. Unless the fire alarms are going off, nothing will distract me from that person because I'm going to be fully invested into that minute. I may only have a minute, 2 minutes to spend with that person, but if they're taking the time to conversate with me, I'm going to make sure that I'm fully engaged in the conversation. People will remember that. People will remember that. If there's one thing you want to take from this weekend, be fully engaged with the person that you're having a conversation with, even if it's on Zoom, when you're interacting and going back and forth. Humans designed for interaction. Humans speak to each other. This is how we develop our language, our culture, everything. It's all about that. Be aware again, right? Failing to smile, weak handshakes. Maybe now everybody does fist bumps a little bit more, right? Fist bumps are cool, right? Be careful how you have your arms crossed. Sometimes it's just habit. I do that sometimes too. Sometimes I'm just cold, right? But it gives off, you have to be aware. Be aware of that. It's like just train your mind to be aware of what you're doing. Where are your legs right now? Are they planted firmly on the floor? Where are your hands right now? How are you holding yourself? Are you, slouching in your chair because you've been sitting for too long and Deneen hasn't had you guys jump out of the chair and jumping up and down? She does that for a reason, because she wants you to be fully engaged. She's not doing that because she wants to see you exercising. She's doing that because she wants to get the blood flowing, because she's trying to show you guys how to make a great impression when you're on camera. Okay. Don't be over exaggerated with things, unless maybe you're telling a story and you want to bring the people into your story. But sometimes when talking, you need to be aware of how you're using your hands, where they're going and so forth, because it can take away from the interaction. Slouching, we just talked about that. And fidgeting, that's a real bad habit. That's a nervous habit. You got to catch yourself when you're fidgeting. A lot of people today, fidgeting is just playing with their phones. That's why, if you're at a conference or something, turn your phone off. I'm telling you, you'll survive for an hour, or make sure it's at least on silent. Okay. Show others that you're enjoying your conversation. Don't yawn, look bored, have a case of roving eyes. Allie will pick up on that instantaneously. Every single casting director will pick on that. You guys are aware of that when you're talking to somebody. Listen, right? You not only become more likable, but you really start to understand the person's wants, needs, and desires. Okay. Active listening skills, ask open-ended questions, request clarification, be attentive, summarize, right? Okay, yeah, so we were talking about this, paraphrase, reflect feelings, go back and forth, right? Be in tune to their feelings, ask probing questions. Okay, always think, okay, what is the person trying to tell me? There's a little bit deeper training, but be enthusiastic, right? About things in life to others. People will gravitate toward those who are upbeat, positive, and cheerful. Give them more than they expect. In other words, under promise and over deliver. And that's what we do. Every time somebody asks me how I'm doing, I'm like, I'm living the dream. Every day just gets better and better. It's absolutely phenomenal. And I'll meet two kinds of people. They'll say, wow, that's awesome. Or they'll say, well, that's great for you. Which person do you think I have continued a conversation with? Right? Yeah, exactly. Right? Christine's probably seen me at events do this. I go to people, how are you doing? I'm doing great. Life is awesome. Right? And I put this energy out and people are like, oh, well, good for you. I like, okay, negative Nancy, I'm not hanging out with you. And it works. It literally it's the simplest thing in the world. And I'm able to categorize people instantaneously. It works for me. Doesn't mean it works for everybody. And again, this is all mindset. This is all things you learn over time, surrounding yourself with the best people, right? Most people have two different types of outlooks in life. They're either going to have a fixed mindset or they're going to have a poor mindset. People will break it down into either a rich mindset or a poor mindset. Rich people believe they create their life. They're in charge of their life. They're not always woe is me, that it's somebody else's fault. Rich people play the money game to win. They're about winning. They're about investing in things that move the dial forward for them. They don't live in scarcity and fear. Rich people think big. You know what? I'm going to shoot for the moon. If I fall into the stars, that's great. but I'm going to go as high as I possibly can. I have no fear. Okay. And if I do have fear, fear is just an obstacle that I overcome. Rich people admire other rich people and successful people. I can tell you who our next successful talent will be just by when I post a post, when I have new talent. Say we sign 10 new talent and then a success story goes up. The talent who I know are going to be our next success story, click like and then make a comment, congratulations. The people who ignore it are the ones who are going to struggle longer. It's the craziest thing, but it's Denise's in the background. She just said it's so true. Like we literally pay attention to things like that. And I've seen it in business over and over again. Okay. When I see somebody doing well, I celebrate, I share their post. I'm all about it. I want to surround myself with people like that. I have like, great. That's awesome. What can I learn from that person? I want them to be aware that I'm celebrating their success. I cannot tell you how many relationships and things that came into my life by sharing somebody's success story and congratulating them. Because people take notice of that. There's nothing wrong with that. I've never understood why people don't share in other people's success. Because one day you're going to be successful, and guess what you're going to want? You're going to want other people to share in your success. Rich people are willing to promote, right? Themselves, their value. Rich people are bigger than their problems. Rich people are excellent receivers. You know, when somebody offers you something, so many times people with like a fixed mindset, oh no, why did you do that? You know what you say? Thank you so much. Oh my God, that was so nice of you. That was wonderful. That means the world to me. When you don't know what to say, sometimes you ever get stuck and you want to say thank you, put your hands on your heart. Just, oh my God, thank you so much. That means so much by putting your hands on your heart, right? It's putting that energy out there for people to be able to say, wow, never deny somebody the gratitude and grace of wanting to make you happy and buying you a gift. I never, right? Think about that. They went through all that trouble to buy you a gift, and then you took it away from, oh, why did you do that? You shouldn't have to do that. No. Oh my God, thank you. So it's so wonderful. Thank you so much. Let me give you a big hug. Thank you. Allow them the enjoyment of seeing you happy, right? That's a positive mindset. That's a forward mindset. Rich people choose to get paid based upon their results, right? Success, when you want to find somebody to work with, what's the results that you have? What are the results? I'm willing to put my time and energy on the line to show you I will get you the results, okay? Rich people think both. Both means, how can I do this and also do this? A lot of times pro people, they concentrate on, well, I can't do this because I can't afford it. Instead of saying, changing one word, change your life. How can I afford this? How can I make this happen, right? Rich people manage their money well. It's proven fact over and over again. If you struggled with money when you're poor, you're going to struggle with it when you're rich, unless you go out and you get yourself educated. Yesterday we had Deidre speak about that, right? For those of you on the call, why do you think we brought her here? So we want you guys to start thinking about your future. We want to help you. Okay. Rich people have their money work hard for them. Hiding your money away is never going to do you any good. Trust me. Okay. Making it, investing it in something that benefits you so you can grow and make more money. That's the key to success. It's having multiple streams of income. Rich people act in spite of fear. Okay. Fear is just you not being willing to accept overcoming an obstacle. Doesn't mean that you're going to jump off a building with no net. No, that's stupid. That's not fear. That's stupidity. Big difference. Okay. And rich people consistently learn and grow. And I'm not going to go through both sides because you guys kind of understand, hey, the difference between the two, right? You're not thinking small anymore. You're not focused on your obstacles. You're not resenting other people that are successful, right? You don't think negatively about selling and promotion. Selling is everything. You want to be an actor and model, guess what you're doing? You're selling your talent, you're selling your ability. You're in the advertising business, right? Everything at the end of the day is about promoting and creating contacts and relationships, but it's what value do you bring? When I meet somebody new, I'm always, what can I do to help them? I always say, every single person I've ever met, every single speaker, even when during COVID, we reached out to every speaker, we knew they weren't working. We were doing coaching calls, paying them out of our pocket every day to make sure they were working, okay? Because we said, what can we do to help them? And we knew that those seeds we would plant, they'd come back. Each one of you guys has a special ability. You guys should be working on the thought process of speaking from stage, of putting your book together, right? Creating a podcast. There's so many things you can do to create this brand, and then you can give back and bring to others. Let me help you on this. I'm going through this. It's just not about the final destinations. There's a journey there. There's so many ways to get into this industry. When you combine different angles, different ways, different connections, relationships, we work with Bill Walsh, and I'll talk to you guys about him in a minute. But he's a business strategist. Okay, he created a program called Rainmaker, but yet he starred in multiple movies. He's actually was hanging out with him the other day with Evander Holyfield. Okay, we got to work with him with Lee Strasberg. He's the actor. He's the real sports agent Jerry Maguire is based upon. That opened up so many new doors to like celebrities, people coming to Atlanta. Guy's going to blow your mind when Bill shows up there and who he's bringing with him, because it's connections, it's relationships. I concentrate. I'm a forward thinking, and you guys have. Sorry, guys, my throat. You guys have all these opportunities. They're in front of you. It's just a matter of you being prepared and saying yes. Okay, so let's continue before I run out. Am I doing okay on time, Deneen? Okay, good, perfect. So many people are not successful because they fail enough times. They let fear hold them back. Okay, sometimes you need to fail, right? Fail forward fast. Okay, so success is neither magical nor mysterious. Success is the natural consequence of consistently applying fundamentals. Jim Rohn, phenomenal person. If you've never read his books, pick them up. For those of you who've read Finding Fame, I talk a lot about the restaurant industry. I talked about it earlier. That's actually a picture of my location. It's still there. It's in New Jersey. You guys can go visit it. If you do, order the Santa Fe deep dish pizza. That was my original recipe. It won multiple awards. But to me, success is a framework. It's like a recipe. It can be duplicated and shared with the world. So that's what life's all about, right? And then eventually you create your own frameworks. You take what you learn and you improve upon them. And then we all move together, right? A rising tide raises all ships, okay? So my name is Michael Hopkin. That's the Actor and Model Cookbook, the ultimate guide to creating a legacy as a professional actor by creating the secret recipe to long-lasting success. And we also talked a little bit about creating a memorable personality. So with that thought in mind, I know I kind of gave you an overwhelming amount of information. And I wish I could spend all day with you guys and all week, because I love doing this. Obviously, you can see my passion, everybody's passion here. So I know we're kind of coming down. We have Antoinette Stratton coming up next. So what I want to do with you guys is I just want to go over something with you. I talked about this earlier. I put something together, and if I have your permission, I just want to share it with you for a way for us to be able to work together. So I created something, and if I have your permission, I'm going to pull that up. I'm going to go through it with you guys. We will take Q&A on this later, okay? Because this is a lot. And for those of you who've been to these before, know I always go crazy when I do these types of offers for people. And when speaking with Bill, and I'm going to include him a little bit in here, Bill Walsh, our business partner, gave us a really great opportunity to help you guys at a level that I even myself could never imagine I could do. So being this is our first challenge ever, my offers are insane, and everyone will agree. This one here, I've taken it to a whole nother level. So this is something that if you guys are ready to change your whole life, this will definitely change your whole life. So I'm going to go through it. I'll go a little bit in depth. But I do want to stay on time because Antoinette Stratton's coming on, and she's going to talk about creating your why and finding your why. And that is so powerful and so important for you guys. But I just want to put this out there so that way you guys will just see what I kind of worked on. Plus, I'm really happy about it. So this offer is all geared towards Hollywood. Okay. So this is Unlock the Celebrity in You experience in Hollywood. Okay. And pretty much what I did was I wanted to put something together that would literally have everything that you needed to go from where you were to where you wanted to be in a full entire program. So this is the proven program to elevate your career as an actor, model, and entrepreneur.
You can't see.
Oh, you guys can't see my screen? Sorry, guys. Hold on. All right, here we go. That's why.
Much better.
Okay, good.
Unlock the Celebrity.
All right. Okay, so here, let me show you so you missed it. I went through all this trouble making these slides and nobody could see my pretty slides. So Unlock the Celebrity in You experience in Hollywood. Okay, here we go. My nice little transitions. I'm so proud of myself and my PowerPoint skills. All right, so this is the proven program to elevate your career as an actor, model, and entrepreneur. So I'm going to explain it to you. I'll go into a little bit of detail, but later we'll take Q&A just because I know I don't want to go over, and I want to pay respect to Antoinette. So first of all, this is what you're going to get. The VIP Ignite live networking event in Hollywood, October 2022. So this is it. This is like, this is what made us famous. Okay, for 16 years doing these large networking events where we bring in 35 of the most powerful people in the entertainment industry. People snap their fingers and change your life in 30 seconds or less. Okay, we have not done an event like this in over 2 years. Okay, the entire world was shut down. Okay, so this is it. So this is going to be over the top, like incredible. So you're going to have the opportunity to sit down with people like Tanya Kleckner. Frankie's coming out there. We have casting directors, producers, agents. Like, this is going to be the most incredible event we've ever done. You literally get full access to that. While you're there at the event, you'll get professional headshots done. So actually the day of the event, you would come in, we would do your headshots in the morning. We kind of have some round tables and some like speaker panels, and then you'll spend the rest of the entire day meeting with people one-on-one. You can spend as much time as you want with anybody. We will prepare you for this. So it's not like where you just show up and you're like, oh my God, what am I going to do? No, you'll be prepared well in advance for this. So now you're going to get the networking event live in Hollywood. You're going to get the professional headshots. We're going to have a celebrity stylist on location. Mr. Ryan Colby will be there to make sure, and we will spend time with you guys prior to the events. We do all kinds of preparation calls to make sure that you're dressed properly, you know what to say, what you know what to do, how to prepare your resume, everything you need to know. As long as you follow this process, you will have people like literally knocking themselves over to get to you, to sign you, to place you on set. Because this is what we do. Like, it's a screening process. This is not like something you go buy a ticket for. You have to go through this whole process to even be a part of it. We're also now, because we have Truth Management, we'll sign you to our agency. So you'll be under us as a mother agency, which means that you'll have, anytime somebody wants to work with you, and Deneen can attest to this, and even some of the talent can, anytime somebody reaches out to you, you just reach out to us. Like, you send them our way, we ask them all the questions. We make sure they're legitimate. We make sure they're real. We make sure that they're, how much you're getting paid, what are the contracts, anything you need to know. Okay, so all the talent that you see, all the consistent time that are like, even Wendy Fouch, she's like literally, she works like every other day. Every single movie, every single film she's on, we always review everything for her. We're our mother agent, okay? That's what we do. That's our job. And then our job as a mother agent is to place you with a larger agency. We will always be your agent, but we'll always be your mother agent. And then we're going to get you placed in LA, New York, Atlanta, Miami, wherever it may be, okay? Obviously, being a part of the agency, we do things differently here. You have access to not only your digital portfolio, but also a calendar and booking software. So you're able to log into the site and know exactly what's going on. So like any expenses, any bookings that are coming up, you have a calendar. Like, our expectations are you block off your time so we know you're not available on certain days and so forth. Okay, I'd say 99% of all our talent are really good at this. Like, we never really run into issues ever. We work hand in hand with a lot of other agents. We work hand in hand with Ryan. So it's really important, because it's just not us that's on track to make sure everything works. It's the clients are dependent upon us, and the people that we work with are dependent upon us. So that's something we go through. You spend the whole day with Deneen. She goes through all that with you. You'll have access to what we call the VIP Elite Talent Academy. That's our live training. So that's like literally Zoom calls. So literally, for those of you who get accepted into the program, literally this week you start working with Bobby Fanaro, Robert Galinsky, Mark Schoenfeld, Antoinette Stratton. Literally, you're live on Zoom, interacting, asking questions. They're a ton of fun, and you'll learn a lot, and that's ongoing every single week. So you'll have access to that. Then also, because we've been doing this for so long now, we have 400 hours of on-demand training. You'll have access to that. We call that the Vault. And what that is all the trainings get archived. We have a special website. You log into it, and then you can do like a search. So like, say you had a monologue coming up, you search for monologue. All the trainings on monologues come up. You have to work on a script. Type in work on a script. All the videos that deal with that. And we have trainings there from people from America's Next Top Model, the head of L'Oreal Casting, the Phantom of the Opera himself. Like our people that we work with are like 10-star and above. Like, we do not have anybody who's like, well, I'm an acting coach part-time. No, like the people we have, they're working in the industry consistently. So you're always getting the best training possible. And then we're going to be doing a special weekend called Stage to Screen Virtual Weekend. And that day you're going to learn table read secrets from pilot to series, release date training, auditioning for pilot. You're going to learn all the techniques of memorizing a monologue. You're going to learn on-camera auditions. You're going to get really in-depth on self-tape. And we're also going to be doing something special for people who are interested in the music industry. We're going to have some really special speakers talking about transitioning and working both in the TV, film industry, print division, and also in the music industry. And then, of course, with our partner, Bill Walsh, You're also going to receive a ticket to come to Las Vegas. And not only you get to come to Hollywood, but this one here is double. You get two events. You get to come to Las Vegas in December 2022 to attend Bill Walsh's Icon Speaker Camp. Just to let you know, you can purchase that separately. You don't need to interview for that. You don't need to be approved for that. You can literally go on iPower Team's website and purchase a ticket for Icon. It's $3,000. So you will get that from us as our gift, as a bonus. And then we're also going to do a special Speak to Convert virtual weekend where we're really going to teach you guys really how to dominate and really command a room, command a conversation, and really elevate your speaking skills, and also show you ways where you can earn an extra $50,000 a year as a public speaker, speaking from different events and so forth. So that's going to be absolutely incredible. So you get all of that. If you combine the total value, the VIP live networking event, the professional headshot, celebrity stylist, signed to Truth Management training, the Talent Academy, live training every week, like literally that's priceless. The on-demand training, the Stage to Screen virtual weekend, table read secrets, pilot the series, release date training, auditioning for pilots, 12-page monologue, on-camera audition, self-tape workshop, become a musical icon, and you get to go to Icon Speaker Camp, which will blow your mind in ways you can't even imagine. The Speak to Convert virtual weekend, if you combine that, total comes out to $20,385. But because Mike loves to help people out, we're doing all of that. It's a one-time pay. It's only $19.97. So less than the cost of attending our event. And just so you know, the $21.97, the event's actually $24.97. I actually caught that. So if anyone wants to buy a separate ticket to our event, the event ticket's $24.97. These are real prices. These are not like Mike made these up. Like you can literally, want to go to Icon, it's $3,000. Let me tell you, the Icon Camp alone will change your life. Not only will you learn how to become an iconic speaker there, speaking from stage, but you're also going to be able to, within 30 days, complete your book. Bill will go through it. I went through Icon, just so you guys know. I just went through the Icon training with Deneen and Alicia, and it was absolutely phenomenal. Like I cannot recommend that, like 10 times, times 10 times 10 times 10. Like Bill's the first event I've ever been to that like can compete with what we do for over delivering. Like he is like, that's why we're business partners, because me and him just hit it off. We both over deliver in ways you can't even possibly imagine. Actually, Christine was actually there for part of the event, the Wealth Camp, and so forth. So she can attest to that. So again, it's only $19.97. You get all of that. I just want to go over this. We will take questions on this later. But for those of you, just to let you know, for Bill to be able to do the Icon, that's very limited. We're only limited to 20 people. You do have to be approved to get this, because we're giving this to you as a bonus from us. So not only do you get everything I said, you get to come to Hollywood, you get to do all those things, but you also get to come to Las Vegas for the event with Bill. We're only allowed 20 people. Those, we have to give him the list. So we have to make sure we know who's coming and all that. It's a process. So because this is limited, I know there's like 90 something people on here, and I know every single person is going to want to do this. If you want to schedule for this before doing Q&A, that's the link. Schedule now, because once these appointment slots run out, that's it. So don't be the person, and this happens every single time I do this. And normally I just let everybody schedule. I'm like, okay, well, hey, just let fate be in their hands, right? Let God sort it out. I want to be really fair with you guys this time. Schedule now, trust me, because at 6 o'clock, you're going to be on here telling Deneen there's no more spots available. So, and trust me, and then you're going to get your interview spot at the end of the week versus being able to have your interview tomorrow or Tuesday and being the first person. Okay. And trust me on this, you want to be one of the first people to do all this. Okay. So it's Deneen will drop the link in there for you guys. Trust me on this, schedule now. But that is Unlock the Celebrity and You Experience in Hollywood and in Las Vegas. All right. Did I not over deliver on this one? All right. I took this. Woo. So anyway, let me turn this back over to Deneen, and I will see you guys later today. Bye, guys.
Holy cow. That was so good.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, who's coming to Hollywood and who is coming to Las Vegas to have your lives change? Come on now. How exciting
I want
is
to see
this?
everybody write, save me a ticket. Let me see. Save me a ticket. Bill Walsh and Lee Steinberg. Lee Steinberg, guys, is a sports agent who literally manages some of the biggest names on the planet, you guys ever heard of somebody by the name of Patrick Mahomes? Kansas City Chiefs, $475 million contract. He is the #1 sports agent in the world, and that's Bill Walsh's partner. So for those of you guys that are going to get a chance to go to Las Vegas, don't just watch the Super Bowl, be part of it. This is crazy.
Awesome. Yeah, like what a tremendous opportunity. It's going to be mind-blowing. I'm dropping the link here, so if anyone wants to schedule now, trust me, you want to schedule for tomorrow, for Tuesday, because once we're done with our tickets, we're literally only allowed to give away. So
it's a hard cutoff at 20. And for those of you guys that are already going to Hollywood, still schedule, because Vegas, this is brand new to us. So this is super cool that we even have 20 tickets for that. So schedule now.
Huge opportunity for you guys. And like we were saying, speak from stage. Like learning how to speak from stage could literally fund everything that you guys want to do, right? Like imagine like speaking a couple times a month or a couple times a month from stage, and then, wow, okay, you know what? I can go, where's VIP Ignite going next? Okay, let me join. Okay, that's not a problem. How awesome would that be? Tremendous opportunity for you. So there is I just dropped the link. But you know what, guys, again, Alicia and I are going to take Q&A in a little while. But first, we have our next speaker coming on. But Mike noticed that some of you were slouching when he was talking. So this is what I need you guys to do. I need you to get up real quick. Come on, get up. We have so much to do. Get your butts out of your chairs. Thank you very much. All right. Just stretch. Here, yeah, jump up and down. I lose my head when I do that with my background, but jump up and down, bring some energy, punch, do whatever you got to do to get yourself some energy going. Our next speaker deserves all of your energy and all of your attention. All right. Do you feel better? Do you feel more energized? Are you guys excited? Show me your superhero pose and go. Awesome. I love it. Awesome. All right. Take a seat, get some water, and allow me to introduce our next guest to you right now. So our next guest has worked as a manager for many, many years, and now is also working as a producer. She originally managed a variety of talent and transitioned to focusing on management for her husband, Richard Stratton's career. Antoinette has many projects she has helped to develop, bring to the screen, or to the publishing world behind the scenes with or for Richard Stratton. Antoinette is a humanitarian and cares about many social reforms and platforms. She volunteers for several nonprofit companies. She believes if you teach a person to thrive and encourage them on their journey, they will have a better chance of succeeding. And most recently, she has been known to travel the world with her son, Ivan, who is a master soccer player. So join me in welcoming, with a thunderous round of applause and as much excitement as you can, the one, the only, Antoinette Stratton.
Thank you so much, Denise. How are you, Deneen?
I'm amazing. How are you?
I'm fantastic. It's a beautiful day. How could we not be anything other than fantastic?
I know.
Every day is a gift. Every day is a gift. You get to live, enjoy, work your craft. I mean, we're in good times right now. So every day. I was recently in West Virginia, which I'm headed to Germany in a couple of weeks. Yes, so my life, but I was in a car and the driver said something that resonated with me. He said it's 10% of what happens to you and 90% are how you react to it. That's life, right? So with further ado, it's just, those are the best words you can remember, is 90% of how you respond to anything, guys, okay? So I'm ready to start if you're ready.
Let's go, Antoinette. Let's go.
I'm ready. Sending you a lot of love. Hi, everybody. How are you today? I'm so happy to be here. And I'm happy to have this time to share with you. I feel like I would love, I know time is of the essence and factor, but one day I'd love a time when we could all just be in person. And yes, I'll still have, a set time because we have a lot to cover, but just to be able to do like Q&A and just answer questions and just respond, because life is about growth and experience and what you've gone through. And based on what you've gone through, you're able to give that information back. And that's what impacts your life, guys. Listen, you got a lot of great people this weekend. You've got a lot of information. Just absorb, write, take notes on your phone, take manual notes, and then come back and process all of this and say, wow, and see how you can better advance in your life. Okay. So I'm talking about finding what is the why in your life, finding your voice in that why, but mainly what is the why in your life? And, I'm going to start with myself. My why, since I can ever remember in my life, is, why am I doing this? I'm kind, I'm compassionate, I'm understanding, I'm competitive, super competitive, win at the highest level. So even though I've always been kind, compassionate, and understanding, I am super competitive. Even like my son is an athlete and he's an elite soccer player, but just know I will get out there with him and try to score more goals than him and run with him and race with him. So super competitive. And I've always had, my why is never give up, don't quit at any cost. And listen. And even though I'm chatty and I love people, I listen and I hear everything. So as much as I'm talking, I'm hearing what you're saying. And most importantly, I'm processing the words. And remember that I process everything. So sometimes I'll be talking, I'm listening. I can hear 4 other conversations going on in the room. And my family says that's a gift. My son says it's a curse. He's kind of like, well, how do you do it? I said, it's what I know. It's what I'm used to. But even in being like that, I process everything. Right. So those are my whys. And that's been my why. All of those for a long time, guys. So I think the most important thing is be the best you can be. Okay. So how do you be the best you can be? And with that, slow to speak. So if I'm in a room learning, I am very slow to speak. When I said I'm chatty and I listen, but I know when I'm around greatness, I know when I'm learning lessons, I know when it's my time to be slow to speak, because you know why? I'm learning, right? Which is great. So those attributes have been my driving force in my decision-making my entire life. And I can tell you, for those of you who know me, you've heard my story, you've heard so many things I've shared, but I can tell you that my drive and my passion and my desire to just go has always been from the very, I can think back to going to an event with Richard and everybody at the time. He was with ICM, right? And everybody who was in the business, from, the top CEOs, the top owners, to the top actors were there. And I just remember being in that room and saying to myself, who would I like to represent? For me, it was just back to competitive. Who would I like to connect with? And I remember connecting with one of the heads of ICM, and he's dead, but his name is Jack Gilardi, and he died recently. And he invited me, I had to go work and I had some clients to introduce him to. And I went to his office and I ended up going out that night. And that night we had, this is a long time ago, but we had Sly Stallone. We had a bunch of people at the table at a restaurant called Aggo in LA. And you know what happened? Connections, making things happen. My desire, drive, my compassion, my passion as well. So you see how all of these things and my drive, that wasn't something I don't think anyone taught me. It was just my why. Those were my why. And when opportunity knocks, how many of you know you better walk through that door? So that was my time. That was my opportunity. I had my whys, right? And with my whys, I just walked through that door. So I've always asked everyone when I'm talking to people, like when I get to know you and we're in a one-on-one, I will always listen. And then I'll say, what's your why? And you know how many people have told me, I'm not so sure. I don't know. Let me think about it. Let me get back to you next week. That's like me telling you I'd like to put you in one of my TV series and what's your gift? And you told me you can sing. And now I ask you to sing, you're like, oh, let me rehearse first. Let me get back to you next week. Not going to work, because if you've told me that's what you do, then you need to be ready to go at the drop of a hat, right? Oh, well, let me hear you say something. Let me hear a monologue. Let me see. Not next week. Okay. So that's your why. Your why for me cannot be next week. It has to be now. Okay. It has to be in the moment. It has to be living in that moment. And that's why I started with my whys, because from the time I can remember, those are always my whys. And that's why I am where I am, because of my whys. So when I ask, why's your why? I ask because your why determines your future. You should write that down. Your why determines your future. Okay. Your existence, your reason for doing what you do, everything you're doing right now is because of a why. Every place you are right now is because of a decision you made, is a decision I made, a decision Richard, my husband, made, a decision Ivan made. Everybody knows you're my family. I talk about Bianca, I talk about Sasha, I talk about Ivan. Ivan just turned 16 years old. He's an elite player and he's headed to Germany to get scouted, not to play in a camp in like 2 weeks. All right, 16 years old. Why? Because of his whys. I'm sharing that, not, thank you for congratulating him, but his why. This is a kid who naturally, Richard and I are athletic. He's an athletic kid, but as a kid, he played baseball, soccer, swimming, you name it, tennis. And one day when he was like 6, 7, 8, young, he decided his why was soccer. Why? Because he loved the sport. He had a passion for the sport. I can tell you right now, he wakes up in the morning with a soccer ball under his feet. He goes to bed. Sometimes he's juggling in my home. A few lamps have been broken. A few. I won't say how many, and I just gotta go, okay, he's living his dream, okay. And this ties into each one of you. Are you living your passion? Are you living your dream? I am. I produce movies. I am really the backbone. Yes, Richard has an agent who works with me. We have, PR, but I am the backbone to Richard's business. To his success, I am the backbone. When HarperCollins, he's got a new book out. It's not out until November, but it's on pre-sales everywhere. You name it, Defending Alice. I, with his agent, negotiated that deal. And that deal took a lot of work, but I was really the one on the phone with them all the time. He's creative. He doesn't need to be involved in how much is the pay, what we're going to do, what kind of deal we're doing, right? That's my why. My why. I'm on those calls and I'm like this. I'm 100% like so excited. That's my why. That's my passion. That's my drive. I'm working my deals. That's me. That's what I love. Didn't I say I'm competitive? So, I will compete. I'll go back and forth. You offer a certain amount. I'm going back and forth. Okay, well, can we up that? Can we learn, So that's my why. I never take just what. I take what the last deal was, what he deserves, what I deserve. And the agent the other day wanted to talk to someone for me. He's been with us since the 90s. Richard, 1999. He was the head of Endeavors TV. It was William Morris. Then he went to ICM. And you know what I said to him the other day? I got it. I was like, no, I got it. I don't nicely. I don't need you to do that. I'll make the call. I'll do my own. I'll let the person know. And it's a deal in which the option expired and I'm firing the person. Because if your option is up on a car, you don't have the lease to the car anymore, right? Right or wrong? Your option is up, a lease on a house, you don't have that option anymore. Well, that's the world you're in. So when someone's option is up, unless you're renewing it, you don't have rights to the business we're doing. So it's like, oh, no. I'm happy to do it. So that's what I do. So how that ties into you is because back to Ivan. Ivan is every night. Forget the club, he trains 4 times a week. But when I tell you every night he's out training, he was last night in our backyard from, I think like I was doing my own work. So he left at 7 o'clock and he surfaced again like 10:30 in the nighttime. Training, preparing himself for Germany, preparing himself, always being ready. That's what we have to do. Back to the monologues, always being ready. Back to, can you give me a monologue? Oh, well, let me pull out some paper. Let me rehearse. No, not going to work. Musician, hey, we have musicians. Some of you are really good, right? Play guitar, because that's my passion. And I'm going to do that. I'm going to learn several languages. I just have to get through this year because we're in a whirlwind this year. But that's my new thing, is on my list, is playing guitar. I bought Ivan a new guitar. He doesn't have the time. He makes all A's and honors. So guess who the guitar is really for? It was for me anyway. It was just him. Maybe I kind of projected that dream onto him anyway over the years. I don't know, but he's very outspoken. He's very calm, but he's laid back, but he's very direct. He was like, I don't have time. And I was thinking, oh, so the guitar is mine now because it's new, which I wanted it anyway. So telling you that's my dream. I work my craft every night, guys. Richard has won every award in the film business, every writing, New York Press Award, Google it. But when I tell you he works 7 days a week writing, 7, even on Christmas, he gets up in the morning, he'll tell me I need 3 hours. What am I getting to all of you? That's our why. That's my why. What is your why? The moment I transitioned to know my why when I was in my early 20s, really, like late teens, my business model changed. My life changed. Did it happen overnight? Absolutely not. But guess what? I was headed in the right direction. I was headed connecting. I was getting on the right path, being where I needed to be. And when opportunity came, you rest assured, when I was sitting in that restaurant with Jack Gilardi and Sly Stallone came over and he set the table. Do you think I was like, oh, what do you do? Oh, I manage. And fast forward, about a couple of years later, he called Richard. And at that time, he was one of my favorite actors because I loved his voice, that deep voice. And don't ask me how I ended up that particular day answering our business phone. I don't know how. I don't know where my assistant was, but I did. And I heard calling for Richard Stratton. And I knew that voice. And I was so excited. Oh, who's calling, please? Sylvester Stallone. I got so excited. But I was like, one moment, please. I paused him on the whole button and started screaming. And I never get that excited about anyone. Why? Because he was a part of my why, remember, back in the day. And so when I saw that come full circle, my why had been answered. So your why is the reason to your future. Your why is the reason for your future success. If Ivan had not been out there training every night, every day, plus going to school, plus making A's, he's up. He would not be going on these trips to further whatever. We're just following, this is not my dream. This is his dream. And we're just he's allowing us to walk through that dream with him. And we're just there to help be there, right? Right. Okay. So you must have, this is writing, a strong enough reason to complete your journey in life. You must have a strong enough reason to complete your journey in life, okay? Your existence and your reason for doing what you do is your why. And you must have a strong enough reason, okay, to complete your journey. Now, you do not have to be the best actor, the best model, the best musician, the best speaker, the best athlete. Yes, I know all of you are like, what? Yes, but that's correct. You must, it's very true. And I'll tell you why. Because what you must have is you must have the whys. Determination. Why number 1? We're going to go into this more in detail. Why number 2? Resilience, because those no's you get, if you're not resilient, and for me, it's just bouncing back, which is hard in life when you get no's. There's your why. You'll quit, right? Oh, I heard too many no's. I can't do this anymore. I'm depressed. I'm crushed. You see, you just talked yourself out of it, right? When you're that close to your success. Commitment. Big, number 3, or C. a committed person instead of a talented person. Now, you have to be talented and committed, but give me a talented, committed person any day than just a non-committed person who's talented. You know why? Because it doesn't matter how talented you are. If you're not committed, you're not walking through the door. Because when you should be on that call, on that Zoom call, when that agent calls you, when you have to be up at 6 a.m. to be ready, guess where you're going to be? I overslept. Why'd you oversleep? Oh, I stayed up 3 a.m. Someone left me a message yesterday for business, not my connection. I'm emphasizing that because I don't put myself in a personal space, but someone left me a business message yesterday. Oh my gosh, I got through 1 minute and I did not finish the message. Would you like to know why? Raise your hands if you'd like to know why. Okay, I'll tell you why. Person's calling me for work. And hi, Antoinette, I'm so sorry we didn't connect. We had a set time. My time is valuable. Your time is valuable. And this was like 3 hours later. And they said, I'm so sorry. I'm calling to apologize. But you know what happened? I've been sick and I had a cold and they gave me on the message every reason they were. And right now I'm just feeling better. And click. Done, finito. I can tell you some stories about my mom in the hospital. Allie knows them. Allie knows about her grandma, and she had to go on television with Galinsky, NBC. She was there. I have to do what I have to do. I'm committed to each one of you. Guess what? I have stuff happening, but I'm here, right? My poor dog is 6. Our yellow lab, she's, all of you who know us know Lola. And if Ivan just turned 16 and we had Lola 3 months before, and Lola was 3 months old, so she's 16 and a half. She's still full of energy. She walks, but her legs are a little slower than what they used to be, right? And so Friday, I was doing some work. Richard took Lola for a walk. I get a call. Lola is outside and I can't get her up. Never happened, but she is 16 and a half. I immediately thought, I'm on a call, but I'm a fixer, guys. I'm a problem solver. That's who I am. I thought, Ivan, he's here, he's doing something. Put my phone call on pause for about a minute. Grabbed Ivan. Ivan ran out. Ivan helped. Problem was solved. If I had to contact my neighbor who owns a dog rescue company, I would have immediately called her and then emailed her or messaged her, right? But the bottom line is that call I had to be on. My baby Lola is so important. I couldn't be there to help, but I was going to get help. You see, I didn't say, oh, just Lola, let her be. No. If I had to call the concierge at my building and say, can you send somebody down to help them? I was going to fix it. That's the point. And Ivan got down. She was already up. We haven't had another incident. She's fine. We have vitamins for her. But the bottom line is commitment. 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 That's number 3. Is so important to the call. Number 4, hard worker. I was out with some friends recently, and all of the kids are athletes. And one of the moms, this is not my personal group. This is a different group because my personal group I love. But one of the moms said her daughter is lazy, talented, but lazy. And I didn't say anything because it wasn't my place to, but her daughter plays sports and she said, oh, but she's just lazy. And I was thinking, how is that working for her daughter? You know, me, fixer, businesswoman, you see my energy. And then, but I didn't need to ask because after that, her daughter is on the C team, you know, the A team, the B team, the C team. Her daughter is on the C team, which is like the rec league. And there's nothing wrong with being there. But her daughter has aspirations to do more, but she's just not there. And she was like, I can't figure out why she hasn't made it to the A team. And not my place, but I was thinking Lazy. You just said it. She's lazy. How can she be a top anything if she's lazy? How can you be a top anything if you're lazy, right? Get up and go every morning. Everybody at VIP knows. Every morning, I'm up 5:30 in the morning, guys. 5 o'clock, 5:30. I meditate. I light a candle so that I can be calm and peaceful throughout the day, right? I do emails, you know, all the emails I need to respond to, I respond. I start replying to people. And then sometimes I wait because I don't want to respond to somebody 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning, if I know that their time is 9 o'clock. So I categorize. And then you know what I do? My afternoons are for my in-person calls. My afternoons are for Richard's and my in-persons, even though I do go in person sometime. And I run right up into dinner and then bedtime, shower, go to bed. And the next day, I'm up. So you're looking at a person who already on a Sunday has been up 5 something. My niece is sick. My sister sometimes is having a hard time. She's in and out of the hospital. She's on an 18. She knows she can text me at 4:30 in the morning. She's going through this. What do I do? And she knows I respond because I'm semi halfway up anyway. I watched an old recording of Kobe Bryant. I think it was last week. And he said, I get 4 hours of sleep. I'm up at, well, we all know his legacy. Richard is older than most of us. And he thrives on 5 hours of sleep. My husband, 5 hours. Sometimes he puts me to shame. He's working, he's lifting his weights. Okay, so what am I saying? What is your why? I've given you chance after chance, time after time. Listen, what is your why? I'm giving you our whys. I'm giving you examples of whys. Hard worker. And last, which the list can be infinite, disciplined. You must be, number 5, disciplined. Those are mine. Determined, resilience, committed or commitment, hard worker, and disciplined. Why did I just give you my schedule? Because I'm disciplined, right? All of you are disciplined or you wouldn't be here, correct? You'd find something else to do, somewhere else to go, but you're here because you're disciplined. Ivan is out there 10:30 at night because he's disciplined. Richard is up in the morning writing 7 hours a day. I've been with him over 20 years. I know every day, sometimes he has writer's block. Do you think that's the reason for him to stop? No way. He sits and I'm like, well, how'd it go today? Don't want to talk about it. When he tells me I don't want to talk about it, that means writer's block. But he finds something, right? Discipline. Okay. Those 5 for me are the best characteristics for your why. Okay. I hope you will incorporate those with more. Let's talk about the 5. Determined, determination. Having made a firm decision and being resolved not to change it. Having made a firm decision and being resolved not to change it. Write it down, determination. One more time. Having made a firm decision and being resolved not to change it, determination. My determination when I went with Jack Gilardi, and I determined I'm going to be a very successful manager. I had all these steps, Matt. That was my determination. Richard's determination at film, TV, series, writing, just in general, that book, a series we're working on right now. We have so many things, but I only tell 2 because that's just, so defending Alice in the series, because you can see it everywhere, and sometimes when you're working, producers, production, they don't want you to announce it until they give the big announce, that, right? But there you go. Determination. That's your why. Everyone has the definition, right? So why? Because no matter how hard or how difficult your journey is, you will excel and exceed beyond your expectations, right? That's determination. Got it? No matter how hard your journey is, with determination, you will succeed over time. And this business, any business, there are no microwave, steps or lessons in this business. You can't tell me you're determined today and I talk to you next week. Like, what happened? Once when I quit, well, what happened? Well, I've been determined for a week. Not going to work, guys. You have to be determined. This is why Ivan is 16 years old and an elite soccer player. But not only that, more important to me than the elite soccer player is the honors at a private school in honors, all AP classes and honors, and making all A's. That he comes home at night from soccer training. It's 9:30, 10 o'clock at night. He's up sometimes 2 a.m. I go, hey, I'll write you a note. You get a pass. Nope, I'm doing it. Okay, then he's back up 6 the next morning. I think maybe he's seen us do that enough, right? But also that's his personality, right? That's your personality. You're here. The next one, resilient or resilience. Definition, able to withstand or recover quickly from difficult situations. Able to withstand or recover quickly from difficult situations. You have that? One last time, I'll give each one 3. Able to withstand or recover quickly. You notice quickly from difficult situations. Why quickly? Because if you don't recover, you get stuck in a rut. We're not going there today. We're talking positive and what you can do. So that's why being resilient is quickly. Why? If you're resilient, you'll always bounce back, right? You'll bounce back. You'll find a new, you're a singer, you're a model, you're an actor, right? And now all of a sudden, we're going through something and your acting dries up just temporarily, you'll sing. I was watching something a couple of nights ago and I heard this beautiful singing voice. Oh, you know what it was? The trailer for Sing 2, because I wanted a good laugh. I didn't watch it. I'd seen Sing 1 with Ivan years ago, but I believe it was Natalie Portman. She was in something, but I never knew she had an amazing, I think it's Sing 2, singing voice. We all know she's a great actor. And I said, who is that? Googled Natalie Portman. If her acting doesn't work out, she has a singing resilience. You will always recover quickly in difficult situations. Okay. Number 3, commitment. Oh, it is a good movie. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Yeah, I like light and airy. I like to laugh. I'm a happy person. You can tell I'm a Tigger personality, right? So I like to laugh. I like to enjoy. So if it's going to bring laughter and joy, I can bring joy to somebody else. Great. Committed. Feeling dedicated and loyal to a job, cause, or purpose. Feeling dedicated and loyal to a job, cause, or purpose. 3rd time. Ready? Feeling dedicated and loyal to a job, cause, or purpose. Got it? Okay. If you are committed to your career, if you are committed to where you are today, and not because it's a hype, but you are really committed, you will see it through to the end. You will finish this weekend. You will write goals for yourself. You will write your 5, 7. I just happened to list 7, right? And you will see it to the end. You will see your future before your eyes. And the thing about success is, as it's happening, you're not sitting and saying, oh, I'm successful. I don't think anybody does that. You're just seeing your growth, right? And you're so happy. You're excited because you book something and you book something else and you book something and you have a recurring role and you're excited, right? That's your success. Step by step, You just see it. You see your name out there. That's what it is, right? But you will see it through to the end, okay? So that's committed, okay? You will see it through. You have an end result, okay? Hard worker, consistently engaged in earnest work. Consistently engaged in earnest or quality work. Consistently, third time, engaged in earnest or quality work. Hard worker, it's the quality time and the effort you put into your work, not necessarily the amount of time, right? If you take 1 hour and you put quality into it, you take 1 hour and you're going on a coaching call or Q&A with Galinsky. He's like a dear friend. We love him. That 1 hour is more important than you just sitting around reading, right? 1 hour, I'm reading a script, which is great to do. It's amazing. 2 hours, still reading the script. Look at my face. 3 hours, I'm still reading the script. And I ask you, what are you going to do with the script? I don't know. I was just told I should read the script. No. That 1 hour of that call and learning with him would be more important. That's hard worker. It's the quality of your time. It's putting in the effort and the work of your time. And it is consistent. Everything in life to succeed is being consistent. I cannot say that word. That's my life. Waking up. You guys know where I'm going to be tomorrow morning at 5:30 in the morning, don't you? And I buy a lot of candles because I said I light a candle. So, I should invest probably some stocks in some candle company because I love candles. Love candles. And it's just my calm. And it's because I'm such a Tigger. I saw a neighbor the other morning. I was leaving to get Ivan I was getting him to a new soccer training and it was far and I needed to go with him. We left like 7 in the morning, 6:30 in the morning. It was early. And I saw a neighbor and I said, good morning. And he said, oh my goodness, are you always that way? And I said, I think so. And he said to our doorman, he said, what energy? Can she bottle it up? And he didn't think I heard him. And I just kind of laughed. And it's a neighbor we love. And I was just thinking, it's better than what if I had gone by him and said, oh, good morning. Well, what's good about that? Right? Good morning. What's great about that? It's like, I'm crossing the street. I don't need that energy. So hard worker is quality time, right? Your quality time. Which one is more important to you? Short and long term, quality is always first. In your short term, your long term, quality is always important first. You got that? Okay. Discipline, number 5. Definition: to train, develop, learn, grow by instruction with self-control. To train, develop, learn, grow with self-control by instruction. So it should be by instruction with self-control. Last time. To train, third time, develop, learn, grow by instruction with what? Self-control. That's it. Got to have self-control. Being true to your word. Very important. I don't think anybody in this business can tell you that when I say something, not even my friends, I don't do it. If I say I'm doing something, I'm doing it. If I say I'm showing up, I'm showing up. If I can't make it, I'm letting you know why I can't. Okay? Something as simple as, one of my favorite books, this is not to endorse it, I'm just sharing it, is The 4 Agreements, Don Miguel. Be impeccable with your word. And I met my girlfriends the other night and I gave all of my girlfriends the book because it's a constant in life. And one of those agreements is be impeccable with your word. And I've given it to Ivan. I've given it to, it's like my go-to giveaway birthday book. I love it, right? And when I got there, another friend showed up and I didn't expect her. So I was one book short. So I told my friend who lived nearest to me, who I will see more, I'll drop the book off to you with your doorman tomorrow. And I gave my other friend her book, right? But it was all. And she says, oh no, whenever you get a chance. I said, no, I'll drop it off tomorrow. Tomorrow came, I put the book in a bag, I stapled it, I put her name on it. I walked it to her building. I gave the book to her doorman. And that night I received a text message thanking me for the book. And I sent a love heart back because I love her. Why? I could have made excuses. You know, I worked, you know, I was busy. But did I not tell her I'm dropping it off with your doorman? If I knew I could not drop it off, then I would not have said it. Be impeccable with your word. Discipline. Okay? And sometimes in life, things change. So you make a commitment, you can't come through, contact that person ASAP, immediately, and let them know, correct? Don't wait. Like that, you remember that call I started out with? That person in the business? I'm not doing business with that person. Remember I said I listened to like a minute? Now, if that person told me in that message they were sick all week, why didn't they contact me earlier in the week? What they should have done, and I'm teaching all of you right now, hi, Antoinette, let's say on Monday, because our call was set for Saturday. They should have said, hi, Antoinette, I'm making up a name. It's Barbara. I hope you're well. I'm really sick. I'm not sure how my week is going to go. At all costs, my plan is to be on this call with you at 4 o'clock on Saturday. However, I will update you by Thursday. And if I'm not better, then we will reschedule. Because you see that time in my schedule, I need to reschedule as well. If they're not showing up, I can do something else with that time. That's a lesson. That's what they should have done. Right? Thank you for understanding. Have a wonderful day. But instead, they waited until after and left me a message. Done. I am a person of I will give you a second chance. That wasn't the reason. I hope you're understanding, because I don't want any of you to do that in business or in your personal life. Be impeccable with your word, discipline. If you say you're going to do it, do it. And if you can't do it, let the person know ASAP. You have that? Got it. Okay. If you follow these rules, I feel like for your success in your life, I feel like if you set your whys, you follow these, and you do it when no one is looking, that's the key. Oh, by the way, the person who called me was like 55 years old. So maturity, that was just not business. You know, my Ivan is 16 and Ivan makes business calls better. He's modeled us. He's watched us and modeled us. So what's your excuse, right? Yeah, it was like a mature adult. It was not a kid, and my kid. So, but fast forward. These things I just gave you, the attributes, those are the things you should be doing when no one else is looking, right? You're impeccable with yourself. You're impeccable with your word. You're disciplined, right? Okay. You want to really be at the top of your game in singing, and you're not getting a coach because you really can sing, but every day you've made a promise to yourself that you're going to sing 4 days a week, 6 in the morning to 7 o'clock, just rehearsing, you know, me, going through your scales, right? I played clarinet for years. I think from the time I was like in second grade through my freshman year in college. So I know about scales but what happens? You have to do that when no one's looking, right? That's what your success lies. If you're doing it because I happen to check in on you and you say, oh, Antoinette, yes, I did it. You're not doing it for the right reasons, correct? You're doing it because I'm looking at someone else, and that's the wrong reason. Richard writes 7 days a week. That's why he's so successful, because he writes. He's not doing it for me. I've been with him 20 years. He's doing it to maintain, to create. Ivan does all his soccer stuff when nobody else is looking. His teammates aren't around because he's getting better. My work. So you have to make sure that you will maintain these whys, your why, when no one else is looking. Okay? Do you have that? You have it. You will define the reason you are doing what you're doing. It is your reason for living. It is your all. You have that? You must define your reason for living in your career, in your personal space, in your life, with your family, with your kids. We're talking about your career, but it's in everything, right? So it's your all. The same all I give to this is the same all I give to my parenting. My kids can get me at any time. Bianca and I are super close. She's traveling on the highway right now. We text, I tell everybody we grew up together. I told her, I said, I'm working. If you have an emergency, text Dad or Ivan. But other than that, you can reach me after. I have something else to do. So I told her she can reach me after 7 tonight. Right? Why? Because that's my impeccable word. I love my kid. I want to talk to her. She knows if I'm available, I respond. But she also knows if she has an emergency, she has Dad and Ivan, and they're going to come get me. You following? So you must have a reason for living. It's your all. Okay? Got it? Okay. So you find yourself, or for me, you know your voice when you are sure or certain it is what you want to do. Write that down. You find yourself, you find your voice when you are sure or certain you know what it is you want to do, right? It is with complete certainty, complete assuredness that you know that you know that you know. You know, when you have that just feeling, I know what I know what I know, that's when you hear your voice. That's when you find your voice. Now, that doesn't mean you're not going to have obstacles along the way. Get me clear on this, okay? Just means you really know what you want to do. Ivan really knows he loves his soccer. I mean, he's making his good grades, right? But that soccer he loves, and he knows what he knows what he knows. I've given him options and passes. You don't have to go here. You don't have to go to England. Nope, I'm going. I want to go. You know what you know. So find your why, find your voice, find your passion. Your passion is in your voice. You know what you know. And you have to write that down, because I love what I do. I love managing Richard, but I love producing. Don't you remember at the beginning when I said to you that the agent asked me, was willing to make a call for me because someone's option had run out? And I was like, oh no, I'll do it. I love what I do. That's why I'm up early in the morning. I wake up to love what I do every day of my life. Now, yes, some days I'm overbooked, I'm overwhelmed, but it doesn't get me because I make it work. I fix, I find, I solve. I'm disciplined. I'm committed. You got it? I'm a hard worker. You have that? Okay, so that's very important, okay? My niece is an actor, and my niece growing up had all of these rules in her head, not here, but like not, she didn't get the coaching you guys are getting. She just knew she wanted to be an actor. She knew what she knew. She was an actor in high school. She was an actor in, first grade. We went to see her in plays. We used to have those first grade plays, and they'd be little flowers, and they'd have the little heads, and they have a little flower. She was in plays. She's a very successful actor today. But when I tell you, she just knew. She just knew her why. That's the best thing I can tell you. Without a doubt, she just knew. Always. She went to university, she graduated, she went to Europe for like a semester, to study while in university, but she just knew. And now she's extremely successful, has done very well for herself, and is still the same, but you just have to know, okay? You have to hear. This is what I want you to write, that small, still voice. You have to hear that voice, which is your voice, all the time. When you hear it, you write. I think I told, maybe last week, I shared that Richard sleeps with paper and pen beside our bed on his side, because when he has an idea, if it's 3 a.m, he wakes up, he's going to get some water, he writes it down. And that has been some series that he's created in our lives, just from writing at 3 a.m, an idea, and being very determined and knowing. So when you know what you know, here's the next step. What do you do with that? You move forward. If you don't realize that every time I say something, I give you an example and then I explain it, or I give a reason, I explain it, and then I tell you why. Like I just said, Richard in the paper, and then I said, now when you know, what do you do with it? You move forward. You move forward with your tenacious drive to accomplish your dream, your dreams, with an S, okay? That's what you do with it. You have the idea. You have gone through the process, right? You know your whys, which I gave you 5, which are my whys, right? You focus. You have to hear, and you have to know what you know. And after you know what you know, then you hear that small, still voice. And if you're questioning that why, that may not be your why. So you have to know that why. After you have that why, you connect, which that's why I brought up like quality time with people who can help you. I brought up, for example, you have quality time, you have 1 hour. And I said, would you go on a coaching call with G. Galinsky, or would you just sit and read a script? There's a time to read a script. Listen, I read a lot of scripts. My husband writes scripts. But if you are an actor and you need a coaching call, right? Then you need to take that. I've mentioned on several occasions that Joanne Barron, she's in LA, and I'm not pushing her, I'm not promoting her at all, but she's a very good friend of ours, and she has an acting school in LA for years and years, like 20, 30 years. But Halle Berry, she coaches, she used to, I think she just recently stopped. Why do I tell you that? Because even the people at the top of their game have coaches. She coached Halle Berry. She comes back and forth to New York. We haven't seen her lately because you know what the world's been like and we've been gone, but she's very good. And I have actually referred a couple of people to her who've gone on to do well. I don't refer her lightly, but I think like 3 people, and 2 out of the 3 went on to do well. So you have to listen to the quality, and after that, you move forward. Okay. So that pretty much covers your reasoning. That pretty much covers everything. You should all be so excited right now. You should all be like, oh my gosh, I have this information. Now, what am I going to do with it? Because you're going to get a lot of more information today. And now Monday is a new day. And what are you going to do with it? You're going to start tomorrow by applying all of this. Okay. But this is really great information to hear your why. And you can apply that to your personal, you can apply that, but we're going over business, but you can apply this to every aspect of your life. Okay. And then you regroup with that as well. You know, sometimes our whys change. When you've been successful in one why, I mean, my checkout list for my whys has changed because sometimes you're headed in a new direction of something. So then you create new whys. So this is something you do throughout your lifetime. My Richard, as I say, is a little older than all of us, and he creates every day. He's got calls every day. I came to him. This is something I need to share with you guys. I went to him this morning and I said, I just want to tell you, I love you and appreciate you so much. And I don't just randomly say this to him. And I said, would you like to know why? And he was writing, so I know he didn't want me to bother him. And I said, could I have like 3 minutes? And he looked, but he was writing. I said, eye to eye. And he did. And I said, because you create such amazing work. I said, you are constantly creating. I said, oh my gosh, I never hear you with an excuse. We had a pandemic, work, you know, the major part of work closed out, and you created new novels, new series. You just created. We sold them. You went to work, you know. I said, I never. And I said, I just want to tell you, you have experienced the world beyond what I and most people. He's been to almost every country in the world. His life, he never. And I said, but what gets me, guys, is he's so humble. He's soft-spoken. He doesn't talk a lot unless he's pitching. He's quiet almost, and he's so intelligent. And I'm not saying it because he's my husband. That was part of the attraction why I married him. His vocabulary in all of this. And he just looked at me and he said, thank you so much. And he gave me a hug and a kiss. But that's that, right? So I end on that note, but that's it. I've never in 20 years heard him brag. I've never seen him go anywhere and say, I created, I did this. Never. People come up to him and then he responds. But I have honestly never seen him walk in a room. Oh, I'm the creator of, oh, I've got this book. Never. His work speaks for itself. And he's been a lesson and a test and for me. So I end on that. I hope you will take that away from you. I hope you will understand that. I hope you will have passion about it. When you're passionate, when you're living your life, when you're living your dream, it just comes. Look at me. It just comes. You're excited. You don't have to do anything but do your craft and work hard and do those things. And it's going to happen. Right? All right. Anybody has a question? I may have.
That was so good.
Living your dream.
I know.
Just passionate.
Let me ask you a question very quickly. So many people want an agent, and obviously you represent your husband, and you've worked with some of the biggest names in the industry.
Absolutely.
When is the proper time to get an agent? And would you ever sign somebody brand new with no training, no nothing?
Yes. Good question. Great question,
Thank
guys. Yeah, very good question. The perfect time to get an agent is when you get a few things under your belt. Okay. If you have nothing at all, you're going to get something. Trust me. But you get the agent when you get one thing. You get a role in 7 speaking lines, you can get an agent. You know why? Because your agents grow as you grow. So that agent for 7 lines, maybe your agent for a year, 2 years, and then you move up with your agents. So when you get a few things under your belt, you get an agent. And that's so important. So go out for calls, go out and do whatever you're doing, but just get a few things. Now, some people have this is rare, but there are some people who are super talented and they don't have anything, but you can just see they're going to be amazing talents and you'll take them on because you believe in them. That's rare. But if people have told you a lot, you can really sing, for example, not you verifying that, but you've heard that from other people, and they tell you, then you can go for an agent, but usually get a couple of things, okay, on your page, on your CV, okay? And then they can assess. But that's a really great question. I'd say a couple of things, and then you go out, and your agent just opens up all doors because they're constantly, they know what you need, they know what you like, you communicating with them, and they can just send you out. So that was a really great question.
And you've been part of our company now for 15 years. Why do you like working with us and our talent so much?
You know what I love? I love, this is, so most of all, I love that I've watched the talent evolve. And I love where they started and where they are. Most of the people, I mean, just the other day, I saw a talent who's been here for a while doing recurring role on a series, and they posted it and what they're doing. And someone just had a billboard. And I've seen him and I was like, oh my gosh, I remember when he was in my class, like literally 2 years ago. And in New York, he's on a like bus billboard. And I was so happy. So number one, what makes me so excited is I see the results, guys. I love when you succeed, I succeed, because I know I've done what I was set out to do, which is just teaching and coaching. But most importantly, you took the work and you ran with it. And you did it. So for me, that's why I love it so much. I come back to give back because I see the results of what happens with the talent. And anybody in the business would tell you that's like everything to us.
And you've
And of
also
course,
not only
I love
worked with
you,
us.
Mike and Deneen. I'm
Oh.
super close to them. But seeing the talent
It
evolve,
helps.
you know how close we are. But seeing the talent evolve, right, is so important.
And as much as I love the Zoom meetings, we also love the face-to-face. And you were just at the big New York event that we did and hugging it out. And I think it's so important, like you said, like you can judge a like literally within 5 seconds, not even like a split second.
Yes.
And a lot of times, like especially if you're in this type of environment, there's
Yeah.
a lot of impersonators.
Yes,
Not a lot of doers.
yes,
Money is,
yes.
you know,
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. And you know.
I know.
You know.
And I heard you talking about your niece. Did you tell everybody who she is?
I didn't. I just said
Okay.
my niece. Does
Okay.
anybody know who my niece is? Allie, you can tell them who my niece is.
I'll let you do it because it's always so good.
Oh, yeah. For years I don't even say her name. It's just Sussy Beats. She's a Emmy Award winning from Atlanta. She's Domino in Deadpool 2, The Harder They Fall. And she has Bullet Train coming out with Brad Pitt, I think in August. And I'll tell you, she didn't tell me that. Ivan told me that because
But
that's her.
she's been talking about coming to one of our live events. We need
Yes,
to.
yes.
She's
no,
always
no,
traveling.
Yes. Well, she's gone now.
I
She's
know.
gone. And I asked my sister like 4 days ago, I said, when does that come back? She says, I don't know. I mean, she was gone for a whole year, like
Yeah.
a year ago. But
It happens.
we
Like
get to
sometimes
see-
that's why we don't ever announce who's coming to our
Yeah,
events
yeah.
because they go on set. That's their
Yeah,
job. And
yeah,
we want them to be
yeah.
able to go on set. So
And you want her to, you want all of them to be able to work and be able
Yeah.
to work their craft. And they're all working. I'll be very honest with you. You know when the last time I saw her? Thanksgiving, because she's been
Oh.
working and gone. Thanksgiving, her mom's
unless you
house,
go to
we
a
all
billboard.
went.
Yeah.
And we all show up and because we say between the work of everybody, we have to do Thanksgiving or Christmas holiday. So we all came together and we had a wonderful time, from the oldest to the babies, but she's been on the go. And when she's in town, I'm on the go. So, I'll text, but that's how our lives are right now. It's
Well,
on
it's
the
good
go.
that you're busy. If you weren't busy, you would be crazy. I know
I'd
you. And I
lose
know
my
your alarm is
mind.
going off because
I'd
you're
lose my mind. I would completely. I don't think that when you work and when you have a passion for working and you're in your zone in this business, there's nothing better than being busy and working. You don't want to be sitting around doing this. Well, what do I do next? Look at my eyes, right?
It's not a job, it's a lifestyle.
Yeah,
You
it's-
just live and breathe it. And
Yes,
your family
exactly.
better understand. If not, then you know?
And family understanding it is exactly what that is too, because your family knows you're gone, they're gone, you're back, and they know you love them. It's just a part of the business. So that's why I was kind of given those tools. It's just a part of the business. You're in town, you Zoom, you FaceTime them, right? That's what we do.
And I've known Ivan, he's 16 now. Literally, he came to his very first event with us when he was like 4.
No,
4.
he was 3.
Three.
A green
Oh my God, I feel
sweater.
so old now.
He was 3 years old, and we were at Caroline's, and I still have, that picture with he
I
and the
know,
model.
I
I
know.
still have it.
And little Jen Brown with Science
Yeah,
Wilhelmina,
yeah,
she's like on posters in Times Square now.
yes.
Yeah,
I
I'll see
have
that
the
event.
picture of them together,
I know.
googling and laughing. And he had just turned 3 years old.
Crazy. That is
He
insane.
just turned 16. So that's how long, right? And that was, but Allie will tell you guys, he was there. He was used to us traveling. He was used to us on stage. He was there all day, right, Allie? We
He was a
never
proper
left the
little
stage.
gentleman.
Yeah,
he
we
was
never
so
left- right.
well behaved.
Yeah.
I'm hoping
we-
Caden one day will be
Caden
like that.
is,
He's
because it's a
maniac,
part
but
of
yeah.
the business. And he knew. So it wasn't like I had to say, oh, I need to take Ivan home, or we have to. He just knew. He
Yeah.
stayed all day and had a wonderful time.
And I
That-
think honestly that upbringing has helped him. I mean, he travels
I
around the world
think
now with
so.
soccer.
Yeah.
So you kind of have to, and I really want to stress this to you guys.
Yes.
This isn't a friendship that was built overnight, but
Yeah.
like sometimes you plant the seeds today for a greater tomorrow. You can't expect it to get tomorrow, like ultimate success.
Yes.
So you may not
Yes.
see it happening for you, but
Yes.
just being on the boot camp,
Yes.
you're progressing.
Yes.
That are now going to be working with Antoinette, working with
Yes.
Bobby, working with
Yes.
Robert, working with people from
Yes.
Top Model. You may not see like the results like on paper, but you're definitely going to see them happening for you. I thank you.
That's
I love
key. That's very powerful. Very good
Yeah.
work, Zach.
you. Thank
I love
you.
you too.
I'll
See you soon.
Antoinette, thank you so much.
Oh, Janine, always my pleasure. You know
She's
that.
always the voice of reason. She's like Jiminy Cricket, like telling you like what to do. I mean, guys, I called her in nights where I was hysterically crying and I'm like, what do I do? And she's like, okay, breathe. Let's talk about it.
Light a
Yeah.
candle.
What a better.
No, that's what I do. And I do get a lot of calls in the business because I am that reason. I always say I'm the fixer, but I'm the reason. That's just who I am. Let's get you calm. Let's talk through it. Let's let's fix it. Let's solve it. Right.
And if she doesn't know how to solve it, I guarantee you, she or Richard.
I'll
Richard's like,
find.
I'll place
Yeah.
a call.
Yep.
You want
absolutely.
Richard to place a call. What?
Absolutely.
Really quick, give me a quick plug for what Richard's working on now. What can we see him in? What is he
He's
doing?
got a new project right now that he's working on. There's always. It's something he wrote. It's something Richard creates everything. It's a huge story. And right now, Richard is going through something where he's creating stories from real life. So this is a real life story, but Richard has a different spin on it. And it's already been accepted. So it's a book because Alice was finished. It sells in November, but we've sold it. We're in pre-sales, but this book is already finished that he's negotiating. We're doing now to sell, and it's already like locked in. So, and it's
Richard, we all
another
love him.
story of a life. So
Perfect.
I'm
That's
really
so
excited. Some sadness in it, but reality sadness, but sadness that brings future goodness. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Yeah,
For sure.
totally.
all right.
I love you guys. Tell Mike I
Thank you,
said
Antoinette.
hi. Good luck to
Yeah.
everybody, but not good luck. Hard work. Okay.
Hard
Sure.
Thank you
work.
so much, Antoinette.
You're welcome, Janine. Love you guys.
Love you.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
All right, guys. How awesome was that? We literally gave you everything that you possibly need to be set up for success in the entertainment industry. Right?
Like, what more could we honestly do? I mean, voiceover. I mean, we've done everything.
we have done everything, but you know what I would really love to do?
What?
We could tell them this, but why don't we bring, I think what we're going to do is we're going to bring on some of our talent who currently work with us and ask, can we put them on the hot seat? I know they're excited to put Ryan Colby on the hot seat, but Alicia, what do you say we put a couple of our talent on the hot seat?
I'm all about that.
Okay,
I'm all
I
about
need to
that
go.
because
I need
every
to-
single one of our talent started off just like you on a Zoom call. So
Yep.
let's see what they did with using what we're giving them, and let's just see what happened.
Yeah, you know who the first person we're going to call? We're going to call on Leslie Pena.
Oh,
What? Leslie, are you ready to unmute yourself and talk?
Hello, everybody.
Hi, Leslie. How are you?
Hi, Janine. Hi, Alicia.
Oh my gosh. So, Leslie, I'm going to ask you a couple questions.
Sure, before you do that, hi, everybody.
Are you ready? Are you
I'm
ready?
Leslie Pena, actor from New York City. It's
All
a pleasure to be here.
It's awesome to have you. So, when you first started working with us, where were you? Like, what was going on in your life?
Before I started working, I was a district manager for AT&T. And for a while, it was a really good career. It just wasn't making me happy. So I decided to step into me and be myself and go after what I wanted. And I found you guys. So it was a really cool journey. And I landed right where I wanted to be.
Now, tell us a little bit about the journey between you and I spoke that first time, which I remember, and I apologize because I keep telling everyone it was Verizon. Now it'll be seared that it's AT&T. But you've been with us now for like 1.5 years, 2 years, right? Can you describe the journey up until before you were on set for the last 30 days? What was that journey in between like?
I actually want her to go back further than that. What did you do before coming to us? Had you done anything, or was this just like an idea in the back of your head?
Well, I was actually doing a little bit of modeling, but I wasn't with any agencies. I was just showing up to certain castings and doing certain things that were not actually correct in the sense. They were just using me to take pictures, and I would never get the pictures. I would never get any deals out of it. It was just me showing up, taking these sometimes little bit edgy pictures that I didn't understand. I was promised things that was never gonna happen. I actually see it wasn't gonna happen because how they were treating the talent around me. So I was showing up to certain sets. It just wasn't with an agency. I didn't have anybody behind me, helping me, leading me the right direction, telling me what was right for wrong. It was just people taking advantage of me. And I guess it was because I was young and I didn't know anything. I didn't have any training. And so I was just showing up for a check and to get myself noticed and get into something to get me where I wanted to be. But I didn't find those right people. They were actually using me. So I was dabbling in it. And the dabble doesn't work.
Yeah, and I'm sure you were taking advice from other people that were also in that same situation.
For sure.
Misery Loves Company. Why did you decide to join our company?
I decided to join because I did my research on VIP. I noticed that they had a lot of people who were joining the team. They were telling their stories, as you should be doing, and they were successful stories. And I noticed that their word was their bond. And certain things that we were saying, I could see the proof in it. And I had to do my research because I didn't trust anybody. So when I decided to join, I had already been looking at them. I had already been doing my research and making the decision that if I was going to jump in 100% with the right people, this was the place to be. And all I needed to do was just start and begin where I was at and see how it will work out. And that was the best thing that has happened since then.
So fun. And then you spoke to Janine and
Yes.
you said, I'm going to do this.
Yes, I told Janine I'm going to do this. It took sacrifice. It took a lot of dedication and head forwardness to say, let's do this. I'm going to stick with it. I know it's going to take a lot, but everything takes a lot. You know, anything in life you do, you got to grow.
And you had to make your own decision. Your husband at first wasn't too supportive. I mean, at all.
Yeah,
and sometimes it's really tough when this is your dream and then you have to invest time and money.
Time and money. We have 3 girls. They've watched me try so hard to do and bring forth what they see my love for. They've watched me do so many things and I haven't actually achieved anything out of it. But being strong at it, showing them to keep going, that is in itself a diamond. But my husband was not. He's like, you've been doing this so long, trying to do so many different things, dabbling in and out, and you still haven't found the right people. Let's not try this. Let's not invest somewhere you're not really sure. Money is very valuable here at this time. And I said, listen, I'm not getting younger. I know this is where I need to be. This is my dream. I've dreamed it, and now it's time to live the dream. So be with me, walk beside me, and give me the hope, because only he can do that. And I just give me some time. Let me show you what I can do, and let's just be 100%. And he did, but he was there. Like,
it was a lot of pressure, you know? And it's like, okay, here you go. And then you started getting photos done, and then you started getting the coaching, and you're like, okay, I'm ready.
Yes,
We're like, we are too, but
Yeah,
like, let's keep going.
Yeah, you got to see it to believe it. So once he started seeing me move around with VIP, making the success stories, the growth he saw within me, the photos, the headshots, the traveling, the happiness that came from inside of me.
When I'm happy,
he's happy. So he loved that. So
happy
he said,
wife, happy
let's
life.
keep going. That's right.
And you also have Deneen White, who is like #1 ringleader. She is the #1 motivator, life coach. I mean, how much have you leaned on our family here? Because that's what we are. We legit, like, we text. I remember when I had my son, I was talking to you the night before. I mean, like, how much has this community helped you? Because I know you said, like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm alone. I'm scared. Do you feel like, I know you're friends with everybody on here that.
Yeah, I'm very humbled to have been with you guys for sure. I'm telling you that I've seen my growth, and the family is when they say family, they mean it. You feel it. You feel it here. I'm sure you all watching feel it. Something is there that you got to go and chase. The right people are going to make you feel warm. They're going to make you feel like they care for you. And that's what I got from VIP, from you, Alicia, Deneen. All of you are, when you go to sleep at night, if you could wake up and say, I found the people who really care, who are not going to use me, you feel it in your heart. So I am humbled by you guys that I've met you. I was in the right place. Everything happens for a reason.
And even Michael's been like super like, hey, let's break this down anytime you've ever needed anything. And I think that's important to know that when
Michael's the mastermind. If you're ever going to make a move,
you ask Mike.
You need a strategy. Michael is there. He has it right on top, right on point. So Amen. Yeah, Michael, for sure. I really appreciate you all, for sure.
We all have our super strengths. Deneen, are you about to cry?
I am about to cry because this is why I'm about to cry, because I've seen such tremendous growth. Like when I started talking to you guys yesterday, I told you, like, I'm looking for success stories, and just watching Leslie grow to the point where she is, and she and I, it hasn't always been, oh, let's do this. Leslie and I have had some hard conversations also.
Yes.
And the thing that I love about Leslie, and the reason that we have her on first today, is like, she takes the constructive criticism, because they're like, our last conversation, we locked horns and we went at it. But the thing is that she always knows that we have her best interest at heart. And now, Leslie, you've been on set for like 3,000 days or 30 days or something like that. And what happened recently? Let's talk about that.
Pretty much for a month almost. It was amazing first I started out just being in the background doing the normal non-union rate work.
But say who's in this movie, Leslie. Say who's in this movie that you're on.
Yeah, so Little Rail's in the movie, Natasha Lyonne. There's a lot of people in this project. It's actually a series that are real big hitters in the industry, and I was really humbled to be around them. So many. When you get on set, you want to be as professional as possible, but you are definitely in the moment. Like, I worked so hard to get here. I'm here, and now look at what I'm seeing, watching the behind work, how the industry works, how they make the film, how they do the cuts, and how background is supposed to go on cue, and how you're not supposed to be on cue when you're not supposed to be on cue, and how you need to learn how to make the work look so realistic, even though it's a background, even though it's like miming, even though all those things are happening, you still need to have that training. I got all that through VIP. When I got on set, things started to click in my head that I'm like, I got this. VIP showed me this, and I remember that, and I remember this, and I remember to maintain that integrity, that I was taught something. It trained the right way to actually put forth it and make it work. So being on set for the month, I've actually received Taft-Hartley waivers that have allowed me to be eligible for SAG now. So all those things, it warms my heart because I remember just starting. And I'm like every one of you on the call, just starting. And sometimes when you start, you are so like, there's nothing happening. And you're like, you want something to happen so fast. And I haven't gotten that far, but I've gotten enough to be proud of myself and say, I wanted to get here. Now I got it. Now let's keep going. It's something else to get. It's more things to get and receive because I deserve it. But I've learned to deserve to be humbled and say thank you to people who helped me get there. So I got so much more to do, but thank you for allowing me to get where I'm at and know what I was doing right on point. I was right on point with it. I was like, thank you.
And that was literally the conversation that we had in Las Vegas too. You're put it in. I'm like, just and here you are. And it's like, yes, I am crying. But I'm just so happy.
Too.
I'm just like so happy and so proud of you, Leslie, because like you literally you trusted the process. And here, see now we're all crying. It's my allergies. I'm in a new state. But I'm so proud of you, and I can't wait
to. I really appreciate it. That really means a lot to me. It really does.
This is step one, and I can't wait to see the next step and the next step because with each step you're going to elevate. So, congratulations, and
thank you.
I'm just so proud.
Waterproof mascara,
and the only way up. The only way to go up.
And not only that, but with going to Hollywood now and, working with these agents, now you're an asset. Like you're somebody that they're ready. Let's rock, Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. So I before I get off, I definitely want to say, like, always be ready.
Yeah.
Always be ready.
Always be ready. And, I really want to stress this to you. And Leslie kind of, said this, getting photos is amazing. You can post them up on your Facebook and your Instagram for your friends to hit like. But like real casting directors, no, they don't give a shit. Like they're never going to find you on your Facebook or Instagram. You need an agent to submit you out for those big castings. So even if you're like joining websites or paying for classes, it's a mathematical equation, So we're so proud of you.
Yeah, you need that guide, and we're just so keep up the good work. I can't wait till the next time we talk. It'll be bigger and better things. All right.
Just let Marja handle the rest of the call. Marja, you got this.
Okay, Marja, you're up. Congratulations, Leslie. We're super proud of you. All right. Okay, so I think we're going to bring on one more of our talent who recently had we may have time for two, but I'm looking at you, Christine Harding, so I need you to unmute yourself.
Hello, everybody.
Hi. First of all, introduce yourself. We all know you, but maybe some people on here don't.
Hi, I'm Christine Harding from Washington State. I'm 54 years young. I'm an actress, a model, and I'm currently writing and soon to be podcasting.
That's awesome. Like we just had the opportunity. So let's start. I'm going to take a cue from Alicia. Before you met us, what were you doing? Like what were your goals? What were you doing?
Let's just say it's part of my story. So what I was going, I'll try not to cry.
It's okay. I'm already crying, so you're good.
Okay. Well, I married my soulmate, but God took him away. He played football. That is my why. So before this was very chaotic. I was actually lost my phone and everything in the deal. When I got my phone back, I discovered VIP. So I was going through court stuff, trying to stay safe. My husband had brain damage from playing football. So he was not in his right mind. So it made things very, very scary, difficult. But it also allowed me to really find what I'm fighting for, which was just to get him help. And so I always wanted to walk away knowing this is now my why. So then I discovered VIP and I thought, well, what is this crazy stuff going on? I'll sit on my first boot camp, but I watched and I just see, I'm a hard worker. Whatever I go for, I go for. And so I was like, well, I need something to keep me busy. So why not? And then I just remember sitting on a boot camp, and then I was invited back to one of the presentations in November before I signed. And Allie said, I want you to mark your calendar, Christine, for this date at this time. Your life will be completely changed. And I can tell you, November hasn't even come yet. I'm doing things that are blessings and that I never would do. I never wanted to do. But it's a means for me to be able to talk, a means for me to be able to share and help out a ton of people. And I can feel all these connections happening. So it's just been whatever you're asked to do. I may not have had the money to do it, but I was always like, never say no, never deny, always reply. So it's always being coached, sitting in and taking the chance. And so I was invited to go to Chicago, which is probably what you want me to talk about. Besides all the wonderful things with VIP, I'm now doing stuff with Rainmaker, but I've been just trying to advocate for several things, but most of it is mental health and brain damage from sports injuries or any injuries. And I've had all these stars all over the place. But I was sitting in, Bill Walsh announced that he has a special speaker. It took my breath away because this was a man that everybody knows, Jerry Maguire. But I knew of him already through my husband, wanted him as a sports agent. But my husband was great. He was a 6th rounder, but he wasn't the 1st rounders or anything. And this is what he does, is the big guys.
Hey, Tom Brady was a 6th rounder, just saying.
So Dan was great. But it was the year of the linebackers, so he wasn't going to make it. So in that year, he wasn't good enough for him. But he did. If you find, I had the chance to sit with him for 20 minutes. He took me outside and we talked, because there's things that he wants to do that are lining up with me. So it is all about networking.
This is who she spoke to, guys. Patrick Mahomes' agent. There he is. And
I've got a better
one-on-one. That is huge.
But he knew of my husband from playing, but he has the same passion to want to help people. So my platform and his align, and I've always been going just wherever I go, yes, 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 yes. But he's willing to sit down, and we had 20 minutes to talk, and I never, ever, ever would have ever imagined this happening. But it was a moment for me to heal in ways that I never, ever would imagine. Also, looking into his eyes, he was tearing up. He needs to heal too. So we're here to help each other. So you do tell your story. My story gets easier and easier. I wouldn't be able to say this last year at this time at all. I never expected to lose him. But what I can tell you is he's in a far better place. For once, he's at peace. I'm at peace. But we can do things to help. We can't change it. We can't take it away at this point in time, but there's methods you can do to help people. So when you get to do things, this has been fun, because I'm going to use every single avenue. If they ask me to do this, I will do this. I sit in classes, I sit in sessions, I try to study, because I know my why. My why is to not only leave a good legacy for me, but also for my husband, because the way these people die is not at all the way they live. They're big people, but they die in very little bad ways. So I just am very thankful for all the family. It is family. I lost pretty much my whole family. So nobody really wants to back me up on this besides this family here. So I know my why, and it's kind of funny, because if you stick to your why, and I've always been stubborn, people will start to see, and people are starting to see that, hey, well, maybe she can do something. It only takes one person. One person can network, and those people can help you make a dream come true. So
and I have your picture up right here. Look at that, guys. One? There she is.
There it is.
Awesome.
Yeah. And He's so humble.
One person can literally change the world. And I think that's something that you're learning. And that's why we're talking so much about speaking from stage, because there are millions of people that need to hear your story. And not only you, Christine, but every person on this call, your story is too big to play small. And that's why we're talking about so much about speaking from stage. And that's why being in the entertainment industry is such a huge opportunity for you, because what you do behind the scenes, what you do when people aren't watching, is what you get rewarded for in public. And if you are taking action, that's going to be rewarded in public. If you're not taking action, that's going to be rewarded in public. So the reason that we're talking so much about talking from stage is not only can you earn a couple $1,000, $10,000, some people command 35. I mean, you can command a lot of money speaking from stage. But not only that, there are people that need to hear your story. And Christine, thank you so much for sharing. And we both managed not to cry, so that's a success for us.
You guys. I'm thankful for you guys. So I just want to thank you, because I know that no matter where this is going, I'm just trusting the process. So I've seen other people head on out and be very successful. So I'm just, dreams are coming true.
Oh, Jim Foster's saying hello. He met you in Chicago. Hi, Jim Foster. How are you?
See you, Jim Foster.
That's awesome.
I'm so bad with names, and I'll have to say it. I am bad with names. I've met a few Jims, so I don't know the last name to be able to see. So it's going to drive me crazy, but look for me. Look for me. I will be September in Orlando. So,
and it's awesome. Well, thank you so much for sharing your story, because you know what, the thing I want you guys to understand too is that we all have different paths to success, and success means different things for each and every one of us. Antoinette talked so much about your why, right? We all have a different why. They may be interconnected. They may be in alignment and moving in the right direction, but they're all different. And the thing I love about knowing your why and owning your why, and then also knowing your story and owning your story, is that you have a moral obligation to share your story, to share your why, to pursue that. Because there's a reason you're on earth. It's not just to suck in oxygen. It's not just to like walk around like, whoa. No, you have a reason. And you're on this call right now because you have a reason to be here. We are all here for a purpose. One of my favorite books that I've ever read was by Pastor Rick Warren, Purpose Driven Life. You have a reason to be here. Every one of us is here for a reason. And the awesome thing about what I get to do and what Alicia gets to do, what Mike gets to do, is we get to like really help you guys like step into that. Like Alicia, do you not agree that we have like the best job in the whole entire world?
Yeah. I mean, especially for me, I get to work from home with my 1.5-year-old in the living room and still be able to do everything. Yeah. And I kind of really want to start like really quickly, not to interrupt, but talking about purpose. Deneen, you got hired specifically to do a podcast, but you always knew there was this like bright shining light without like that podcast helped you with people skills. And then all of a sudden now, like, holy crap. You know what I mean? Like, so sometimes, you know, we get people like, Tina, I want to be a model or I want to be an actor. That may be how you're on this call, but perhaps evolving into something more. Yeah. You know what I mean? And you don't know, but I'll tell you what, this was not luck. This was serendipitous. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like we created the right place at the right time, but like you have to be here and you want to, and Tina, you know, I love you. And it's so amazing. And, you know, you could make $1 million, but are you a good person? Is this something that you're going to, if you don't know your why, well, then you shouldn't be like, you know, so I thank everybody for being here. Cause I mean, ultimately you do want to get on set. I mean, that's the goal, but sometimes like stuff is going to come your way and who knows what can come out of it.
Yeah. And if you look at your favorite stars, we're going to, in a minute, I would like to start answering questions about what Mike spoke about a couple minutes ago. But something I want you guys to think about too is like your favorite stars all have a why. Like Denzel Washington, the reason why he acts is because he gives a huge portion of what he makes back to the Boys and Girls Club, because he was raised in the Boys and Girls Club. So like what I want you to understand is that this is a platform to move you forward for so many amazing things. And that's why I'm so excited about what Mike was talking about earlier about the offer that he made, because each and every one of you has a story to tell. And that is such a tremendous opportunity for you guys to start moving forward in that direction. So do you think we should open it up to questions? And I see we have a very special guest on, so we don't want to keep him waiting very much longer.
Please. But one thing I kind of really want to stress to you, when people ask about networking, being able to speak from stage is one of the biggest attributes ever. It's going to help you in life. Even if you're married, I promise you it's going to spice things up when you feel more confident. For those of you that are maybe lacking in that department, I'll tell you what, being able to command a room. Yeah, that's right. Send me drinks. I'll pick. You know what I mean? And even when you're going for auditions or you're going I can tell you right now, if you're going to Hollywood with us or, next year, oh my goodness, Deneen, we're literally going to have world concert tour. I saw Leslie wearing her biggest shirt. I think Raquel was wearing her biggest shirt yesterday. We need t-shirts for every single location, because we're going all over the globe next year.
Yeah.
And I think that the more people do, and especially from speaking from stage, how would that not benefit every single aspect of your life? Between castings and networking and, as I say, dinner party conversations. You know what I mean? And I think it's so important, because some people, they really want to be an actor, but they're scared shitless of their own shadow.
Yeah.
So even having, even just that light go off, and I've seen it in you, Deneen. The very first time I had Deneen, I think I had her talk to one of the stars from the Wonder Years.
Oh, Lord Jesus.
We're hyperventilating. I have a video, which
in my defense, I was such a fan of that show. She's like, by the way, you have to talk to Dan Lauria from the Wonder Years. I'm like, what?
Yeah. Here's your cell phone. But you did it, and the obstacles the way. You were scared shitless, and you're like, but I really want to do this.
And I taught him how to use Zoom,
yes.
for the record.
Yeah, you just say yes. And it was so unbelievable, because now you're talking to people that sign Lady Gaga. And had you not had those little wins, little wins, they're huge wins. Because that's what people don't see.
Yeah.
So you're your own success story, my friend.
Thanks.
Superhero pose. But it's true,
Yeah.
For sure.
All right. So yes, Andrea, understanding yes is key. Exactly. You say yes opportunities. Again, I was literally the shyest person you'll ever meet in your whole entire life. Hey, you want to host a podcast on the entertainment industry? What? Okay. And here we are. So yes is definitely the key. And Mike talked about this too. Yes is also a growth mindset. You have to say yes. When opportunity knocks, you say yes. Because if you don't say, you don't know what you're going to miss out on. And I could tell you one thing. At the end of your life, you're not going to regret those things that you said yes to. You're going to regret the things you didn't say yes to. Don't live in the land of what if, live in the land of yes. All right. All right. So along that thought, does anyone have any questions for us about what Mike spoke about? And then we're going to bring on the one and only Mr. Ryan Colby. So does anyone have any questions for us? If you do, type them in the chat, raise your hands.
Do you want me to share my screen? You want me to go over it again?
You can share your screen, yes, but I don't think we have Mike went over it. I don't think we really have to go over it, but you can share your screen so that then people can see, and if anyone has questions.
Okay.
Let's see here. Stephanie, you have a question. I'm gonna unmute you.
Okay. Are there payment plans available?
If you get accepted, then we can talk about that. Yeah. So if anyone has any questions about payments or anything like that, just schedule and then we'll talk. And also for anyone, we could do up to 3 payments for people. All right. So, definitely get on. We'll discuss that on the call. Okay. And you've played full out all weekend. I've been watching you. So thank you so much for being here. Have you learned a lot? Oh,
she's on mute.
Oh, hold on. I lost her.
Okay, yes, I've learned a lot. I plan on using everything that you guys instilled into me and, moving forward with my acting career.
Awesome.
But
I
you don't want
appreciate
this to be the climax of your story. I once went
Right.
on a weekend on a free call. This was free. Imagine what our members get.
Right.
You've heard from a
This
couple
is
of them.
awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right. Thanks, Stephanie. Hopefully I get to talk to you.
If you haven't schedule now. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Hollywood.
Well, okay. I'm trying to see here.
So I'm gonna keep this up. Let's see.
Okay.
There you go.
Awesome. And I'm going to share the link.
So if anybody has any questions.
Yeah, if anyone has any questions, let us know now. Otherwise, we will bring on the one and only Mr. Ryan Colby.
Because obviously he does not. Yes, Marja. For sure. What were the dates? Well, yeah, so the Hollywood event is October 2022 and Las Vegas is December 2022.
Yep. All right.
And remember, guys, the moment that we decide to move forward with you and this is a go, you're going to start receiving the 400 hours of on-demand training. Plus, also now you have access to like the live coaches. Let me reiterate that live. So like having access to Antoinette, having access to Robert Galinsky, having access to Mark Schoenfeld. So like kind of like when Mark Schoenfeld was mentioning people by name or Bobby, I think that's pretty freaking awesome that you have a cast member from The Sopranos who knows you, not just, oh my God, I'm a huge fan. It's reciprocated. So being able to build those relationships and those bridges, I mean, how do you even put a price tag on that? You can't.
Yes. And Christine, you do not have to schedule, but anyone else who is on the call, whether you're inner circle or current member of our company, you do have to schedule for this. Okay.
I'm assuming room and board is not included. If you want to pay the full $20,385, since I discounted it by like 18 grand, if you want to pay the full 20 grand, I'll happily pay for your Spirit airline and I guess 2 nights hotel. No, Christina, if you are already going to Hollywood, this is a different program. There are some things that you did not get in your original program because this is a newer program that we're offering. So you would get everything that you've already been a part of, but you're definitely going to want to schedule to see like what you're missing, and then we can go ahead and figure out what we could do to help you get all of this in addition. So I would schedule.
Yeah, so everyone should be scheduling. Let's see here. Tracy appears to have a question. So Tracy Limon, what's your question?
Okay, so I was wondering, there was some talk about, I can't remember, it said like a league package where you get like the 10 additional shots. Is that for Hollywood?
That's only in Atlanta. If you're coming to Atlanta and want to talk about that, we could schedule that, but this isn't the time for that.
Okay.
So if you have a question about that,
the answer is yes.
What?
Like, and you would still register because your program, you're going to Hollywood, but some of the stuff you're not receiving. So what we're going to do is kind of take this program with the program that you already have and figure out what you're missing and then go over that with you. Does that make sense?
Oh, yep. That's awesome. Thank you.
Yep. Because I don't ever want you to like purchase anything that you're already getting. So like we have to, because remember like the Icon Speaker Camp, I can literally Google it right now. It like literally it's click here to pay. It's $3,000. Yeah. So it's a third party fee. So the fact that we're doing this for $19.97, I'm sure you guys can do the math. We're actually losing money on this, but the reason why we're doing it is kind of like Tina Harding. We really want to make a difference. Bill Walsh and Tony Robbins and all these amazing people that we work with. We've seen, I mean, just the business relationships alone, like Marsha Simon's on here. And, you know, I'll tell you right now, like there's so many, like when people pay, they pay attention. And people that like for us, we spend a lot of money on Broadway and investing in movies and these professional organizations. Anything that you want to do in life, you want to be surrounded by people that like knock your socks off.
Yeah.
So for those of you going to Hollywood in October, that's phenomenal. Your life is going to be dramatically changed. Getting headshots done. Obviously, like you don't, and I'm going to say this as sweetly and as not blunt as possible, but obviously you guys have now met me for 48 hours, but back in the day, we used to offer just a networking event when we first opened. And so many people were buying tickets and then they would meet Bobby Finaro and they would just take a selfie. I'm like, you're a dumbass. Like literally, there are so many amazing casting directors, producers, and agents and people that can snap a finger and put you in a Netflix show. We found that so many people were so quick just to take a selfie. They weren't necessarily ready to like have conversations. So to be able to give you the trainings, both live and virtual, instead of binge watching Netflix and HBO Max and Hulu, why don't you binge watch to get you where it is that you want to be? So like even with the 400 hours of back training, like we have the Phantom of the Opera, the head writer for Saturday Night Live, Monique Coleman from High School Musical, like some of the biggest casting directors, people from America's Next Top Model, Tyra Banks stylist. So like literally you can binge watch what's important to you.
Yep.
And literally all that's going on your resume, even though it's pre-recorded. And I'm going to say this right now, like we've invested sometimes $500 to $1,000 for 1 hour of their time. So if anybody here wants to, you know, be smart and grab a calculator, you do the math. We've already covered 400 hours. We've already compensated those people to do that hour training. And not to mention, we've even transcribed all of them. So they're also in writing, which means now you can literally type it. Deneen, do you want to go over Searchy real quick?
I will in just one moment. I'll come
Okay.
back to that. But I see people that are in the comments. I'm not even going to address your names, but I can tell you something. If you were listening to Mike earlier, you have to, if in order to get better results from your life, you have to ask better questions. I see people saying things that are not necessarily true about themselves. So the question is not, I can't afford it. How can I afford it?
You may not have the resources, but you sure as hell know how to be resourceful.
Yeah, so be resourceful. So if you're one of those people that's in the comments, like putting all your negatives, just do it. You don't even have to listen for the rest of the call. That's fine. You got enough value out of this, but don't poison other people by putting things like that in the comments. The question that you should be asking, if you were listening to him and giving him the respect that he deserves, is how can I make this happen? You just spent 16 hours on the call with us. How can you make this happen? So now we can go to Searchy.
Honestly, Deneen, this should be something like, I don't care what the fee is. It's I can't afford not to do this because holy shit, all the information. And here's the thing, with all the information, all the people you're going to be meeting live and on Zoom. Let me ask you a question. We have a talent right now that's earning $30,000 in one day.
She used to earn $30,000
in a year, 365 days out of the year, right? 30 grand salary. Now she's booking 1 day a month, sometimes 2 days a month, right? She told us she couldn't afford this. She couldn't afford not to do this.
So
do you understand that? So I always find it amazing, Deneen, because I do a lot of interviews and I'll ask people, oh, I see you got, you know, hair extensions. Oh, look at those false eyelashes. Let me see your phone. You always find money for things that bring you immediate gratification.
So
if this is going to change your life, help you get to your dream, then you'll figure it out. I'm not here to sell you. You're going to sell yourself as to how you're going to figure this out. And you're going to schedule a meeting. And just so you understand, even if you show up with a Black American Express card, my services are not for sale. I'm never going to risk what I do for $2 grand. I'm sorry. So you have to actually go through the interview process to see if you even qualify to work with us. And for those of you holding a handout, I would be so embarrassed to even work with you because I know if you did it to us, you would do it to anybody that you met on this call.
So now that we got that out of the way, let's talk about Searchy. Searchy is my favorite part of our membership site, and here's why. I like to call our membership site, or the vault, or the 4 hours of on-demand training. If Google and Netflix had a baby for the entertainment industry, that is what this is. So we have a search bar on the first 4 seasons, and all you have to do is type in a word. Like if you're interested in modeling, you type in model, literally, woo, every time that someone said the word models, it comes up. You push on.
How does it go?
It goes woo, just like that. Voiceover is going. After I'm done here, I'm gonna go talk to Tony the Tiger about becoming a voiceover artist. But all you do is you put in a word and then it populates. You press a button, and literally the exact moment where they said that word, It comes up. It's like the coolest thing ever. I totally geek out over technology.
But
all
you
the
can
time.
look up like self-tapes, slate, monologue,
anything.
plus size, transgender. I mean, SAG.
We've covered it all.
Vouchers. You can literally look up anything because every single thing has been transcribed. So it literally just finds a word. And it's like, these are all the searches that what?
Yeah, we've covered it all. All right.
We've done it.
So Lynette Hawkins, do you have a question? We're going to answer a question. Then we're going to bring Ryan Colby on for the hot seat. So Lynette Hawkins.
He does not like to wait.
I know.
Hi, I'm so glad that I got a chance to meet you guys. I seen the advertisement through Facebook where y'all be hitting each other with the pillow.
Oh my God.
My question is, I think
that was a Michael Fogden concept, and we thought he was crazy.
That hit that right on the nose. That would caught my interest. I have also wanted to become a model or actor. Like my dad and my mom always tell me, you can be an actor because I'm always acting goofy.
That's all. Did you schedule your interview yet, Lynette?
Huh?
Did you schedule your interview yet?
No, I'm trying.
What are you
to
waiting
now,
for?
Like, every time that I try to make an interview, it's like something always. It's like the devil always throws something in my way, and I gotta hit that hurdle.
We're gonna stop. We're gonna stop talking like that because you are in control of your destiny. No one else besides you. So why have you not scheduled? I'm sorry. I'm the queen of hashtag no excuses. Why have you not scheduled?
I do want to become an actor, and I also want to try to become a model. But
that's great. But why haven't you scheduled? I want you to do all those things.
I don't know how.
But you're able to get on a Zoom today. The link is right there. You click on the link and you put in your information. That's it. Just like creating a Facebook, just like doing anything.
Oh, okay.
So go ahead and schedule. We'll wait. And then just type the
interview, and I hope to meet you guys real soon, like soon.
Okay, well, we want to meet you too, so make sure you schedule, okay? That way you can.
Yes,
that way
can y'all make sure that the link is in? Y'all send me the link just in case.
No, I'm putting the link in the comments. Here, I'll put it again so you can just.
I don't even know how to get to the comments on here.
Okay. Okay, there. Oh, hold on. Let me just fix this here. There you go. There we go. I'm going to put it so all you have to do is like literally touch it. I apologize if I made it a little more difficult than it had to be. All right. Hold on. It's coming right now. There you go. That's better. All right. So all you have to do is touch that, Lynette, in the comments, and then you can go get scheduled. But we want you to be a success story. So you have to schedule. So you please allow me to help you. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Awesome. When you're once you do that, you type in the comments scheduled. This way I know. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Awesome.
Who else has any other questions? Raise your Zoom hand. Anybody? Emily scheduled? Good.
Okay. So
is hard at work.
All right. So this is what we're going to. Oh, look, if you've scheduled yet, let us know in the comments. We can't wait to talk to all of you this week.
And if you're not sure if you need to schedule, every single person on this call, other than Tina Harding, needs to schedule.
Yep. And just so you know, too, just to be really clear, if you don't schedule today, then this is it. That's it. Okay. So today is your day to schedule.
And the reason why, guys, and I'm going to be honest with you, you're already showing us red flags, kind of like Tanya or Ryan or anybody else you've met. When we ask you to do something, if it takes till tomorrow for you to get your life together to be able to click on a link and literally it takes 5 seconds, then why would you ever invest to go and actually talk to top Hollywood casting directors? They would never think you would show up. So you've shown your cards. So we've already called your bluff.
So speaking of that, why don't we bring on Ryan Colby, put him on the hot seat with you. And then Ryan, are you scared? Hold on. Let me find Mr. Ryan Colby here. I know he's chomping at the bit. Okay.
Can I stop sharing my screen now? Is that fine?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yes. Stop sharing the
Excuse
screen.
me. Pardon me.
Everyone, Ryan Colby has arrived.
When you share your screen, it bumps off the video.
Well, I know because I'm sharing my screen.
I know,
But
but
now
I
the
need to
video
see.
is your pretty face, so we all can see you and you have all the attention now.
I need
Like
to
the
see
way it
that I'm
should be.
censored.
All right. Well, I am going to highlight the two of you, and you, Alicia, have at it. Get them.
All right,
Hello,
Ryan.
everyone. So today's been a long day. Did you guys learn some stuff?
Were you on all day, Ryan?
No, I just got on like 15 minutes ago.
Okay. All right. So
And then the video bumped me off, so I couldn't see if I was even on.
well, did you see your name on? Were you actually listening?
I was listening to you and Janine talk about the scheduling. That's what I've been listening to.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you're here. You look nice.
Thanks.
All right.
I'm wearing a cardigan. I'm serving Mr. Rogers today.
Okay, good. Great.
I'm serving Mr. Rogers.
I never
neighborhood.
know how to take you. Am I supposed to? Okay. So I'm supposed to put you in the hot seat, which you know is like, I live for this.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna just throw rapid fire questions. Because I still feel as though people on this call want to get into the business, and not everybody on this call is scheduled. And just so you understand, like, honestly, I don't care if you schedule or not, because if you don't want success, you keep going on with your bad self. We already heard stories about Leslie Pina going and getting photos done, posting them on her, Facebook for her friends and family. I'm gonna tell you guys a little secret. Friends and family here, people in the business here, they don't go together, right? So I think that some of you guys are gonna have tremendous success, but some of you need a swift kick in your ass. So Ryan, you're here. Let's go ahead and rip off the Band-Aid for anything or anybody that really wants to learn how to get into this business the right way. Can you talk to me about castings? Because I've done over 4,000 presentations, and I talk to mostly a lot of aspiring models and actors that think that they can get like castings on websites. Can you go over what it actually takes to get breakdowns and why you need an agent for certain things?
Well, in major markets like New York, LA, Miami, London, Paris, Milan, etc., you cannot get castings on your own. It is impossible. That's not how clients work. Michael Kors is not posting on some sort of model website, or the new Michael Bay movie is not posting on the local wannabe actor website. Like, that doesn't happen. So you have to have an agent. Agents are supplied with either personal breakdowns, where it's a personal email, or the site, which is called Breakdowns, which is a industry site that the country uses.
And it's not easy to get those breakdowns.
No, it's not easy. And
it gets expensive for the agency to even have access to those.
Yeah, it's very expensive. So you get it, and the breakdowns are on there from everything from a Tide commercial to a huge co-star role in a big movie. Sometimes they'll book the main star, like a Russell Crowe or a Tom Cruise or a Angelina Jolie or whatever, but they do have supporting characters in every movie, and sometimes they will put that on breakdowns, and sometimes they'll just pick an actress or an actor because they know them. But if they didn't do that, it'll go on breakdowns, and sometimes they want a new face. They want someone with little experience who isn't going to cost so much because the budget is tight, and they'll put a big role on breakdowns, and you can have the chance to do it. But unfortunately, you have to be represented by the multitude of agencies in New York, LA, Atlanta, Miami, Chicago, to get that opportunity to read or go for that TV commercial. Or sometimes they don't put print so much on breakdowns anymore. They used to, but they do put print on there sometimes. Like if it's something national, like if they want a family for a Verizon commercial, or if they want someone for something major that the entire world will see, they will put it on breakdowns for print work. It's not common, but they do it. So you have to have an agency to get those types of castings. All of these weird castings that you get these like bot emails for, like the new, Aquaman and Spider-Man and whatever man. those are not real. Sometimes the movies have already finished shooting and they just know the movie's coming out. So they use that name to get you all hyped up. And then they get a bunch of people signing up and they get you. None of those, when the movie is shooting, it is between shooting and you seeing it in the theater, it's approximately 2 years, sometimes longer, depending upon the movie. If it's a drama, maybe long, maybe shorter. If it has got special effects, longer. So there's no way they could put the new Spider-Man or Aquaman or whatever in Avengers or whatever in there, because those movies are either done or in pre-production, and there's no way they would. Can you imagine? Okay, so you're a producer of Avengers, which is a $1 billion franchise. You decide, hey, I'm bored. I want the entire country to email me. So let me put up an ad on some rando site so every state can have every wannabe flood my inbox
They would
with
have
messages.
1 million. People would also be using like stock photos of Megan Fox as though it was them, and then they show up like the thing from American Horror Story eating small children.
Well,
They would lie
probably.
about their height, their weight, their
Yeah,
measurements.
exactly. The reason why you have to have an agent is because they vet the situation, and they also don't lie they give the client the truth. And sometimes it may not be it may not be to your benefit to be sometimes. Sometimes I have to tell clients, like, this kid is really 5'11". I know you want 6 feet, but I can't say that he's 6 feet unless I'm like good friends with the person, because if the client decides to pick them, that could be a problem for me. So there are things that agents do that you're not going to do. You're going to lie about your dress size. You're going to lie about your hair color. You're going to lie about your age. You're going to lie about certain things. You meaning the average person. And
Well, not to mention they're going to lie about that they're actually going to show up.
yeah, that's true. That's the biggest lie.
If you
actually.
put an ad out on Craigslist or any of these like gimmicky websites, I'm going to tell you guys right now, I'm going to share my screen. Today, we had 1,130, do you guys see this? Scheduled for this weekend. This is why real casting directors will never book you off of a website, my friends, because you will not show up. You will lie. A lot of you guys, you've even showed us your cards. I really want to do this, but I don't have the resources. Ryan, as an agent, what happens if you were to submit somebody who financially just didn't show up or anything like that? What would happen?
A myriad of things. The first thing would be a terse email or phone call. The second thing could be a screaming phone call or email. The third thing could be blacklisted. I'm never working with your company again. I mean, it runs the gamut. It depends upon the day, but it's never good. It's just a matter of what level of not good is going to come my way. So it just depends. But it's never good.
As an agent, what would happen if somebody didn't show up? Would you ever be able to get castings with that company again? Would you be held liable?
I mean, for a casting, you're not liable, but for a job, sometimes you are liable. Yeah. If it's a physical job, you could be liable for sure. For castings, no, they just yell at you and they move on. And they're like, well, you have flaky models and actors, and we're not calling you again. And that is monetary, because in the future, I'm never going to make money with that person because you didn't come. So
like Gossip Girl, years ago, we had somebody who didn't show up for Gossip Girl, no matter what you said, no matter what you did. And she also casted for other shows. Now you're back in like good graces.
Yeah, now I'm back in good graces with them
you
after
lost money.
However many years that's been. But yeah, she had to go to bat. What happened with that is a boy didn't go for a 3-day match shoot. A match shoot is when you have to be there every day because they're doing the same exact scene for 3 full days. So the same people in the scene have to be there because you're shooting it from different angles. So if somebody's missing, it throws off the continuity because it's a match scene. Well, somebody didn't show up for one of the days and it threw everything into chaos. Obviously they fixed it, but I was blacklisted. And so for 2 seasons of Gossip Girl, they never called me. Ever. They never called me again. No matter how many emails I sent, they went unread or read. I don't even know. and they never called me again. When the reboot started last year, the casting people did contact me, but the producers remembered me. The casting people kind of forgot, even though it was the same casting firm from years before, they forgot, but the producers didn't forget. So when they submitted my people with my name, they were like, oh, no, we know this bitch. He has unreliable talent and we're not using him. And they called me back and they said, what did you do? And I told them, and they were like, oh yeah, that's right. They forgot. So they went to bat for me. They called the producers and said, look, that was years ago. It wasn't his fault. Whatever they said, I wasn't present for this conversation, but eventually they won the producers over, and now they allowed me to have people on season 1 of this reboot and now season 2 of this reboot. So yeah,
and a lot of the people that you're booking, they're not necessarily trained actors, but they're hot, which is why they're getting on the show.
Yeah, no, they're not trained actors. Gossip Girl and other shows like it, are
filling
based
club
upon
scenes
looks.
and power. Yeah.
They have a hot party, they have a fashion show, they have a bridal show, they have a this, they have a that, and they need attractive people. They don't care if you can even speak the English language as long as you look good on camera. So, yeah.
What advice can you give, Rye, for anybody who is going to be coming out to the Hollywood event? What advice could you give somebody, especially like working with our team?
The Hollywood event. Well, the Hollywood event is live, so you have to have a personality. So that's one, because it's not a Zoom call. You can't lie on your bed. You can't turn your camera off. You can't, be in bad lighting. Hopefully the place we rent has gorgeous lighting. You know how I am about my lighting, but hopefully the place has gorgeous lighting. And it's in person. So you have to have a personality. You have to be attractive. And that has nothing to do with your physical DNA of like, oh, how tall you are, how long can you go to the gym? You have to be attractive personality wise. You have to be engaging, inviting, interesting. So somebody is like, oh, I want to talk to this person for 10 minutes and talk to you and get to know you and see if you're the right fit for what their company, their project, whatever. So that's my first piece of advice, because no amount of pictures, outfits, you could go to the best stores, outlets, and buy the best outfit, look amazing. You could have a chock full of photos in your portfolio from 5, 6, 7 shoots that you've done with VIP or, whatever. But if your personality is lacking and not there, it kind of falls to pieces. So that's my first piece of advice, is really, really, for those of you who may be a little shy or standoffish or aloof or whatever, any adverb or adjective you want to use, try and work on that over the next couple of months, because October, it's a little bit away, but it's kind of not. It's kind of tomorrow as far as I'm concerned. So you got to work on that, because you have to be interesting in order for me to be engaged, or the other agents that will be there. Tanya, I'm sure, will hop in and make an appearance, and a myriad of other agents who run the gamut. Some are super nice and chill, and some are slightly caustic and bitchy. And that's part of the industry.
And we've had talent that go and, they kind of get slapped around, and then now they're traveling the world. Can you talk about, very quickly, Ryan, you've had tremendous success stories from people that you've met at the live events. How quickly can it happen if you decide to sign somebody, or any of the agents? I mean, because you're also booking overseas right now, you're booking all over the place.
Oh, it's really fast. This industry is very quickly. Once you're accepted in the fold of the industry, it's pretty much overnight, like the next day. So it's really fast. I mean, it's not like when you're working at the mall and you have to sign paperwork and, oh, you'll start next week and we have to train you. It's pretty much tomorrow. So it's fast. It's fast.
I remember one time I was in South Beach, and I had just had an interview with this gentleman by the name of Nick, who came on one of my Zoom calls. I did his interview. He was really cute. no modeling experience. He said he was like a construction worker and that he was fit. That's what everybody says. I'm fit. And he came to Miami. I'll never forget. I was doing like a Facebook Live or an Instagram Live, and you're like, hello, who is that? I'm like, oh, he's Nick. Like, he's part of Truth. And next thing you know, you're like, hi, yes, I need him. I think I had sent you a couple of just digitals I took with my phone, sent them to you, and you already booked him while he was doing a photo shoot. And this poor kid, guys, he came from like Denver, Colorado. He was in Miami. He then flew the next day to go up to Manhattan to go on set already. And he had no clothes other than flip-flops and swimwear.
That's true.
And he ended up staying for weeks, and he ended up booking
he was
TV
a trooper,
and film.
and it was winter.
It was winter.
Well, I don't think it was winter. I think it was fall, but it wasn't flip-flop weather.
Yeah, it was a little bit chilly, but that happened just from doing like a Facebook Live or an Instagram from one of our photo shoots. So just so you guys understand, this is really cool, the power of proximity.
Oh yeah, I remember that now. I mean, I know obviously you were talking about Nick, but I forgot about that photo shoot, like in that office.
In South Beach. You weren't at that one.
No, I remember, but I wasn't physically present. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, and even the head of casting for L'Oreal was like, who is that? Because he also follows our Instagram. So you know, I really want to explain to you guys, be careful what you wish for, because some of you guys may be going out to Hollywood or, you know, kind of like what Tina's doing.
People aren't ready. Sometimes people aren't ready. Like, you know, it can happen overnight. It really, really can. Or it can be a slow burn. So, and there's nothing wrong with either. It's just a matter of if it does happen overnight, are you ready? Because
and there's a lot of money to be made right now, Ryan. Can you go over a little bit about the diversity? Because I love when you say like, you know, skinny white girls, you're out. That's so passe. Can you talk about what the industry is looking for now?
Well, they're not out. They're never going anywhere.
I know.
White
they're always in style.
Forever.
But I mean, like.
But they're definitely feeling the burn because there's competition, and the competition is the plus size girls, the black guys, the Asian girls. Like there is competition now, and that's great because now people have a chance that have been waiting for 20, 30, 40 years. I mean, I started 30 something years ago and there was 5 black boys, 5 black girls. Now, I mean, you look at any fashion show, there's 20 black girls, 20 black guys in every fashion show, which is great. And every fashion show, not just 1 or 2, because some designers have always loved blacks and Spanish and color. Some designers like YSL and whatever, they've from the 70s, they've been using blacks, but that's one designer that can't make your career. You know, you need to have everybody into you so you can bounce around and do different things so you can actually make this a lifestyle. So now that is the case where I very rarely see an all white show. I don't think I've seen one in 5-6 years. It's always had a peppering of something else, which is great because that's hasn't been the case since I've been in this industry. I mean, there would be seasons where I'd see 50 fashion shows and maybe 4 or 5 blacks, period. The other 45 shows, not a single, you know, person of color. So now it's every show has a person of color, and that's great. So anyway, but there is money to be made. Fashion shows still suck. There's still not a lot of money in them, but they're fun to do and they raise your profile. Now, the reason why people do fashion shows for little money is because your profile is raised. And when your profile is raised, then the agent can go after catalogs, e-com, commercials, stuff they couldn't do until you did big fashion shows. So it's a trade-off. You get the money after you do the fashion shows that didn't pay you much.
It's a labor of love because you're going to have some of the biggest names watching you.
Yeah, it's a profile raise. So when you're doing Prada and you're getting paid $500, which is how much the girls and the guys get paid, which is great. Prada is Prada, but it's $500. And you have to remember that's a European designer. It's a European designer. So 40% of your income is gone because of the way the European laws are. It's different than America, where in America it's 20%, but in Europe it's like between 30 to 40, depending upon what country you're in. So you're not making $500, you're making $250, and please don't owe the agency any money because then you're making $0. So, but your profile is highly raised and you can now speak to smaller designers that are doing e-com for 2,000 a day. Like say perfect example. You do a Prada show, you get paid $500, you get $0 because you owe the agency money, blah, 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 whatever. But then every B-level clothing line that's similar to Prada, but doesn't have the name that Prada has, but they've got $2,000 to pay you for e-com. Guess what? Now you've booked 4 e-com gigs with some smaller designer. That's $8,000. You're definitely going to make some money from that, because unless you owe the agency $8,000, you're going to make some money. So
And
that's
just so you
how
guys
it
know,
works.
these big fashion shows like New York Fashion Week, you have to have an agent. And Ryan, I get so many people that do these like little pretend runway shows where they try to sell tickets. No, guys, that will ruin your career. It makes you look naive.
Yeah,
and
those little
gullible.
pretend fashion shows like Atlantic City Fashion Week and Kansas City Fashion Week and
Omaha.
Or our favorite, buy a ticket and be a part of it.
or that too. Those things, unfortunately, it's hard to put into words. It's kind of like,
It's like a blemish on your resume.
it's
in my
kind of
eyes.
like, it's just a waste of time because nobody's impressed by it. And secondly, when you finally do get to New York, say you finally save the money, whatever, some agent is into you and thinks you've got potential, and then you come to New York and the only thing you've done is Atlantic City Fashion Week. I'm just giving them as an example because they're annoyed the shit out of me.
But they're also not part
You're
of
never-
TFDA, which
You're
just
never
you guys,
going to work because if one person hears that you did that, that spreads all throughout the city. Like you're a C-level model.
it's like a scarlet letter.
Her, do not touch him, and they'll move on. Like, so you can do it, just don't tell anybody because it ruins your name. No one
That
wants to
means
hear
no
that.
posting it on Facebook or Instagram, even like the brand ambassador stuff. Ryan, can you go over like those bots that a lot of people get
Yeah.
about the brand ambassador stuff? and
Yeah,
how
I've been
it could
getting more
ruin
into brand
potential-
ambassador lately over the past like 30 days. I've gotten like 2 or 3 clients that actually pay, that actually are, legit. So I've gotten a little bit better at it. Brand sponsorship is basically kind of like doing e-com, but you're doing it. So it's handled the same way. The client
But
will write.
they may
the
not
agency-
understand. How many of you guys have ever gotten one of those DMs? Hey, you should be a brand ambassador, an influencer. If they ever ask for money, let's say they're selling cosmetics, right? You could be the face of this cosmetic line. If they're ever asking for money to purchase a product and then you're now promoting it, or as I like to say, pimping it out on your social media, you're not actually a model for the brand, you're a consumer. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yeah.
And then what
that's the-
happens is when you finally get a real agent, and let's say Ryan is submitting you out for Estee Lauder, MAC, anything, there's your happy face promoting a brand that's now in, they may not want to ever affiliate with a lesser brand, and you would miss out on a potential cosmetic line down the line because you were so quick to give up your goods.
Yeah.
A lot of
Well,
times it's out of
I just had
desperation
that
or they
happen.
just don't
I
know.
have a kid named Dan McCormick who's like a
Yes.
body guy, and he before I met him was hashtagging every underwear company breathing, and that's because he was told that's what he should do.
From
These underwear
who?
companies,
People in the industry?
no, like his friends at the gym.
Joseph,
So-
even if you're getting free products, my friend, if you're promoting shitty projects, no one is ever
Yeah.
going to want to book you because you're affiliated with them.
Yeah, so when I got a hold of him about in December, I told him to stop doing it. He has, but the problem is that last week it reared its ugly head. JJ Malibu, which is a legitimate underwear swimwear company out of LA, wanted to use him, but then when they scrolled through his Instagram from, last April, last May, last June, last July, they saw all of these C-level, D-level swimwear lines he was hashtagging. They started peppering me with a ton of questions that I couldn't answer. They were like, did he receive money from them? Is he working for them? Does he have a contract with them? And I'm like, oh my God, I don't know. So I called Dan. I'm like, did you receive any money last year before I met you from any of these swimwear companies that you were hashtagging like a crazy person? And he's like, no, it was cool. And they sent me some stuff every once in a while. I go, guess what? JJ Malibu is now questioning if they want you. I had to spend like 90 minutes on the phone with the guy, Andrew from JJ Malibu, convincing him that he never received any money. It was like, I felt like I was being questioned for a crime. Like they didn't like it. And eventually I got my way and he's shooting for JJ Malibu. But the point is that it almost ruined the deal because he was so busy hashtagging all of these lesser companies that weren't even paying him, that when it came time for a real company to use him, they were like, no. You know.
What does it take for you to submit like an up and coming talent to Europe? What does it really take like before you know that they're ready? And then how much is their career changed when they come back to the States?
For Europe, it's more of a feeling. It's not a physical thing. It's not like, oh, how many pictures do you have? I have to feel that they're ready to go because you're kind of really, really cut off. When you come to New York and say you live in Chicago, you're not really cut off from your family and friends because you can go home at any time in 90 minutes, you know? So it's easier for people to fake security when they're in New York or LA. But I can see through that and see who can survive overseas, be it Germany, Spain, India, Turkey, China, etc., where it is much harder to get home. You cannot be chit-chatting on the phone with your boyfriend for hours on end, girlfriend hours on end. You cannot be, you know, there's certain things you cannot do over there that just time-wise won't allow. So therefore, once I see that the person can fend for themselves, aren't dependent upon nightly 2-hour phone call, you know, I can see it. And then I will be like, okay, they can go overseas for 90 days and I won't be worried that I'm going to get a stupid phone call that they're like, you know, not showing up for work because they're up late trying to get their girlfriend or boyfriend on the phone because of the time difference and, you know, like stuff like that, which happens on a regular basis. You'd be surprised. One of the main reasons people get kicked out of European agencies and Asian agencies is because of the time difference, because they can't cut the cord. So therefore they're up late doing stuff that they shouldn't be doing. And then they miss stuff the next day. So therefore they get kicked out because they just can't adjust to their new lifestyle of you're in China. There's no time to be, you know, you got to schedule that 1 day a week call with the family and the friends. That's it. That's it.
Yeah, if the client is paying for you to fly overseas, which one thing I really want to stress to you guys, sometimes the client is going to make you cover your own flight and then they reimburse you when you get there. So Ryan, can you go over a little bit about like financials? Like even to book work in China, you have to have a savings account.
Yeah, a model paying for their flight overseas in Europe is pretty much commonplace. The only time an agency will pay for you to fly to Europe is if you book a direct, like YSL Direct, Prada Direct, Dior Direct, something like that. They'll pay for your flight because they'll get the money back from the booking. Normally, if you're just going there for 60 days, 90 days, 6 months, you pay for that. And the agencies prefer that because then they don't have to go after you if it doesn't go well. You know, it's your responsibility. It's kind of, you know, so they prefer that you do it unless it's an emergency, like a direct, like, okay, Dior's booking you on Wednesday and now it's Sunday. You need to get to Paris by Tuesday. Of course, the agency will step in and deal with that because it's impossible for you to do it, but they can do it. You know what I mean? So that's a different conversation. But when you go to overseas to Asia and different markets like India, Asia, they will advance you because you're going to a market that isn't going to make you famous, but it is going to make you a lot of money. So therefore, they invest in you temporarily to get you there because they know the public wants to be famous. So therefore, they know this isn't the market to make you famous. So let us put the money in to get you here and then show you how much money you can make. And then they take the money out when you start making money for whatever the flight was,
right?
Whatever the.
But you need an American agent to submit you to the international agent.
Mostly, yes, you do. Yes, you do. I mean,
for liability's sake.
Yeah, for liability's sake. And if they want to roll that dice and write you directly, and take that chance, they can go right ahead. But they rarely do that because they know that without a third party stepping in and driving that ship, they could possibly get really burned. So
And they're not just going to give out free trips to everybody who wants to be a model.
No, of course not. But so the agencies really play a crucial role, because when I'm speaking to the Chinese and the Indians and I'm telling them about my talent, the good attributes and the bad, I got to tell them both. And then they can make a decision if they want this person over there.
Yeah, because we have talent right now, $1,000 a day. Oh my God, that is so cool.
Yeah.
Now, one thing I kind of want to stress.
Brandon's making Brandon's making $675 a day for the next 3 days for Garnier.
Which Brandon Hunter?
Brandon Dermond.
Oh, Brandon Dermond. Oh, look at that from a Zoom. We guys.
He's at the American Dream Mall right now doing a hair show for Garnier.
That's so fun. Now, here's one of my last questions. There's a lot of people on here that, like Leslie Pina, who had gotten photos done in the past.
Okay, yeah.
Would an agent ever use those photos, or why would somebody want to go through us, like when we're doing our photo shoots? Like, what is the difference with our photo shoots?
Our photo shoots are directed and art directed and more vetted, meaning like I kind of already know what they're going to look like before I get there, just because I just do. So I already pretty much know what is going to happen. The only thing that puts a monkey wrench in that is time, the talent. If they aren't ready, then obviously I can't predict that. I'm assuming everyone's going to be ready. But then again, sometimes I'm always surprised at the 1 or 2 or 3 who are not.
Ready.
Okay, I'm sure they will be
ready. You guys will be ready, right? Go ahead and say I'll be ready.
I'm sure they will be. But there's always one.
I can't control. I mean, Denise.
Exactly. That's what I just said. I can't predict who it's going to be. But the point is that I already pretty much know what the shoot will look like before I get there. And that is the essence of a good art director, is that, not just saying the best art director ever breathing, but you already know what the project looks like before you even step to the transportation that's getting you there. Like I already know.
Art directing, like the photographer, and then you're the stylist, so people are actually holding up their clothes before you go, and you're literally putting them together.
Like, some people's hair should be straight, some people should be curly, some should be up, some need more makeup than others, some need color, some don't, some need more coverage on their face, some don't, some, so all of that is called art direction, meaning it's individually based art direction. It's a very unique skill set that I happen to possess, but I can also coordinate that with an outfit, with lighting. That's too bright, that's too dark, that's too far away, that's too close up.
Makeup,
like stuff like that. So all of it is my responsibility, kind of, and then I leave it to the photographer to help me, because I can't really stand there and watch 40 people shoot. It's just not conceivably possible. So I give the photographer 1 sentence of direction, and because I know these photographers, it's kind of like a hidden
These
language.
Photographers have been vetted. Ryan has picked each of them, like based on their work. A lot of times it's word of mouth or reviewing their stuff.
Word of mouth or work. So I only have to say to them 1 or 2 sentences, and then they can kind of go for the next hour or 2 until I change my mind, and then I redo the directions, and then they go with that. I'm redoing directions all the time. Sometimes I'm like, sometimes I will tell them, stay right here for the next hour. Do not move. Anyone that comes in front of your camera, this is where you shoot them. And then an hour, I'm bored, and then I move them.
Literally how it works.
But I think one thing that's really important is sometimes when you go and get photos done with photographers, sometimes you're getting the photos that you want, not what a casting director legit wants. So I find a lot of times, like Leslie said, her photos were a little bit risque, a little bit like, hey, you're great, but like, you're a mom, let's not look like this, because we want to be able to promote you across the board. So I think so many people have like these sexy photos with lots of, boobs and butt and lots of makeup. And, so when you're art directing, it's even down like, step by step.
Putting it so much, because sometimes people will bring things that I wish they didn't. And also, I have to work with what's physically in front of me. So when that suitcase opens, I'd say 75% of the time I'm happy and I'm like, okay, this is great. I can work with this. And then 25% of the time, my head is thinking, there's not a single thing in here that I can use.
We've been
But
there.
but I'm gonna figure it out because it's 3 o'clock and I'm about to have my meltdown. So I cannot.
First meltdown or the meltdown of the hour. That's always what I want to know. And for those of you guys that would like to work with Ryan, if you schedule your appointment, oh shit, look at that. He's part of our company. He'll be in Hollywood. I mean, come on, guys.
Now, can I ask everyone a question here? Ryan, this is awesome. I love the back and forth. But how many of you here would love the opportunity to work with Ryan Colby? Raise your hands. How many of you would love the opportunity for a one-on-one with Ryan Colby? Raise your hands. Awesome.
How to hide being busty. There's many ways to hide that issue. So if you're shooting, I can tell you.
Yeah, when you get on your one-on-one call with Mr. Ryan Colby, or when you're on a coaching call with him, then he can answer that question for you.
And Dawn Lay, who's new to the company, Dawn, when you, since you're part of the company and you'll be on live calls with us, Ryan, she wants to know, like, oh, should I go brunette or blonde? Like, we're the first ones to be like, go back. You know what I mean? So when you're on the call, sometimes we have people that over bleach or their hair is too dark and they look like they're going to do a ska music video or emu. So like sometimes, we've got to make sure that like your hair color is going to be marketable. So even when you're on the calls, I mean, be careful what you wish for, because Ryan Colby
marketability is a very, very, I had a conversation with someone about marketability a couple of weeks ago, a photographer who I work with on a weekly basis. About marketability. A lot of times these models are very strange in their ideas on what's marketable because they're in a bubble. They live at home, they see their friends every day, and they think that they know what's marketing to the world. I do marketing for the world, not just New York, not just Los Angeles, but for the world. And there are times I can't do it for the world and I have to focus on America because I know this person can never travel. So I focus on marketability for America because there is a difference between America and Europe and Asia in what they will and will not accept. They will, body types, hair color, age, clothing. There are certain things that won't work overseas that will work here, but I have the ability and the knowledge and the talent to marry those three markets if I feel the person is going to go to those markets one day. Whereas if I'm convinced they're never leaving America, then I refocus and I just do shoots for the American market. So it just depends on the person.
But I think that's really important because I think everybody really wants success and you have such a keen eye as to what the industry wants. How many of you guys need Ryan? Go ahead and type, I need Ryan. Because I'll tell you what, like anybody can do your photos, but the question is, do you have the former art director of Vogue personally styling you, making sure top to bottom, I joke around like Mr. Potato Head. I mean, even putting the pieces together with you, the look, the hair, it is a formula. It is an exact scientific formula. So I think you and your beautiful mind.
Waste of time. Those pieces get lost like every 2 seconds.
Mr. Potato Head?
Mr. Potato.
Says the man who likes to put together puzzles.
Oh, I love puzzles, but I'm in control of the puzzle and the pieces just don't go flying everywhere.
Well, there was
he's not in control of roller skating. He's not in control of roller skating. That's a
I just bought a new puzzle of the Sistine Chapel, which is, I don't know when I'm opening this box, so we'll see.
After you get back from Atlanta. Well, Ryan, thank you so much for being on here. This was absolutely amazing. We love your energy. We love your bluntness. We love your humor, and we especially love your nails. Your nails are definitely on point.
Don't forget the cardigan.
The cardigan too, yes, Mr. Rogers. Thank you for showing up.
The cardigan perfectly matches this mesh top, and I put the mesh top on, but it's completely see-through, and I felt it was a little much. So I
Thank
decided
you for being modest. We appreciate modesty on here at VIP.
I decided
Ignite
to
on these
cover it a
calls.
little bit, but I'm getting moist, so I'm going to take it off in a minute because it's hot. in
Okay,
here.
well,
Oh my God.
we're gonna let you go since you're getting moist. Nobody wants a moist Ryan Colby. Trust me. Trust me on that one. And
If that's the
you didn't
soundbite
even allow
for
me
the
to
whole
say the word
weekend.
moist.
Actually, it's one of my favorite words. Period. Is moist.
Of course it is.
Feeling moist. Okay. On that note, what we're going to do is we're
It
going to
is.
release you, Mr. Colby,
And
to go.
livid and moist are two of my
Well,
favorite
guys,
words.
the good news is you can relive the jokes and Ryan Colby's like personality when you're a part of the company, because Ryan Colby is very much a part of the company.
Yep.
Even though he primarily does high fashion, he also does commercial print. He does pretty much everything, TV and film. He's a jack of all trades. He is New York, LA, and worldwide. The best part is on Zoom, we all have access as long as you're part of the company. For those of you that want to meet him live, he will be in Hollywood in October and perhaps Vegas.
When is Vegas? I thought it was in
We'll
January.
talk
We'll
about it
discuss
off
that. We'll see you in Hollywood, Mr.
Oh.
Colby. We'll see you in Hollywood. Thank
December's
you.
a hard month.
I know. Let's
Well,
just
we'll
focus
see
on
you-
October.
we'll
It's like a Kardashian wedding. We're only
Yes.
focusing on the next one.
Yes. So, Ryan, thank you so much for being here. It was absolutely amazing. We appreciate it. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much did you guys learn from Mr. Ryan Colby today?
Thank
Come
you,
on
Ryan.
now. Let him know. Only 10. Come on, guys. When I say 10,
Oh,
I'm
dear.
setting you guys up.
I feel like I'm on
Awesome.
American
This is
Idol.
like
I'm getting
Dancing with
voted
the
off.
Stars, right?
Awesome. Well, Ryan, thank you so
I feel like
much.
Jennifer Hudson getting voted off American Idol.
You're not
Okay.
getting.
Let
We're
her
saying
down.
you
She's
are
got an Emmy and a
amazing.
Grammy, an
There's
Oscar,
no
and a
getting
Tony.
voted off.
Anyway, okay. Well, have a good rest of the day, people.
Thank you.
See you.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
All right, guys. So I have a question for you guys. This has been. Hold on. There we go. I think he's gone anyway. You never know.
His favorite word is moist. Come on.
He yelled at me once for saying the word moist, so I don't know where that came from. And he's not here to
He's too
defend
much
himself any
sometimes.
longer. All right. So I have a question for you guys. How many of you could use an extra $100,000 a year? Raise your hands. I know I could. Come on now. So I want you guys to understand something. When we're offering you the opportunity to go to the Icon Speaker Camp, we're offering you the opportunity for that weekend where we're going to talk about speaking. We're literally offering you an opportunity to earn an extra $100,000. So with that thought in mind, I have a question for you. How many of you have not yet scheduled for the call tonight? Or not the call tonight, to actually have the opportunity to interview with us? So what I'll do is I'll share the link here. And then what I would also love to do is, we heard from some of our talent who work with us on a regular basis. And I would love to hear from, whether you're a current talent working with us or you're someone who was on the call for both days, I would love to hear from you and find out what your biggest takeaways were. So who would like to share? Raise your hands. Raise your Zoom hands, because I can only see certain hands here. Awesome. Okay,
And
Stephanie
wait,
Williams.
really quick, while we're waiting to call on people, this is Brandon Dermott on set right now.
We can't really see that, but
Can you guys see it?
maybe share it in the group. How about that?
I'll share it in the group.
Yeah, I couldn't see that, but I'm so proud of him. So literally, I'll tell you guys a Brandon Durbin story that we didn't talk about yesterday, and then I'm gonna take some biggest takeaways. I had the opportunity to meet him in New York City for a photo shoot, and then when he walked his first New York Fashion Week, I had the opportunity to go see him, because normally I live like an hour and a half from New York, and it was the craziest thing. I was like, okay, Brandon, I'm going to interview you. And I was like, okay, ready and go. And I had my camera and we were ready. And like, he said like 10 words. So I want you guys to understand how much he's grown over the last couple of months. He may not have said a lot of words yesterday, but he was definitely much more talkative than he's ever been. I was like, who is that guy? Oh my God, I'm so proud of him. So anyway.
I think
Okay.
he's like a high school football.
Yeah, he's a
does
high school football. His day job is being a high school football coach in California, but somehow I think modeling may be his day job now. Pretty
Seems
amazing.
to be doing all right.
He's kicking ass. All right. Stephanie Williams, what was your biggest takeaway? Hold on, I have to ask to unmute. It's like my first time on Zoom. Stephanie, what was your biggest takeaway from this?
My biggest takeaway, wait, today or yesterday?
Overall.
Okay, overall, was the self-love. I feel like if I'm gonna present myself in a way, I want everybody to love me, but that starts with me and how I, conduct myself, the things that I do, the way that I think. I feel like that was just the key point for me because that's where it starts with you. So that was my biggest takeaway.
That's awesome. I love that so much. Again, because if you don't love yourself, how are other people going to love you? That's a huge takeaway. So did you say something nice to yourself today? Oh, hold on. You could just give me a thumbs up. I'm a good. Okay, awesome. Very good. All right. And just so you guys know too, I know that at the top, I think how many tickets did we have at the beginning, Mike?
We have 20 right now.
We had 20 at the beginning.
Okay, we're down. I think we're down. What are we down to? 10?
Right now, 9.
No, oh gosh, we're down to 9 tickets for the Icon Speaker Camp. So if you want to get in on this, you better hit schedule, and I'll share the link one more time. All right, let's see here. Zelda, I've been looking at your name, and please don't be offended when I say this, but The Legend of Zelda used to be one of my favorite games to play. I know, I'm nerding out. Don't hold it against me. Okay, Zelda, do you still love me?
That's fine.
Okay.
I say that all the time, that my name is Zelda, just like the video game.
Okay, good. Okay, perfect. I'm glad we're on the same page. All right, so Zelda, what was your biggest takeaway from the weekend?
So my biggest takeaway was, even though I've done some things, I've learned how I'm not really ready for the level of opportunities that VIP can offer me if I move forward. But you guys have given so much information to help me get ready. So I'm taking away that this is possible. It really is possible.
And is it okay? I see that we're going to be talking to you this week. Is it okay if we prepare you? You don't feel prepared now, but is it okay if we get you ready?
Yeah, I almost didn't schedule because I was like, oh my God, I'm not ready for them and I don't want to waste their time. But
you just went through
like,
6.
But it's my job to get you ready.
I'm sorry, what did you say? Because both of you were talking.
I said you just went through 16 hours. What did you do in the past? And what obstacle did you feel like you were hitting? What roadblock?
Oh no, like all the discussions about what you need to be able to be ready for an agent and to be able to get certain opportunities. Like based on this 16 hours, I'm not ready for an agent yet, but I know listening to you guys and applying the information that I did here will help me to get ready.
Can you say you're going to be my next success story? I feel it in my bones. That's awesome. I love that. It's our job to get you ready. That's exactly what we're going to do. Awesome. I can't wait to work with you. All right. I'm getting excited, guys. This could go on for days. Thank you, Zelda. Okay. Let's see here. Dawn Lay, hold on. Yeah, Dawn Lay, can you unmute yourself? Oh, hold on. Dawn Lay, don't go anywhere, Dawn. There we go. Ask unmute. Dawn Lay, can you unmute yourself?
Hey, how are y'all doing?
What was your biggest takeaway from the weekend, Dawn?
This weekend I have learned a lot. But first and foremost, your personality really is what sets you apart from others. And your mindset, you have to be motivated and disciplined, and you have to go for it. There's no reason for any excuses. Excuses are unacceptable. And so, but you are the only one that can make it happen. But you've got to have guidance, and you guys are our family that is going to help us to get to where we want to go. And having a family support that knows what they're doing is really a big asset in achieving any goal. And then to have a team, that's surrounding you and rooting for you and like having your back with, the best interest at hand, that is honestly like the best thing that you can have. And I'm so glad that I got the opportunity to join y'all because I'm so ready. Like I
just
feel
had
like a
your interview
sponge.
yesterday. I'm so excited for you.
I was like, it was funny, I was really nervous about the interview because I really didn't know what all it entailed. And she was just like, there's just something about you. And I was just like, thanks. And, personality is really what gets you. And I was just being myself. And that's all you can do.
And with meeting our eclectic team, do you feel like you're gonna be able to reach those goals? I mean, think about that. And you only got like this again was a free event, but you only got to meet a few of us that are part of the VIP Ignite family. So you're excited?
I am so excited. Cool. Like I really like when I got all the access to all of the stuff, like people do not realize, what all you get when you are accepted into this program. I mean, it's, you look at the going to Hollywood trip and how much that cost, but, it's actually nowhere near what it would cost us to go. So y'all are investing in us. It's not, and so like it's almost like you scratch my back, I scratch yours, but it's a family thing, and we can help y'all succeed just by us succeeding. So it's like y'all want us to do good, and I love it, and so I'm so thankful. I cannot wait. I mean, I'm ready. Like, let's go.
Let's do it.
Dawn,
yes.
You're making me cry over here. Everyone celebrate Dawn being a part of VIP Ignite and her amazing. I mean, come on now. Oh my gosh.
I mean, seriously, you get way more than this weekend. I mean, this weekend's boot camp has been fabulous, but y'all have no idea what all you get with it. I mean, you get a real family and all of the stuff, all of the steps. I mean, I got so much knowledge that I have access to go back. And it's like school. I mean, you can actually go back and look at it and refresh it and reread the books. And so some of yesterday's, boot camp, I had already read the story because I couldn't stop at the first chapter. And so I kept going. And so some of it was like, oh, okay, I already know that. Like, but it was refreshing that the fact that y'all provide so much and are willing to invest so much into trying to help people to achieve their goals. And I'm thankful that y'all allowed me to be a part of the family.
So you've been with us for less than 24 hours and you're already telling everyone that what I said yesterday, we want you to be our next success story. It's true.
Yes.
And
Yes.
Oh my God, guys, thank you so much for sharing, Dawn.
Thank you so much.
All right. So I have a question for you guys. Is it okay? I just got a text message. Is it okay if I share something with you? So I just got a text message from Mark Schoenfeld. How many of you guys loved Mark today? He was amazing, right? So I just got a text message from Mark and he's offering something that I think it's pretty crazy, but I'm really excited about. If you schedule today, everyone who schedules, how many of you guys would love to spend a day with Mark Schoenfeld and actually be able to ask him questions? So for everyone that's scheduled today, you're going to have the opportunity to get on a call with Mark Schoenfeld for a whole day. That's like $1 million worth of value right there. All right. So I know. So if you haven't scheduled yet, I'm going to share the link because only people that are scheduling today are going to have the opportunity to actually get on that call with Mark Schoenfeld. All right. So Mark, if you're listening, thank you so much. Yeah. Tracy, it's for people who schedule the call. So if you have any questions, make sure that you use that link and schedule. That's how you're going to get on the call with Mark Schoenfeld. But that was so Mark. We work with the best people in the world in case you guys haven't realized that. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, everyone say thank you, Mark, in the comments. Thank you, Mark. All right. Edwina.
Hi, I was trying to put my comment in the chat. Sorry.
You can just say it out loud. You could just say thank you, Mark, out loud, and then tell me what your biggest takeaway was for the weekend.
Thank you, Mark. So my biggest takeaway is coming from Michael Silvers, because I've been doing things alone and I've kind of developed a bad habit. So to get confirmation yesterday lets me know that I need to have a team and have it thrive off of values and loyalty and be of service. And then also from Mark Schoenfeld, being bold and unique. That's my biggest takeaway.
That's awesome, Edwina. Thank you so much for sharing that. I love that.
You're welcome.
That's awesome. All right. Let's see here. Christina Cabral. Unmute yourself, please.
Hi. I just want to say this has just been an amazing birthday present, and hopefully I don't get disconnected because my Wi-Fi's been crazy.
Happy birthday!
Oh God, biggest takeaway. Thank you so much. You know, a couple things are kind of coming into a puzzle here, so I just want to like anchor it here. So thank you, Edwina, for saying that. Being bold, like I used to be so bold. I used to walk into a room and command it growing up, and then you know my mess is becoming my message. You know, long story short, well, my book coming out is called The Lost Heiress. So I kind of like a riches to rags to riches story, and through it all, through a lot of emotional abuse and blah blah blah, I really lost who I was, like completely. My whole identity was just shattered. And I was thinking about my why, because I've been hearing my why for years. Like, oh, it's my why. Like, I mean, I've been really trying to figure it out for like ever since 2015 in Las Vegas at the first Funnel Hacking Live, basically. And it all came down to what Antoinette really said. She said, when you walk into that room, you just need to pause and realize that you're among greatness. Because I used to be the person, like I used to own the room, and then like fast forward when I crumbled, I felt like a chicken with my head cut off, and I would be the person that's like, oh my gosh, like I did this and I did that, and I didn't know what I was doing. So just to be prepared and just to be in that room, and to me, I'm having like a big epiphany. It's not social anxiety, like the story I've been telling myself. It's not that opportunity to be prepared and do the work, to see when I get into that room, to not feel that disgusting feeling of like crumbling inside, you know. Deneen, your story really resonated with me because I'm going through that right now. And it's just my why, just to get to discover who I am and have what I went through fuel my acting experience, because I went through so much, and I just want to see if I can channel that but still heal at the same time. So that's my why, is to be confident in that room, because I've just been struggling with confidence ever since. So I'm excited to be here, and thank you very much.
We're excited to have you. And once you get to the point where your mess becomes your message, once you get to the point where those things that made you weak at the knees become your strength, you're unfreaking stoppable. So I'm excited that you're here on this journey with us, and I can't wait to see. The best is yet to come. So thank you so much for sharing.
Who's your favorite speaker, Christine? Can you hear me?
My favorite speaker?
Yeah, any aha moment?
I mean, Mark's was amazing. I wasn't expecting that. Just the ability to tell a story. I mean, I was glued. That was just amazing. He was by far, he made me laugh. I could really picture the moments that he was explaining. I thought that was amazing. What a gift.
Awesome.
Well, happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday.
We would sing. We tried singing once and it was horrible on Zoom. So we will.
How about we just, you know, for your birthday, because
you
we love you, we're not going to sing happy birthday.
Please don't.
Did you schedule?
I did. I'm trying to sort out my investment. Yeah, I did schedule tomorrow,
Okay,
Tuesday
good.
at 11 a.m. Central.
Awesome.
Cool. Awesome. We'll hug it out. Awesome.
All right. Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you.
All right. Let's see here. Prathusha. I know I messed it up. I'm trying. I promise you I will get it.
No, you got it. You got
I
it.
did? Yes. Okay, guys, we can end this call now. Have a great day, everyone. Just kidding. What was your biggest takeaway?
So my biggest takeaway is from Mark and Tony today. So Mark said that like we have to make some sacrifice and be a monomaniac. My brain stuck there. like, to beat the nepotism or to beat whatever is there in the industry, we have to be there, bold, and, be a monomaniac. So that is one. And on top of everything, Tony mentioned in the first few minutes that, we need to have a good agent because they will fight for us, like, which we already have, and we are seeing it, that you guys are providing us the best people in the world. So yeah, those are the big takeaways. And in the whole section, like, my aha moment is with JJ's story. So I'm literally moved. So thank you so much for this session, Michael, Deneen, and Ellie. I appreciate it.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for sharing. And are you scheduled so we could talk about Hollywood?
I did.
Okay, awesome. Very cool.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. Okay, let's see here. Zandra, who's been like, Deneen, there are storms coming through. If I'm not here, it's not that I don't love you. I love your
driving me
communicative.
crazy. It's been 2 days in a row of these stupid storms. I'm like, I don't know what's going on here. It's crazy. But anyway, what I took from this weekend was piggybacking off of who said it first? I can't remember, but they did say we need a team. VIP Ignite is our team. And other things, you have to be your authentic self. Be prepared. You're going to get some no's, but you have to be resilient and flexible. And I also got that what you put in it is what you're going to get out of it, and to never give up. So those are the things that resonated. And of course, there were people that you had speaking that made me emotional, like JJ. I mean, his story just made me cry. And, to bounce back from being suicidal is amazing. So anybody that can come back from that is really someone that I look up to, because it's, mental health is serious, and people don't realize how much it affects a person, and checking in on people is, I think, important too. So how can you be of service? So these are all of the things I took from this weekend, and I'm so ready. I'm so excited for Atlanta. I don't know what to do.
I am right there with you. I can't wait. It's going to be awesome. I can't wait for Hollywood.
I get to meet all of you guys too. So that's the most excitement. I've been talking to you for months now, and now I get to finally see face to face. That's like, woo, yeah. I'm so ready.
I'm gonna give everyone that I'm gonna meet in Atlanta, Hollywood, on a go for. I'm a hugger, so if you're not a hugger, be mentally prepared. You're gonna get hugged. Okay, I'm just letting you know. Okay. Awesome. Well, Alessandra, thank you so much for sharing that. That's awesome. Love that. All right. Let's see here. Next up to bat, Anna Cruz, what was your biggest takeaway?
Hello, everyone. My biggest takeaway was from Michael Silver. He said, don't limit yourself to where you are. And it really resonated with me because I'm unemployed. I have 2 children. But I'm going to ATL, I'm going to Hollywood, I'm making plans to go to Miami. And now you want to talk about Vegas? Like, even if I have to drive to where I have to go from Delaware, I'm going to make it happen. I was here all day, but I had my 14-year-old son cook dinner so I can be here and actually pay attention. Somebody's got to do it.
Hey, and you're kicking butt. So that's all. I love that, because
this is my, like, the photo shoot to me is kind of like my last piece for my amateur puzzle. I have my video reels, my first cut. I have my monologues. I have a resume, at least, a blanket self-tape, all of that is like check. These photos, the photo shoot and the headshots are like my last to say, okay, now I'm prepared. Now let's build and work on it a little bit more. So I am so excited.
I'm so excited too. It's all about building momentum. That's what you're doing. Every time you take a step forward, every time you're a little bit more prepared, you're in momentum. And once you get into momentum, it takes effort to not be in momentum. So I love the momentum that you have, and thank you for sharing your biggest takeaway, because if anyone has an excuse not to do all of this, you're looking at her right now, but here she is. So Ada, thank you for understanding that you are your biggest return on investment. So thank you for doing that. That's awesome.
And I kind of want to add something, because I personally did her audition, which I don't really get a chance to do. And one thing I really want to stress to you is, Ada, when did your life start to change? Was it like the day you said yes? Because you haven't gotten your photo shoot done yet, but already there's a huge transition, right?
Oh, I have chills right now. I was unemployed in April. I met you in May. And right away, I'm like, okay, this is serendipitous. This is where I need to be. God didn't want me at that place anymore. It was stressing me out. I was literally dying. I almost had a stroke. I'm falling asleep at the wheel at this career. My life has changed the moment I said yes, because I've been putting in the work. I'm on the VIP hours consistently. I am on 8 hours watching all these videos, taking countless notes. Like, you guys don't understand. I'm putting in the work. I don't want to let you down, Alicia. I don't want to let Deneen down. Like, this is an our business. This is, you know, our family. Your name is at stake as much as it is mine. No, I haven't done no photo shoots yet, but I've been, you know, every day I'm rehearsing my 5 monologues. You know, I'm working with Robert Galinsky, and he's fine tuning my movie reels and doing this, doing that. I'm buying like little costumes here and there. You know, I'm focused and I'm dedicated, because, you know, I'm an introvert and I'm usually in the back. I'm usually wearing black on black wardrobe. I know Ryan is not liking that, but I feel as though I'm flourishing. Okay, I finally bought something with color, which is not my style, but I am trying to be prepared. I want to go out there, because when I actually do meet people face to face, I want them to know that I'm serious. My life has changed, and it's only been a few months, and I really haven't been anywhere. But, you know, Ali Grant is just such the sweetest person.
Yeah, you guys didn't even get to meet Ali Grant from The Sweet Life of Zach and Cody. She starred on Goldberg. She starred in Weeds. But I'll never forget, you told me in your interview, you said, I lost my job. This is the worst time to ever invest. Like, this is the worst time. You don't typically spend money. You hold every nickel, and you said, I want this. And you said, I cannot wait anymore. So sometimes, like, the best things in life, it's like God's kind of like wiping, you know, having the perfect storm, you know, for good things to come. And I'm so glad you came on one of my 2-hour calls, right? Not a big
yes. Yes, it was you that I met, and it was you that I did the interview, when it was like, this is it. You know, you didn't sugarcoat. I hate people with sugar. I'm like, oh, like I'm Puerto Rican and Black from Camden. We don't really do sugar. We're straight up.
And if anyone doesn't understand that, you're obviously not from Jersey.
You're not from Jersey. You don't understand. I can't do the sugar. Like, no, I'm under 5 feet, but I can take everything, you know.
And you said, give it to me straight. I said, I'm going to give you everything you need, but it's up to you. And look at you kicking butt. Remember, that even if I don't know you're doing it, you have access. So I'm proud of you.
Ada, thank you so much for sharing. She said, I'm Black and Puerto Rican from Camden. I love you so much. I cannot wait to meet you in person. All right, guys. So we I'm going to share the link a couple more times, but can I share another surprise with you guys? For anyone that is going to Icon, for anyone who's going to be joining us for this, I've heard the name Michael Silvers come up about 50 times today. He'll actually be in Las Vegas at the event. So if that doesn't help push you over, I don't know what to tell you. So make sure that you get scheduled. And okay, so let's see here. Alicia McNair.
Hey guys,
Hi, Alicia. How are you?
I'm fantastic. How are you?
I'm amazing now that you're talking. What was your biggest takeaway this weekend?
My biggest takeaway was the why, my purpose, and all that fun stuff. Because I don't know if y'all seen the video on Facebook that I posted, but I've been through hell and back. I've had at 13 years old, I had get my own first job. My parents, everybody here treat me like a black sheep of the family. Then 2010, I was diagnosed with cancer. And in 2019, it was actually out on workman's comp injury from a job, and I'm still fighting that case right now as we speak. We finally go to court for in October, and hopefully I win. But yeah, so all that being said, my why and my purpose is because God He healed me in the church in 2016 by me just singing, his praise and worship songs, and the devil tried to make me stop. And I was like, no, I'm still going to fight, do the Lord's work. And I am still here today. Can't nobody take me from my purpose. And my purpose is to share my everything that I have to help heal the world, show my story. And I'm actually the book thing that he was talking, the other person was talking about, that was also another confirmation, because somebody told me I should start writing a book. So that's what I'm going to start doing. And yeah, that's
awesome.
Everything. That was my why.
That's awesome, Alicia. I'm so excited for you. And when you have that moment of healing, it happens in an instant. So that's how quickly your life can change. And I'm so proud of you for sharing your story with us. And thank you for sharing your biggest takeaway. And everyone better be working on their books, but we'll talk about that in just a moment. But thank you so much, Alicia. That's awesome.
You're welcome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Janine,
All
I
right,
feel
let's
like
see
so
you.
many people are doing giveaways. So I'm going to do my own bonus. Is that cool?
Of course.
Okay, so this is going to be my bonus. So it's like we're getting in a car. We know our final destination is this. What's the best way to get there? Right? We're gonna micromanage. So what I'm gonna do is, for anybody that we decide to move forward with on this interview process, I'm gonna be doing a special Zoom call with you, where we're gonna figure out your progress and where you should be. We're gonna map this out together. 3 months, 6 months, a year, and 5-year plan. Is that cool?
That's
so you
awesome.
tell me what it is that you want, and then we're gonna figure this out together.
I love that. That's awesome. That's invaluable, guys. Come on. And the gifts keep on coming. I love it. Awesome. All right. Lennar, would you like to unmute yourself and share your biggest takeaway?
Hi.
Hi.
My biggest takeaway. Oh my God, you guys are so awesome. This weekend has been amazing. I mean, I learned so much, and it's hard to choose one thing. It really is, but I would have to say the biggest thing that hit me the hardest was JJ. I've been depressed. I've been to a point where I wanted to commit suicide when I was younger. That strength came to me. I don't know, grace of God or what it was, but I got through that. I got through a lot of death and depression. And his story, to go from the bottom to the top, back down at the bottom, and then pick right back up again, made me cry. And it gave me more inspiration. And more inspiration that's what I want to do with my story, is to share and inspire other people. That's my why of why I want to do this. So, and as far as, if I'm chosen and people saying they can't afford this, I'm struggling myself, but I'm going to find a way. There's going to be a way, and I'm going to do this.
I love that.
So,
Now I have to know, and I'm sure everybody else wants to know, did you paint your nails because of Ryan, or did you guys go to the same?
it happened that way. I don't know. I had this is my second week on this.
I was literally going to ask that same question.
Oh my God. The only
We'll have
difference
to find
is
out from
these
Ryan
ones have
what the upcoming
sparkle on
colors
them.
are, so we can all. That's
But
awesome.
I love the nail color, but I really commend your mindset, because so many people are like, oh, I can't do, but you're like, no. I listened the whole weekend. I'm going to find a way, because if this is what you want, you'll find a way.
I gave up a lot this weekend, things that I could have been doing, as well. I don't know. I've been here all weekend. There's no way I'm going to let it go by. I'm going to find a way. And if I can't find a way by October for this Hollywood, there is going to be more, and I'm not going to give up. I'm going to keep on trying because this is what I want to do.
I love that. And you know what? Your story is too big to play small. So keep doing that. That's awesome. Keep that in your mind. Anytime you
I've
want to.
done network marketing. You can't go and not deal with no's.
Yeah, dude.
And
If
do
you could do
network
network
marketing.
marketing, this is cake. Trust me. Oh my gosh. Awesome. Well,
So,
thank you
I'm
so
so
much,
excited.
Lennar. That's
Thank you.
awesome. All right. Let's see here. Jeremy Carter, would you like to unmute yourself?
Hello, can you hear me?
You're very faint, but we can.
Oh, okay. Well, you're connected to a speaker. It's helping me hear where I'm at. Sorry about that.
So
Am
what's
I
your
still
biggest
faint?
takeaway?
A lot of people actually. I thought I was gonna be one of the only few to relate to this takeaway, but it seems like a lot of people have too. JJ, it hit me right in the gut. Like literally, it was like a big reality check, especially for the circumstances that I'm in and these past few years, what's been happening. When he was talking about like how I can't remember her name, she was just a recent one before me, but how she reiterated how he went from the top to the bottom, to the top to the bottom again. That's a 4-time ride, and that's kind of the situation I'm in, because there was a time where I was at top, and right now I'm currently at the bottom, and I've been trying to search for my top time again, and I figured it out this past weekend from what everybody had to say, and just us being in this boot camp. That search is finally over. My search for that, I found it. It's right here. This is exactly where I need to be. There's other companies that I tried to audition for and I never had the time to, or they just were giving wrong information. But I need to be here. This company right here has given me the right information, and yeah, I'm willing to put more risk, risk more to go and make it to these events. Currently, if you looked at my story on Facebook, I'm currently homeless at the moment. So anybody here, yeah, I saw those comments as well. Yeah, no excuses. I'm homeless and I'm here. I stay on the whole call, and if I have to in the next few months, I'm been working on trying to get a job so I can gather this money. And yeah, I've been sleeping in my car, and I will sleep in my car all the way until October if I have to, in order to make it to that Hollywood event. And I'm gonna make it happen.
It's awesome. I will see you in Hollywood, sir.
And the best thing about going to Hollywood, or for anybody who joins a company, is, when you're meeting these types of people, think about like, holy crap. People always say like, oh, well, what can happen? The answer is anything you freaking want. Do you guys understand that? Like, you are live in front of some of the biggest names in show business.
Yep.
So I commend you, Jeremy.
That's awesome, Jeremy. Thank you so much for sharing. Awesome. All right. Let's see here. Stephanie, I see your hand. I'm going to come back to you because we've already done. Okay, hold on. Okay, Stephanie, what's your biggest takeaway now?
Oh,
Again.
I just had a question.
Oh, no, you're good.
Sorry. Okay, here we go. So for the meetings, it says online, it says Pacific Standard Time. So I was just trying to clear that up and see, because I don't want to be late.
You should have received an email with the time if you've scheduled.
There should be a drop down when you go to schedule. It may say Pacific Standard Time. Where are you right now?
I'm in LA.
Well,
Okay,
then
so
that's
you
good
are
because it'll be.
Pacific.
Yes, but it said 10 a.m. So I'm just trying to make sure.
Yeah, no,
it's scheduled 10 a.m. your time, which would be 1 o'clock East Coast time.
Okay, perfect. I was just
So
trying to
whatever
make sure.
time it
I'm trying
says
to
for
keep
you,
all my ducks
it's
in a
going
row.
to,
Yeah.
it depends on where we are, and then it will translate onto our calendar what time it is where we are.
Okay, perfect.
And on behalf
Yeah,
of
makes
myself and everyone here at VIP Ignite, thank you for being aware of that and asking that question, because we
get it
love
a
people that want to be on time and pay attention to detail. So thank
Most
you.
definitely. Yeah, most definitely.
High
Very
five!
punctual. Very punctual.
Stephanie, you just made me so proud. I mean, this is the first weekend I've met you, but you made me real proud just then. Thank you.
Thank
I
you
want to
guys so
introduce you
much.
to somebody very special. This is my little boy,
Oh my gosh, he's
Kaden.
so cute.
Oh, his very first boot camp. How old was he, Deneen? A week?
Yes.
A week. So when people think that you can't do this business because you have kids, you can and you will. So Kaden, say hi to everybody. You missed Uncle Colby. He was just here. Uncle Colby booked him on a really cool job recently, and Kaden already got compensated. He had clothing sent to him from Japan. We got to take pictures outside, and he already made some money to put into his trust just for modeling. So that's pretty cool.
Awesome.
Kaden, Santanine.
Hi. All right. So let's see here. Andrea, would you like to unmute yourself and share your biggest takeaway?
Yes, ma'am. Hi, everybody. It has been an awesome weekend. Me, like everybody else, at first I was like, okay, am I going to be able to do the whole weekend? But once you get through day one, you got to go through day two. You got to go through day two, and especially if you're determined. So my biggest takeaway was you need a team, which, yay, I got a team. Yay. And the second thing that I really took away was Michael. He said, your why is your way. So basically understanding your why, putting determination with the team, you can do it. And so I've been trying, and I'm kind of like, I think his name was, I'm not sure, Jermaine, who just got off the
Jeremy.
Jeremy. Okay, Jeremy. Kind of like Jeremy. I've invested in different areas, and you just be surprised that you can put a whole lot of money into different things, and you don't even get half of what I got this weekend.
Oh no, we wouldn't be surprised after 2 decades.
I mean, you guys, I live in
Atlanta.
and I'm a part of an agency or whatever, but I'm sorry. I put in $4,000, and I promise you, I've gotten more free in this 2 weekends that I get from a mentor that called me 15 minutes every month. And so it has been amazing for me. So every time I think about it, I'm like, man, I wish I would have waited and invested that money over here, because it's phenomenal, all the information and the people that I have seen to let me know how real you guys and how you guys are dedicated to your people compared to what I've already been through. So I just say thank you.
We call them the bad boyfriends of the industry.
Oh my God, you guys. Oh my God. So I just appreciate everything that you guys are bringing to the table. I just appreciate, I don't even know how I got on here with you guys, but however I got the link, I'm here now, but I really do appreciate it. So I'm kind of like everybody else. I just believe that everything happens for a reason. God knew why I seen it, and I'm here. So I'm excited. I'm overly excited. And yes, I did. I have a meeting tomorrow.
I was just going to ask you, when do I get to talk to you? I'm so excited.
It's tomorrow at 5:00. And not now. Awesome. Look, now Stephanie got me. I got to go back and look. Like, did I notice if it was Eastern time or what? So I need to go.
The cool thing about our scheduler is that it defaults to where you are.
Okay, cool.
So trust me, I was in Vegas for a week and it totally messed me up. I was like, is it the right time? Is it the wrong time? I have no idea, but it defaults to where you are. So
okay, cool.
You're good.
All right.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Well, we can't wait to talk to you. So many people that were going to be like.
There's only 4 spots left.
Only 4 spots left.
With Icon, Allie, and Mark Schoenfeld.
Okay.
4 spots left.
Only 4 spots left for the bonuses with Icon, Allie, and Mr. Schoenfeld. So awesome. So you know what that means. That means get y'all self-scheduling, guys. All right. Thank you for sharing it. Awesome. Okay. And we saved the best for last because your name is Perla. Perla, can you unmute yourself?
Hello, everybody. I was kind of but when you say it like that one word spectacle about doing this, and I have I have disability of condition of depression, anxiety, and all that, but I can relate to JJ for the whole weekend. Sorry, I'm sorry, I'm crying right now.
Do not apologize for being emotional.
I'm sorry, I just got my depression and anxiety. Hold on. Anyways, I want to say that all this weekend I learned a lot from all the speakers. But I know in the comment that I commented about the money rise and everything, I know I can do it, and I had a lot of people in my life put me down for not telling me that I cannot make it. I've been going through a lot in my life. Depression, anxiety, my diabetes. I have a lot going on in my life. I'm sorry.
Are you willing to overcome those things? That's a question I have. You can do that with a family. You have a community of people here now who are willing to wrap their arms around you and walk through it with you.
I am. I'm gonna be strong, and I'm gonna show everybody that I can do it. That for the what is it? One of the speakers, I can't remember their name, about what is it? That they're talking about focusing and just motivating myself, moving forward, and I'm gonna push myself to do what I gotta do. But yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not good at speaking.
Okay. Stop okay. Do I have your permission to coach you for 2 moments?
Yes.
You are good at speaking. You are beautiful. You can do this. Is this what you want, Perla?
Yes.
Can I tell you something I didn't share over the weekend? This is a part of my story I didn't share. I actually have crippling social anxiety at times, to the point where there are times where it's hard for me to get out of bed. So I understand. I understand what it feels like to be afraid to speak. But let me tell you something. When you take your struggle and you make it your strength, then you're going to give other people permission to take their struggle and make it their strength. And I'm not diminishing depression, anxiety, any of that, because it's all very real. It's all very real, but it's all programming.
Right.
So what I want you to do, and this is not only for Perla, this is for anyone else who's watching this call, whether you're on Facebook, YouTube, watching this 20 years in the future, or watching this in this moment, you have to look yourself in the eye and see what you want to accomplish and why you want to accomplish it. And you need to remember you have a moral obligation to not only yourself, but to other people to accomplish that goal, because you weren't put on this earth to deal with anxiety and depression. You were put on this earth for greatness. And whether you're a person, if you're not a person of faith, you can be mad at me right now, but God doesn't make mistakes. You were here, you were put on this earth for a reason. Your story is too big to play small. So this is what I want you to, Perla, this is for you directly, but this is for anyone else listening. Stop telling yourself what you're lacking and start looking at those things that you have that you can use, because you already have everything inside of you that you need to accomplish the goals that you were placed on this earth to accomplish. So from now on, when you say, oh, I'm not gonna, you know what? I'm getting better every day at speaking. Change your story, okay? And this isn't me admonishing you, because trust me, I understand. You have no idea the struggle.
I know, I can attest to this right now. Deneen, I can't even believe I'm even having this conversation, but when Michael first brought Deneen, she was scared to death. And literally Michael didn't just like dip her toe in the water, he pushed her in the deep end and she learned how to swim, and now she's teaching other people how to swim. And I'll tell you what, like even doing podcasts, that was one thing. Then Deneen had to overcome face-to-face on Zoom. And then she had to deal with
put me
live
on
events.
stage in New York City. I was like, what the fuck
True.
are you talking
True.
about?
But think about who her mentors are. She's got Michael Thomkin, she's got Antoinette, Mark Schoenfeld. So remember, this is a family that, you know, that we choose to be with. You know what I mean? And I really, when you love what you do, you never work a day in your life. And our family, Mark Schoenfeld's still listening. He doesn't have to. Antoinette, it's because they love to give back. So I promise you, you're not the only one that feels this way. We all have, you know, it's crazy, but I promise you this community, we're all going to rise up and help each other.
And I could tell you stories of hundreds of people that I've helped get through this, because I ask you to do things that scare you. So are you scheduled, Perla?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. I can't wait to talk to you. All right. Thank you so much for being vulnerable and sharing your story with your new family. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Awesome. Okay. We have one more person that we're going to hear from, and then there we go. Joseph Bell, could you please unmute yourself?
How y'all doing out there?
We're doing awesome. How are you, Joseph Bell? I just
Doing-
like saying your whole name. Is that okay?
I guess that's my government name and actually my father's name.
Okay, well, henceforth, you're going to be Joseph Bell. I can't just call you Joseph. I've been doing that since I saw you, so.
You can also call, all my friends call me Quincy, so you can do that.
Oh, one of my best friends in high school was Quincy. He was a really good football player. Go ahead.
Right, okay.
What was your biggest
So,
takeaway?
My biggest takeaway from it all was that you were actually real people. That was the first thing that caught my attention. Coming into starting out as a working on a model acting thing, I get a lot of calls and I get a lot of imitating people to try to put me in different positions, pretty much to try to take advantage of me. So when I came on the call and I seen that everyone was actually real doing the Zoom, it was much of a relief. It was a big thing for me. And the second thing was Alicia, probably, I don't know, I guess we was probably, I don't know, 2 hours into the first session. And they was talking about, somebody was on here texting about pictures. She had said something about headshots. So somebody was talking about photos. Well, I'm one of those people that, you know, when I go in, I'm always looking for opportunities. So I'm trying to jump on this and jump on this and jump on that. And this is like, no. We got someone here right now. You're missing your opportunities by worrying about these people over here in the box, giving all this fake information to you. And I was like, okay, thank you. You know, so Elisa, thank you for that. And the second takeaway I got was from Ryan. And I can kind of relate with Ryan on a couple of different levels, and a couple of different levels I can't, because I don't use the word moist for one, but our personalities are very, very similar. Coming up, I just do a quick background real quick. Coming up, I always felt like I had to get a face change because of my father was the first Black police chief in my town. So everyone around this area, I'm from Kentucky, so everyone around like knows me, and I used to not like that. And I used to be like, well, I need to get some kind of change because I can't never go nowhere. That's how everybody recognized me, because we look alike. We even got the same name. So, you know, it was very difficult. And then I don't use the Facebook because my parents reported me, my mom actually reported me missing 2 months ago. So I don't have a Facebook page, but it's all over Facebook. So I don't use Facebook. So I wasn't able to post my headshots on it and my reel, which is another thing that I need to send to you all too. but it also gave me with Ryan a different insight on some of the vulnerabilities of the industry. Whether it be, I'm 45, so whether it be old or young, you know, we always, as a Black male, we always have a lot of challenges coming up and coming through. Been knocked down a few times. You know, I've always been a leader. I've always been that guy that, you know, I played all the sports. I was the star of all the sports. Anytime anything needed to be done, I was right there. You know, I minister in my church. I do a lot of outreach. I speak to a lot of people. So, you know, I needed a outlet after this last episode. I needed an outlet. So when I came back to reality, I now go to computer information technology is what my degree is. I started picking up more opportunities. Guys started blessing me with more opportunities. Y'all came my way. So I was like, okay, I'll give it a try, you know. So once I stepped into that and I start getting all this information, and Ryan pointed out some things about, you know, going to some of these runway shows in Atlanta. I've heard about a couple of things about that. It was you know, if I hadn't known about that, then I would have fell in that trap. Then Alicia was talking about the Instagram. You know, I get a lot of stuff from Instagram and TikTok, and you know, these ambassadors and influencers, and you know, want to be on these web pages with certain companies or with jewelry and whatnot. And when she said that, if you noticed, because I've been having my camera on all weekend. So if you noticed, I was kind of like, oh damn, you know what I'm saying? I kind of sunk back a little bit because I was like, uh-oh, hold on.
You're not alone. That's why we're here. Like, Joseph, imagine this on a go forward basis. You get one of those people like, hey, you want to be a brand ambassador? You're like, hold on, you know what? I
Right.
appreciate your offer, but please email my agent at truthmanagement.com. And
Right.
then you don't have to worry about it. I'm the one who gets to be the hard ass and is like, get away from my talent, or bah!
Well,
So-
99.9% of the time, they don't ever email us because it wasn't a real person, it was a bot.
I know.
So
I
it's
hate
called
telling-
flush it down the toilet, see what comes out on the other side. If they're real, you know what I mean? But
I've
that's-
gotten. Do you guys want to know how many responses I've gotten from that? Are you ready? Hold on, everyone, brace yourselves. 0. Big fat goose egg. So don't
Right.
fall for bad tacos any longer.
Right. And that was that's one of the main things is that I knew that I needed some help. I don't have a team. I needed guidance on how to pursue what I was wanting to do for the bigger picture. And you guys have really helped me and showed me a lot. I am scheduled for tomorrow at 7. So yes, I like to go hard. So I'm going to go very hard and do whatever it takes. That's the type of guy I am. If I have to, you know, I don't mind. I appreciate the humbling experience, and I'm here to do whatever needs to be done. And thank you very much.
Awesome.
I want to show him 2 pictures very quickly. You ready, Joe? You ready? So the 2 main reasons why talent fail. You ready for this? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. He's muted. He muted.
Oh,
himself.
okay, that's fine. So the 2 main reasons why talent fail, if this is you, and these are the people in your surroundings, and they're all giving you advice on how to get into the industry, unless they're actually in the industry, don't ever take advice from them, which was why I kind of interrupted you when you were trying to get your headshots done. For what purpose, right? So the second reason why talent fail, and this is not a boob, it's a CD, but if you're running into the recording studio to lay down tracks, you're getting headshots, putting yourself up on websites, or taking classes, people in the industry, you need to get in front of the right people. So I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you went through the Zoom 2 days. Oh my goodness. But, you know, I really want to stress this to you guys. You know, just because you pay for pictures, classes, or websites doesn't mean you're ever getting seen by legitimate casting directors. It's called sharpening crayons. And, you know, again, casting directors don't go to websites. There are a lot of people right now watching us on YouTube that registered. They're just not on the Zoom. So like that number 55, that's not an accurate number, just so you guys know. They're watching us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and then obviously they're live here. So I really want to stress this to you. If you really want to do this, be reliable and show up. Do you understand? Make a good first impression and be ready.
Yeah.
Be ready.
Awesome. All right, guys. So now's my favorite time. I get to give you guys some challenges. Okay, first of all, we're going to put us on gallery view so we can see everyone. I want everyone to give yourselves a round of applause for being here. Foundation playing full out. I'm so proud of you guys. Thank you to everyone that shared your biggest takeaways. You have no idea. For us, we want to hear your biggest takeaways, but I want you to understand when you share those things, you're fueling our fire also. And yeah, so thank you so much for sharing your biggest takeaways. Thank you for opening up, for spending your weekend with us. Excuse me. All right, so I wouldn't be me if I didn't give you guys a couple challenges, right? Oh, thank you so much. The water fairy came. Thank you so much, water fairy. Very demanding water fairy. Let me take a sip and then I'll keep talking. Hold on. I understand you do. So your first challenge was handed down by the one and only Mr. Michael Fonkin today to do your cover of your book. So what I want you guys to do is make sure you do that. You know what I'll do? I'll share the cover of my book in the Facebook group also. I'll show you mine if you show me yours, okay? So stop it, Alicia. It's been a long day. But anyway,
I can't wait for Ryan Colby's memoirs. It's just going to be called Moist. I'm going to get him a shirt that says that. And
hold on, the Moist Roller Skater is what it shall be called.
I can't.
We'll tell you that story on our celebration call, which will be later this week. So for your first challenge is to do your book cover. If you need to design it, you go to the website is canva.com. Stephanie, pipe down. I'm getting there. Calm down, Stephanie. Stephanie Williams, chill. All right. So what you're going to do is you're going to go to canva.com and you can design your book cover. Okay. So your first challenge, it's okay. I feel like I know you. I feel like we're already friends. That's why I told you to pipe down. If it was anyone else, I might not have. So your first challenge is to go to canva.com and design your book cover. Share that in the Facebook group. Tag myself, Michael, Alicia. Everyone who does that will then have the opportunity to do that one-on-one with Ryan Colby. We originally were going to do a one-on-one literally with Ryan Colby, but Mike was like, you know what, Deneen, I don't want to just limit it to one person. So anyone who designs their book cover will be able to be a part of that call with Ryan Colby. So that's challenge number one. Challenge number two is this. Christine's like, happy birthday, Christine. There you go. Happy birthday. Your second challenge is this. Do your biggest takeaway in the Facebook group again from today. What was your biggest takeaway from today? But I'm going to take it one step further because people who take massive action get massive results. I not only want to know what is your biggest takeaway, I also want you to tell me what is one thing you're going to start taking action on tonight, not tomorrow. Never miss a Monday is a bunch of bullshit. What are you going to start doing tonight to get to yourself where you want to go? So your biggest takeaway and what is one point of action you're going to start taking tonight? Oh my gosh. So before we end, I'm going to celebrate. I have one more big surprise for you, but I'm not going to tell you what the surprise is until you guys start going crazy. I've been on my feet all day. I've been seeing you
crazy.
Get
All right,
crazy,
we got this, guys. We got this. This is the Super Bowl. This is the very last. I don't even know. Go ahead, Deneen.
Okay. How many
Top
have any
style.
of you have seen the ads with Angry Mom? Have any of you seen our Angry Mom ads? No? You guys
If you
haven't
like
seen
the
Angry
pillow
Mom?
fighting ads. Wait until you see Angry Mom.
Yeah, well, you're going to see the Angry Mom ads, but how many of you would love to meet Michael's mom, also known as Angry Mom? You have to start chanting. You have to, she needs to see you guys go crazy because she's like, I don't want to get on camera. Oh my God, why are you doing this to me? Do you guys want to meet Michael's mom? She's here live. You have to convince her more because she's like, She's over. She's like, nope, they're not going
Pumpkin.
crazy enough, Deneen.
Just
You bet.
yell,
Come on,
pumpkin,
bring it on.
pumpkin.
Okay, they're about to pass out. I think you can come over now. Just say hello. She's been listening all weekend, guys. Give it up for Angry Mom.
Hi,
Look in the
everybody.
flash.
How wonderful to meet you.
Wait, don't you mean don't schedule an interview? That was your line. You don't want to do this.
You should see, like, when Michael has these ideas to do videos. Hey, Deneen, I need you to stand on a dock and, you know, don't push
Chase
Allie
Alicia.
off. Hit Allie with a pillow. Well, Angry Mom, she really doesn't want. How many of you guys have parents like Angry Mom that tell you don't live out your dreams, right? That's Angry Mom. And that's Mike's mom. So thank you for making Mike. I mean, we're all very grateful. You're so sweet. I don't even know, you know, but this is awesome.
It's nice.
How
to
was the
meet
weekend for
everybody,
you?
that's
What
for
was your
sure.
biggest takeaway?
It's nice to meet you all.
What was your biggest takeaway from the weekend? Deneen
Oh.
talks too much.
All the stories, they are very impressive. I kind of wonder how you managed to do all the things you've done. Really, it's amazing. Really is.
That's awesome.
Yes.
Well, guys, you got to meet her here first. This is an exclusive. Wait until you see the videos. Angry Mom. Deneen and I, Angry Mom, like, tries to plant alligators in her backyard to scare you.
Chase us with an alligator.
You should see some of these videos. You should see Deneen and I trying to do these videos.
We'll have to do some BTS on
And
that.
there was no wine involved when we recorded these.
Nope, just water.
Zero, just
Just a lot of
coffee.
water.
Coffee for me.
Awesome. All right, guys. So you say bye.
Bye, Philomena.
Thanks for joining me on camera. It's been lonely here being here all alone all weekend. All right, guys. So coffee can be like wine. Coffee is life. I'm not gonna lie. So I want to see book covers. I want to see biggest takeaways, and I want to see action. What action are you going to take tonight? All right. Well, like they say, my favorite line, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here on Zoom. So it's been an amazing week. And give yourselves a round of applause. I know. Don't worry. You'll be able to see me on stage somewhere doing stand-up, I promise. Because Irletta's the only one that thought I was funny. So thank you. Irletta, you're my new best friend. All right, guys.
Cracking up. She's like your number one. I love this.
I know. Guys, I found my first fan. Yes. All right. This has been an amazing weekend. I'm so proud of each and every one of you for playing full out. You showed up for yourselves. I promised you, if you were here the whole weekend, that you would leave a different person today than you were yesterday. How many of you feel like you've transformed in at least one way? Some of you in multiple ways. Mike Trash is like, nope, I was already awesome. I didn't even have to transform. He said he refuses to raise his hand, that guy. Look, I'm allowed. I know you, Mike Trash. We've laughed together. We've cried together. All right, guys. Yes, you have homework, so go do your homework. I will see some. Oh, one more thing too. I'm going to be calling personally to confirm your interviews. So answer your phone or respond. Otherwise, I will be like Liam Neeson. I'll hunt you down. I will find you.
I can't.
All right,
And
guys.
guys, I really want to stress this to you. Your journey, this is not the end of our journey, even though we're hanging up. Your journey's just beginning. So this is it.
Here's some
Write
new
down your
beginnings,
thoughts,
everyone.
write down your goals. Who was I right then? I was motivational. Who
Oh
am
my
I?
gosh. Crazy.
You've been cursing. I'm motivational. It's like parents.
What's
Parents
going
are-
on? All right,
Okay.
guys. All right. With all being completely serious, thank you guys for playing full out. I am really proud of you guys. I can't wait to talk to so many of you this week. And this is day one. If you thought this is
It's
day
really
one.
day two, but day one. It's very confusing. And guys, when you're doing your videos, I mean, speak from the heart, please. I mean, a lot of our guest speakers, just so you guys know, they're actually on the private Facebook group that you guys are on. They just don't have their names. We purposely put them that way, so that way you're not like trying to find them and Facebook them. And but we're also going to be downloading them and emailing them to some of the guest speakers.
Oh, and one more coachable moment.
What?
Do your videos landscape like
I know.
this, not like this. Do them like this. It'll be weird. I promise you, though, you'll have a much better quality of video. So do them like this, okay?
Just prop it up on something. That's what I do. I literally have a stack of books and I put my video on top.
Or just do it landscape, though, okay? All right, guys. It's been amazing. I have to go sit down. Thank you guys so much for being here. Have a great night, and I will talk to you guys this week.
Go Fearless Rebels. I can always see you guys
Wait,
in
hold on.
Hollywood, in Vegas.
Go Fearless Rebels.
I'll see some of you guys in Atlanta in 2 weeks. We're freaking out. Marja's on. Who else is going to Atlanta? If you're going, Masha Raj, you're going to Atlanta. Mike Trash, Zandra. There's a lot of you guys going to Atlanta. Hot Atlanta. I'm excited. I've been drinking sweet tea all day today. I'm
All right,
convinced my body's
guys.
conditioned.
Have
All right,
a
goodbye,
great night.
everybody.
Thank you for playing Full Out. We will see you this week. Hey, some of you will see tomorrow night on a call with Bobby Finaro.
Yeah,
I'll
your
follow
interview
up
and
with
you start right away. I hope that's fast enough for you. You guys are starting right. Okay.
Yep. All right, guys. Have a great night. Bye.
Bye, guys. Love you.
Bye.